Chapter 1475. Fang Chen's attitude was firm. He ordered Yin Fang as the supervisor, and the latter could do nothing about it. Finally, after everyone finished their discussion, they prepared to fight again. "Supervisor, if we can't win, we must retreat immediately," Yin Fang said. If anything happened to the supervisor on Green Bamboo Island, he would not be able to answer to the Sacred Lord. "Don't worry." Fang Chen chuckled. Under Yin Fang's lead, many low-level creation realm martial artists of the human race quickly approached the battlefield. The intelligence agency of the alien race naturally caught on to this. In the alien race camp, the leader's face was gloomy as he pondered. The human race was defeated not long ago. Are they going to counterattack now? After a long time, the leader said softly, "What are you afraid of? We have Han Gu in the battle of low-level creation realm martial artists. We are not afraid of the human race," another alien race said beside him. "Inform everyone to prepare for battle. If there is a chance, we will annihilate the human race this time." The leader made a decision and prepared to fight to the death with the human race. "Yes, leader." Knowing that the human race was approaching the battlefield, the alien race also began to move. A large number of low-level creation realm martial artists of the alien race quickly gathered together. Among these people, Han Gu was the most eye-catching. "Han Gu, your mission is to trap all the human race," the leader said before leaving. "Don't worry. This time I will definitely annihilate the human race completely." Han Gu's eyes were filled with coldness. On a barren land, there were restrictions all around. This was the battlefield of Green Bamboo Island. Both sides had a tacit understanding that martial artists of mid-level creation realm and above could not participate in the battle. Otherwise, the peace would be broken. Yin Fang and the others came to the battlefield and looked at the vast number of human martial artists. Finally, their eyes fell on the supervisor. "Wait for my good news." Before Yin Fang could speak, he heard Fang Chen say this and then disappeared. "Watch carefully. Nothing must happen to the supervisor," Yin Fang said in a low voice. Everyone nodded with a serious expression. After a while, the people of both sides had entered the battlefield. The battle was about to start. In the void, the two leaders looked at each other. "Yin Fang, last time your human race was routed. Why are you courting death this time?" sneered the alien leader. Don't be happy too early." Yin Fang flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "On the battlefield, kill." As the human ancient martial art practitioners roared, all the manifestation realm ancient martial art practitioners immediately unleashed their strongest auras and began the fiercest battle. "I can finally go all out and fight." Fang Chen's gaze landed on Han Gu. Ancient Han was the key to turning the situation around. However, Ancient Han didn't care about Fang Chen at all. He was preparing to use the array formation. Bang, some of the outsiders noticed Fang Chen and attacked him, courting death. Fang Chen didn't even look and punched out. Bang, with a single punch, the outsider's body exploded. The situation here had attracted the attention of the surrounding outsiders. "Let's attack together and kill him." Instantly, 3 or 4 foreign race creation realm martial artists appeared around Fang Chen. Too weak. With a trump card like the Dark Demonic Wheel, Fang Chen was full of confidence. Facing 4 LV1 manifestation realm martial art practitioners, he didn't even need to use his trump card. Crash! With the red glass sword in hand, Fang Chen used the 1,000 lightning heaven fusion technique. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and violently exploded in the sky. Fang Chen held the red glass sword and raised it up. Instantly, the 10,000 lightning bolts in the sky completely merged into the red glass sword. Then, Fang Chen waved his hand and a terrifying sword light shot out from the red glass sword. Pucci! The foreign race member closest to Fang Chen was instantly cut in half at the waist. Then, the terrifying sword light continued to attack the next alien race. The scene of killing 4 alien races in a row attracted Han Gu's attention. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of Yin Fong and the others in the void outside the battlefield. He just broke through to the manifestation realm and has such strength. As expected of the chosen supervisor, he's too strong. No wonder the supervisor insisted on joining the battle. Looks like he got a lot of benefits in the Devil's Grotto. Maybe the supervisor can really turn the situation around. The solemn atmosphere on the side of the human race gradually disappeared and a smile appeared on everyone's face. On the battlefield, when Fong Chen killed 4 alien races in a row, Han Gu, who was setting up an array, saw this scene from the corner of his eye. Interesting. Han Gu waved his hand and set up an array to trap some humans. I'll leave this to you. After Han Gu finished talking to the alien races, he turned around and walked towards Fong Chen. At the same time, Fong Chen's eyes met Han Gu's. Kid, you're quite capable. Han Gu's face was full of sarcasm. You're the divine array master of the alien race? Fong Chen asked. Since you know it's me, why don't you kill yourself? Han Gu was very arrogant. I'm here specifically for you, Fong Chen retorted. If you want to fight me, only death awaits you. Ancient Han made his move. He clenched his fists and punched at Fong Chen. Too weak. Trying to compare strength with him was laughable. The astral light in his sea of chi trembled as he activated his perfect sword body. Sword-shaped runes revolved, and all his strength gathered in his fist. He didn't hesitate to punch. Dong! A terrifying power instantly spread out. The surrounding cultivators who didn't have time to dodge were instantly caught in the shock waves. Bang! Fong Chen retreated a few steps, while Han Gu retreated a great distance. Han Gu, who had just stabilized himself, revealed a look of surprise. Brat, it seems I underestimated you. Only now did Han Gu realize that Fong Chen's strength wasn't any weaker than his. It's useless to be strong, Han Gu said sinisterly. Then he withdrew his strength, and the aura of the array Dao appeared. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Han Gu used the array that he was proud of, wanting to trap Fong Chen. Splash! Before Fong Chen could react, the array had already descended. Seeing Fong Chen trapped in the array, Han Gu laughed crazily. Outside the battlefield, Yin Fong and the others were very anxious. Not good, the supervisor is trapped in the array. What should we do? This array is very complicated. With the strength of the supervisor, it's impossible to break it. Damn it. Compared to the anxiety of the humans, Fong Chen wasn't worried at all. His face was calm as he looked around the array. Although the array is exquisite, but just by sensing it, he knew that he could break this array. Fong Chen's attainments in the array Dao were very strong. Moreover, he had once received the inheritance of an array Dao Almighty. He had heard of some rare array formations. Han Gu's array was very rare. It was considered to be one of the top binding array formations. Unfortunately, Fong Chen still had a certain understanding of this array. Most importantly, he had a way to break it. Splash! With a wave of his palm, the aura of array Dao spread around his body. Break! Ripples emerged around his body, one after another. Soon, the aura of array Dao spread to the extreme. Immediately after, Fong Chen spat out a word from his mouth. The moment the word break appeared, the array seemed to have a spirit of its own and was very cooperative with him. Splash! Han Gu's face was full of smiles. Trapped in his array, no matter how monstrous this kid was, he would die without a doubt. However, before he was ready to make a move, he felt that something was wrong. When he saw the array shattered and a very hateful face appeared in front of him, Han Gu's heart was filled with anger. Damn it! Han Gu roared to the sky. The array shattered and Fong Chen appeared. This scene shocked everyone. In the outside world, Yin Fong and the others who were extremely anxious suddenly widened their eyes and laughed wildly. He broke the array. The supervisor can actually break this array. Ha ha ha! The opportunity for the human race has come. On the battlefield, Fang Chen faced Han Gu and curled his lips. Your array is only SOSO. Kid, you have successfully angered me. Han Gu tried hard to control the anger in his heart and said coldly, even the array you are so proud of has been broken by me. What else can you do? Fang Chen spread out his hands. Splash! Han Gu withdrew his aura of array, Dao, and a black saber appeared in his hand. Even if the array is broken by you, I will let you know. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Chapter 1476. Han Gu's true strength was not only in the array Dao, but also in the saber Dao. His talent in the saber Dao was many times stronger than the array Dao. Before this, Han Gu had always thought that he could use the array Dao to crush the human race on the green bamboo island. But now, it seemed that he was too naive. A terrifying saber radiance appeared on the black saber. You should be proud to die under my saber. A LV-1 Creation Realm martial artist was able to force him to take out his saber. This ability alone was enough to brag. Seeing Han Gu take out his saber, Fang Chen's face darkened. Bring it on. Han Gu was very powerful and had great potential. Fang Chen had already made his decision. No matter what, he had to kill Ancient Han. If he let Han Gu escape, it would be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. The red glass sword let out a sword cry as if it was cooperating with its master's attack. Buzz! The sword chi around a red glass sword was no weaker than the saber radiance on Han Gu's saber. Let me see if your sword or my saber is more powerful. Ancient Han roared as he swung the saber in his hand. Suddenly, a chaotic saber radiance with a terrifying aura whizzed towards Han Gu. So powerful! Han Gu's cultivation had reached LV-3 Creation Realm. Fang Chen was only at LV-1 Creation Realm. If he was at LV-2 Creation Realm, Fang Chen would be able to crush him. But against Han Gu, Fang Chen felt some pressure. Thunder Merging Technique. Fang Chen used the Thunder Merging Technique and thousands of lightning bolts merged into the red glass sword. Then the red glass sword with a terrifying aura hit Han Gu's saber. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A shocking force went through the red glass sword and into Fang Chen's body. Puff! A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Fang Chen's mouth, and he quickly retreated. Han Gu sneered when he saw this. Too weak. Han Gu's saber, Dao's secret skill, was very strange. What a strange attack! Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and performed the sword burial art of heaven and earth. Hum the red glass sword let out a powerful sword cry. Then, countless ripples appeared in the air. Terrifying sword chi escaped from Fang Chen's body. In an instant, countless giant swords appeared in the sky. These giant swords exuded a deathly gloomy aura. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was the inheritance of the burial sword emperor. After this period of cultivation, he had finally reached the entry level. He could not help but admit that the technique left behind by the Zong sword monarch was too powerful. Even with Fang Chen's potential in swordsmanship, he was helpless against the burial sword art of heaven and earth. This time, he had no choice but to use it. Heavens, what kind of secret technique is this? Why is it so frightening? It feels like the entire world is about to be buried. It's too oppressive. Even someone at the third layer of the manifestation stage would not be able to unleash such a heaven-defying aura. Outside the battlefield, Yin Fang and the others were similarly shocked. What kind of secret technique is this? Yin Fang was shocked and asked in a low voice. The others shook their heads. They had lived for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen such a heaven-defying secret technique. A terrifying aura surrounded their hearts. No matter how powerful the secret technique is, it can't resist my saber. Han Gu seemed to realize that Fang Chen's attack power was soaring. before the latter could fully display the burial sword art of heaven and earth. He shook his wrist, and the black saber whizzed out. A white light appeared on the tip of the saber. The space was cut open. Han Gu's black saber appeared in front of Fong Qin in an instant. Burial sword art of heaven and earth. Fong Qin muttered the words, burial sword art of heaven and earth. Boom! Suddenly, the dense giant swords in the sky swooped down. Every single one of the giant swords carried an aura that struck fear into people's hearts. It was too spectacular. All the martial artists on the battlefield were completely stunned. They even forgot to breathe. A martial artist at the first layer of the manifestation realm could display such a heaven-defying, secret technique. He had no regrets in his life. Bang! Bang! The giant swords hit the black saber hard and stopped it from moving. It's no use. Han Gu roared. He controlled the black saber and bombarded the giant swords. Crack! The giant swords were shattered by the black saber. At the same time, the red glass sword in Fong Chen's hand turned red. The aura of the burial sword art of heaven and earth gushed out instantly. Swoosh! The sword, which seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, tore the void and appeared in front of the black saber. Dong! The two collided and the whole battlefield shook. The martial artists of the human clan retreated in horror. They could not resist the terrifying aura. Retreat! Many martial artists shouted. As for the outsiders, they were also retreating continuously. Some of the alien races who could not dodge in time were directly blown to pieces. Dong! Fong Qin could feel that the starlight in his Qi Si was constantly surging. This is the real burial sword art of heaven and earth. He had been practicing this secret technique, but he always felt that something was wrong. After executing it today, Fong Qin finally understood. It turned out that the real burial sword art of heaven and earth was like this: burial of heaven, burial of earth, and burial of sword. The three intents of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. At this moment, Fong Qin had comprehended one of the intents, burial of sword. This was the simplest intent of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. However, it was very difficult to comprehend it. Burial of sword. The chant ran in his mind, and he controlled the red glass sword with his mind. On the battlefield, all the sword cultivators trembled at the same time. They were extremely terrified. The swords that they were wearing were swaying as they were stabbed into the ground, prostrating themselves in that direction. No. Han Gu roared when he sensed the power of the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Dong! With a loud sound, the black saber cut a bloody path out of the giant swords. Han Gu's body quickly retreated. At the same time, he swung his saber and forced Fong Chen's red glass sword back. Damn you! I'm going to cut you into pieces. Han Gu was the most dazzling existence on the battlefield of the alien tribes. However, he was now being forced to such a state by LV-1 Creation realm martial artist. He was not willing to accept this. He swore in his heart that he would cut this man into pieces. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to stay in the alien tribes. What are you going to use to kill me? Fong Qin held the red glass sword and said in a low voice. After his cultivation reached LV-1 Creation realm, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He could kill a LV-1 Creation realm martial artist with the power of the perfect sword body. If he used the heaven-melting lightning technique, it would be easy for him to kill a LV-2 Creation realm martial artist. As for a LV-3 Creation realm martial artist, he could use the burial sword art of heaven and earth to deal with them. Although he could not kill them, it was not a problem for him to stay alive. Kill! Han Gu's eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, he was fighting with Fong Qin. Han Gu's attacks were very fierce. Fong Qin carefully countered his moves. To deal with Han Gu, he could only use a terrifying secret technique like the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist at all. There is no need to use the dark, demonic wheel for now, he said to himself as he dealt with Hangu. Outside, Yin Fong and the others were full of smiles. As expected of the supervisor, this battle is too beautiful. Yes, I have long heard that the supervisor is the 8th heavenly body realm martial artist summoned by the Holy Lord of the human race in this universe era. At first, I did not believe in the supervisor's potential, but now I am completely convinced. It's too terrifying. Before this battle, someone told me that the supervisor could suppress Hangu. I would not believe it even if you beat me to death. Yes, a LV1 Creation Realm martial artist suppressed Hangu, who is a LV3 Creation Realm martial artist. His secret sword technique is too powerful. Yin Fong and the others were very shocked. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was beyond their imagination. They could already predict that the human race's disadvantage in the Battle of Green Bamboo Island had gradually turned into an advantage. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. Yin Fong was very happy when he thought of this. Maybe this time, with the help of the supervisor, he could completely control Green Bamboo Island. And in the territory of the foreign races, the leader's face was very gloomy. Where did this human boy come from? The leader narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "This person's sword technique is too amazing." Leader, if Hangu is unable to kill the human boy, our plan will fail, the foreign race member beside him reminded. Chapter 1477. Although the situation on the battlefield was beyond the alien race leader's imagination, but he thought that everything was still under control. The alien race leader believed in ancient Han's strength. He was almost invincible among low-level creation realm cultivators. His black saber could sweep through everything. Just you wait. Angering ancient Han won't end well. The alien race leader seemed to know something. His face was full of smiles without any worry. This was a game. If Sanguinati won in the end, then the human race would win. But if ancient Han killed Sanguinati, then the human race would not be able to move an inch on Green Bamboo Island. Therefore, this battle was very eye-catching. Yin Fong and the others who didn't have much confidence had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They hoped that the supervisor could defeat ancient Han. Only then would they have a chance to completely control Green Bamboo Island. On the battlefield, Fong Qin stared at ancient Han. He had to admit that ancient Han was very strong. In particular, his attainments in the saber Dao had surprised him. In all fairness, if he didn't have the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor and what he gained in the Devil's Grotto Heaven, he wouldn't be ancient Han's match. But this was how the world was. There was no such thing as fairness. Luck was also a part of one's strength. It was luck that he didn't die after crossing over from Earth. Then he used the golden heart to walk step by step here. At this moment, Fong Chen was in a good mood. He looked at ancient Han and waited for him to make a move. "You will die today." Ancient Han held the black saber in his hand, and a thick black aura appeared around him. This black aura was similar to demonic qi. Ancient Han wanted to use this sinister aura to corrode Fong Qin. The funny thing was that the latter wasn't afraid of this aura at all. In the 3 palaces of the Devil's Grotto Heaven, Fong Qin had completed the 3 tests and was reborn. The demonic qi in his body was so strong that ancient Han's aura couldn't compare to it. "You can't kill me," Fong Qin said calmly. He was telling the truth. If he took out the dark demonic wheel, the battle would have ended long ago. The reason why he didn't take it out was to fight with ancient Han to train himself. And now, after fighting for so long, the training had come into play. Next, ancient Han would definitely launch a thunderous attack. He had to be fully prepared. "Are you that confident?" asked ancient Han. Fong Chen nodded and said, "I am that confident." Fong Chen's words enraged ancient Han. He desperately urged the power in his body and gathered it all into the black saber. Then they madly attacked Fong Chen. "Kill!" Ancient Cold used a forbidden technique. The dazzling saber light dazzled everyone's eyes. The human martial practitioners were all worried about Fang Chen. However, facing Ancient Han's attack, Fang Chen's face revealed a brilliant smile. Let's end it. When Ancient Han used the forbidden technique, he knew that with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to block the attack. No matter how miraculous the burial of heaven and earth sword art was, it couldn't make up for the difference in cultivation level. Therefore, the best method was the dark demonic wheel. The dazzling black saber light followed the black saber, carrying a terrifying aura as it whizzed through the air. Just as it was about to envelop Fang Chen, with a thought, a black wheel appeared in his palm. Buzz! The moment the black wheel appeared, a monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Dark demonic wheel. Fang Chen roared inwardly. The power of the starlight instantly poured into the dark demonic wheel. In the next instant, the dark demonic wheel blossomed with its own radiance. Crack! The saber light was like glass. When it came into contact with the dark demonic wheel, it instantly shattered. How is this possible? Ancient Han, who was charging over aggressively, cried out in shock. Bang! The black saber he was so proud of was instantly swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. No! Ancient Han roared. His body was also swallowed by the dark demonic wheel. Outside in the void. What is that? It's too terrifying. Yin Fang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the dark demonic wheel in Fang Chen's hand. The moment the wheel appeared, it was as if the heavens and earth changed color. Too shocking. Even my heart palpitates. The experts of the human race were filled with shock. On the other side, the leader's expression changed when he saw the dark demonic wheel. Ancient Han, retreat! He wanted to warn Ancient Han to retreat, but it was already too late. One of Ancient Han's arms was wrapped around by the dark demonic wheel. Am I going to die? Ancient Han never imagined that he would die on this battlefield. When the dark demonic wheel wrapped around his arm, Ancient Han's heart was filled with fear. Too strong. Ancient Han didn't even have the courage to resist. He felt his life force fading away. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ancient Han gave up on the idea of escaping. He knew that the dark demonic wheel was too strong. Even if the leader came, he wouldn't be able to stop it. He might as well burn the last bit of his strength. Buzz! Ancient Han's body turned into a black saber. Using his body as a saber, Ancient Han made his final counterattack. He wanted to heavily injure Fang Chen and even kill him. Crack! However, his thoughts were shattered. After countless years, the dark demonic wheel appeared for the first time. The artifact spirit controlled the dark demonic wheel. It wanted the latter to appear in front of the world in its most glorious state. Too weak. The artifact spirit's voice rang out. Ancient Han, who had turned into a saber, died. Dong! After Ancient Han's death, the dark demonic wheel didn't stop. It continued to move forward, suddenly appearing in the midst of the foreign races and starting a massacre. Fang Chen's eyes were red as he tried to control the dark demonic wheel. How long will it take to kill all the foreign races? Fang Chen asked the artifact spirit. 3 seconds. After the artifact spirit finished speaking, the dark demonic wheel began to kill the low-level creation realm experts of the foreign races. Pucci. Surrounded by the dark demonic wheel, not a single foreign race expert managed to escape. In just 3 seconds, the dark demonic wheel had completely destroyed them. However, at this moment, Fang Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. Cracks appeared on the starlight in his sea of qi. Its power had been completely used up. Buzz! Without the support of its power, the dark demonic wheel's monstrous aura also gradually dissipated. Then, the dark demonic wheel returned to Fang Chen's side. Demonic qi enveloped Fang Chen, protecting its unconscious master. The entire battlefield was dead silent. The remaining human race cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. The battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The foreign race martial artists had all been killed. Is this real? After a long time, someone woke up from the shock and asked in a low voice. Boom! In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from the battlefield. All the martial artists came to Fong Chen's side, protecting Fong Chen with their bodies. Damn it! Outside the battlefield, the foreign race leader couldn't suppress his anger. Die! The foreign race leader broke the rules first and stepped into the battlefield. A monstrous aura surged as he rushed towards Fong Chen, wanting to kill Fong Chen. This kid ruined my plan. Die! The foreign race leader roared in anger. Stop! Since the foreign race leader broke the rules, Yin Fong and the others naturally weren't afraid. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Fong and the others entered the battlefield. Boom! In an instant, the upper echelons of the two races fought. It was supposed to be a long battle, but because of Fong Chen's appearance, it evolved into the final battle. Escort the supervisor back. Yin Fong roared as he fought with the foreign race leader. The current battlefield had evolved into a battle between experts above the middle level of the creation realm. Those low-level creation realm martial artists who had participated in the previous battle would be courting death if they stayed. They escorted Fong Chen out of the battlefield. An earth-shattering battle broke out on the battlefield. This battle was related to the control of the human race on Green Bamboo Island. The foreign race also went crazy from the killing. The chaotic battle lasted for an entire 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it ended with the human race's victory. The foreign race's upper echelons were originally inferior to the human race's upper echelons. Under the combined efforts of Yin Fong and the others, the foreign race leader was killed. The remaining foreign race experts were nothing to be afraid of and scattered in an uproar. Yin Fong and the others pursued, but the foreign race experts were not afraid of death and jumped into the void ocean. In the end, Yin Fong and the others gave up the chase. Ha ha ha, awesome. The foreign race was completely defeated, and the human race truly controlled Green Bamboo Island. Although Yin Fong and the others were covered in blood, they were very excited. After so many years, the stalemate was finally broken. In the mansion, Fong Chen had been unconscious. After Yin Fong and the others won a great victory, they sent the human race martial artists to explore Green Bamboo Island and reclaim the lost land. And these upper echelons gathered together to find a way to treat Fong Chen. Yin Fong, you are the strongest and most knowledgeable among us. How is the supervisor? Yes, if it weren't for the supervisor this time, we wouldn't have been able to reclaim Green Bamboo Island. No matter what, we have to save the supervisor. Everyone was very concerned about Fong Chen. After Yin Fong checked Fong Chen's body, his tensed face relaxed. Everyone, don't worry. The supervisor has just overexerted himself and fell into a coma. Hearing Yin Fong's words, everyone's hanging hearts calmed down. I wonder how long the supervisor will be in a coma. Yin Fong pondered for a moment and then said, The supervisor has overexerted himself. I'm afraid he will be in a coma for a long time. Yin Fong's words once again reminded everyone of the Black Wheel. It seems that the supervisor can't completely control the Black Wheel. The Black Wheel is too terrifying. The aura it emits makes my heart palpitate a little. The supervisor is really powerful. He even has such a supreme treasure. No wonder he insisted on fighting when he heard about Ancient Han. Everyone chimed in one after another. All right, everyone, let's leave first. Let the supervisor rest well. Yin Fong smiled. Everyone nodded and then left the room. I'm hungry. A voice came from the dark, demonic wheel. Then, with a crunch, the black gourd Fong Chen obtained from Sword Star was swallowed by the dark, demonic wheel. After eating the black gourd, the demonic chi emitted from the dark, demonic wheel was a little stronger. Crash. Chapter 1478. Recommended reading. 3 months. He was in a coma for 3 whole months before he woke up completely. The dark demonic wheel was too powerful. He had only used it once, and it had sucked up all the energy in Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, the human race had won a great victory, and he could recuperate in peace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was also the reason why the artifact spirit did not allow him to use it easily. While Fang Chen was in a coma, the situation of the battle on Green Bamboo Island was transmitted back to the human race's sacred land. The Sacred Lord was very happy and even praised Sanguinati, especially when he heard that Sanguinati's strength had increased. He looked at him in a new light. "Inspector, you're awake." The moment Fang Chen woke up, Yin Fang and the others quickly rushed over. In the small courtyard, Fang Chen's face had already regained its original luster. He sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Yin Fang and the others hurried over and asked, "Thank you for your concern, seniors." Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked them. "What's the situation on Green Bamboo Island now?" Before he fell into a coma, Green Bamboo Island was still in chaos. He did not know what had become of Green Bamboo Island after being in a coma for 3 months. This time, we have to thank the inspector. Otherwise, the alien race would not have been defeated by us in one fell swoop, Yin Fang said with a smile. Yes, that day, the inspector went on a killing spree and killed the enemy's fierce general, Han Gu, which angered the alien race leader and triggered a high-level battle. In terms of numbers, the human race naturally does not fear the alien race. Now, there is no alien race on Green Bamboo Island. It is completely under the control of the human race. Everyone's attitude towards Fang Chen became even more respectful. It was not only because he was the inspector. It was because he had turned the situation around with his own strength and helped Yin Fang and the others control Green Bamboo Island. In that situation, if the human race did not have a powerful creation realm martial artist, it was impossible to turn the situation around. The appearance of the inspector gave everyone hope, especially the black will that the inspector took out at the end. It was too shocking. For a creation realm martial artist to have such a supreme treasure, he must have a powerful force behind him. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Han Gu was indeed strong, but he was no match for the dark demonic wheel. With a thought, Fang Chen glanced at the dark demonic wheel in his spatial ring. The latter was recuperating in silence. Fang Chen tried contacting the artifact spirit. "Master, how do you feel?" The artifact spirit asked. "My strength drains head." It was very painful. Fortunately, he was unconscious. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he survived. "Master, your strength is too weak. You can't even activate the dark demonic wheel continuously. You should cultivate as soon as possible." The artifact spirit finished speaking and continued to cultivate. The group soon arrived in front of the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fang and the others were a little surprised. They had been here several times. The terrifying devil chi that had filled the cave's entrance had now disappeared. "There's a change in the Devil's Grotto. Everyone be careful," Yin Fang reminded. Fang Chen walked into the Devil's Grotto as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yin Fang and the others followed closely behind. "Lord Supervisor, be careful." Yin Fang stood behind Fang Chen and exhorted. "Let's go." Fang Chen passed through the periphery and came to the inner area. At this time, Yin Fang and the others emitted a strong aura and were very vigilant. Fang Chen chuckled and continued to fly. After a while, Yin Fang finally couldn't help but speak. "Inspector, we can't go any further." "Yes, Inspector, the inner area is already very dangerous. If we go further, we will reach the core area, which is even more dangerous." They had been here before and knew the danger of the inner area. "It's okay, follow me," Fang Chen said confidently. Yin Fang and the others still wanted to persuade him, but in the end they shook their heads. About half an hour later, they passed through the inner area and came to the core area, appearing in front of the phantasmal magic stone warehouse. The phantasmal magic stones are inside. Fang Qin pointed to the warehouse in front of them. Everyone looked in front of them in confusion. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the door suddenly opened. Buzz! A mountain of phantasmal magic stones was instantly imprinted in everyone's eyes. This? Phantasmal magic stones, ha ha ha, it's really phantasmal magic stones. Oh my god, so many phantasmal magic stones. Many experts, including Yin Fang, went completely crazy. They never thought that they could get so many phantasmal magic stones at once. In the past, getting one phantasmal magic stone was considered very lucky. But now there were so many phantasmal magic stones in front of them. Oh no, so many phantasmal magic stones. Could it be a trap? Suddenly, the smile on Yin Fang's face disappeared, and he said in a low voice. Fang Qin shook his head gently and then explained, Senior Yin Fang, I told you that I got the inheritance in the Devil's Grotto. Yin Fang nodded. To tell you the truth, the dark, demonic wheel that I used on the battlefield came from the Devil's Grotto, and these hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones were found by the artifact spirit, Fang Qin said. Fang Chen's meaning was clear. There was no danger here. The hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones could all be taken away. What did you say? Yin Fang was rather shocked when he heard this, although he had some guesses at the beginning. Hearing Fang Qin say it himself still shocked him. You can take all of these hundreds of millions of phantasmal magic stones, Fang Qin said. Ha ha ha, that's great. Yin Fang laughed wildly. Getting so many phantasmal magic stones at once, the human race would definitely reward him greatly. Inspector, you are really our lucky star. Yin Fang laughed. Senior Yin Fang, there is no danger in the Devil's Grotto for the time being. I'll leave these phantasmal magic stones to you, Fang Qin said. Don't worry, Lord Inspector. We will definitely transport these phantasmal magic stones out as soon as possible, Yin Fang said. Then Fang Qin left. Gather all human martial artists and enter the Devil's Grotto. At the same time, Yin Fang issued an order. The phantasmal magic stones were very important to martial artists. Fang Qin could not resist the temptation. However, after obtaining the dark demonic wheel, Fang Qin changed his mind, because the artifact spirit told him that the power in the dark demonic wheel was many times stronger than the phantasmal magic stones. In the future, if he could completely control the dark demonic wheel, he would be able to use its power. Therefore, the phantasmal magic stones were of no use to Fang Qin. Since that was the case, he might as well do the human race a favor. The matter of the phantasmal magic stones was left to Yin Fang. Fang Qin left the Devil's Grotto. He was going to take a look at the other 2 cultivation resources. Beside the Devil's Grotto were the Starfield flying ship and the Dark Knight force field. Floating above Green Bamboo Island, he looked down. The dense green bamboo swayed endlessly. Every time it swayed, it would imperceptibly change the airflow inside Green Bamboo Island. After watching for about an hour, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. The green bamboo array was too broad and profound. If he could learn a thing or two, it would be amazing. Forget it. I'll take a look at the other 2 places first, and then use the green bamboo array to cultivate. Fang Qin shook his head and said to himself, the Dark Knight force field was at the edge of Green Bamboo Island. This was a barren plain that was overgrown with weeds. Close to the wasteland, Fang Qin felt a heavy pressure. As expected of the Dark Knight force field, Fang Qin said to himself. Then he took a step forward and entered the Dark Knight force field. Crack! A powerful force came from all directions. Fang Qin curled his lips. 3 times the gravity. Where he was now, the gravity was 3 times the outside world. It was still within his tolerance range. Keep going. Relying on the strength of his body, he quickly moved toward the center. The closer he was to the center, the stronger the gravity. After walking for an hour, Fang Qin stopped in his tracks. At this time, he was about 100 meters away from the center. However, 100 meters was extremely far away. I can't hold on any longer. Fang Qin said to himself with a solemn expression. His body had reached its limit and could not hold on any longer. Boom! Activating the perfect sword body, the sword-shaped runes revolved, and his defense increased again. Suddenly, Fang Qin felt relaxed. A good place to cultivate the body. Fang Qin said with a smile. Unfortunately, his perfect sword body had reached the peak, and there was no effect to cultivate here. However, overall, the Dark Night Force Field was a holy place for cultivation. After activating the perfect sword body, Fang Qin continued to move forward without any resistance. Soon he arrived at the center. However, when he was about to step on the black altar, his expression changed. Crack! He had only taken one step, but he felt his bones were about to shatter. What's going on? Hurriedly stopping, Fang Qin carefully stared at the altar. The terrifying gravity just now was at least 1,000 times stronger. Even with the peak-perfect sword body, I can't step on the altar? Fang Qin did not believe it. He activated the perfect sword body with all his strength and took another step. Crack! The sound of bones shattering instantly spread. Poochie! Fang Qin was still holding on, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Fang Qin roared in his heart and suddenly stepped on the black altar. Buzz! When he stepped on the black altar, the terrifying gravity suddenly stopped. Then an unexpected scene appeared. This is a gentle aura appeared on the black altar, nourishing his body. This gentle aura quickly merged with the sword-shaped runes. This is tempering the body. Fang Qin opened his eyes wide. It turned out that there was such a good thing in the black altar. It seemed that the expert who built the Dark Night Force Field had given it as a reward for those who came after. The power of the Dark Night Force Field gathered on the black altar, nourishing Fang Qin's body. Chapter 1479. The baptism of the Dark Night Force Field caused Fang Qin's body to gradually transform. His perfect sword body had reached the pinnacle, and his physical body was almost invincible. However, the so-called invincibility was only relative. Now, the power of the Dark Night Force Field was tempering his body. Fang Qin closed his eyes and waited calmly. In the distant devil subduing realm. Why aren't you waking up? Realm Lord subduing demon carefully looked at Fang Qin's body, very puzzled. Logically speaking, the main body should have cultivated the mad demon art and awakened from the state of madness. But why did the clone suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Realm Lord subduing demon was puzzled. It had been 3 months. Strange. The clone directly fell into a deep sleep. What happened to the main body? Realm Lord subduing demon frowned, his face grave. Based on his understanding of the clone, it was very likely that the main body encountered something very dangerous, and it didn't even send a sound transmission. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Just as Realm Lord subduing demon was thinking, the clone suddenly opened its eyes. Are you okay? Realm Lord subduing demon hurriedly asked. Realm Lord, I'm sorry for making you worry. Fang Qin cupped his fists. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Realm Lord subduing demon asked. Fang Qin told Realm Lord subduing demon the details of the dark demonic wheel he obtained in the Devil's Paradise and how he used it in the battle with Ancient Han. Realm Lord subduing demon's face was full of surprise. You said you obtained the dark demonic wheel. Realm Lord subduing demon asked in a hurried voice. Fang Qin nodded. Ha ha ha! You're really lucky to have obtained the dark demonic wheel. Realm Lord subduing demon seemed to know the dark demonic wheel very well. He looked at Fang Qin with eyes full of excitement. Realm Lord, do you know about the dark demonic wheel? Fang Qin asked. Of course I do. This thing was famous in the early days of our universe era. Realm Lord subduing demon faintly said. Unfortunately, it disappeared without a trace. Fang Qin's heart trembled. famous in the early days of the universe era. Although he was curious, he still controlled his heart and waited for Realm Lord Fu Mo to tell him. Unknowingly, you've already grown to such a level. There are some things that I should tell you. Realm Lord Fu Mo stood up and walked to a pavilion nearby. He pointed at the stone bench in front of him and said, "Sit down too." "Thank you, Sector Lord." Fong Qin nodded slightly, and in the back seat. The birth and destruction of the universe is the norm of nature. No one could reverse the destruction of the universe. Every 10 billion years or so, the universe would be destroyed because it could no longer bear the burden. After the great calamity, a new universe will be born. This process is known as the Great Annihilation. Every time there is a great apocalypse, there will be tens of billions of martial artists who will die. Of course, those martial artists who are extremely powerful will be able to escape. Fong Qin knew about the great destruction of the universe. However, he didn't know what level of cultivation was needed to survive the great calamity. In the mortal world, except for those who have touched the laws, almost no one can survive, Realm Lord Fu Mo explained. Experts who have touched the laws. This concept was too complicated, and Fong Qin didn't understand it. However, Realm Lord Fu Mo's explanation shook him to the core. Above the creation realm was the life and death realm. Life and death realm martial artists could absorb the aura of life and death, grasp a law, and then continue to cultivate until they reached the initial stage of immortality. At the same time, Fong Qin also knew that the universe was composed of laws and laws. Laws were supreme, and laws assisted laws to make the universe operate. Cultivating laws could take a shortcut, but cultivating laws, unless one was an extremely heaven-defying genius, they would never be able to touch the threshold of laws in their entire life. If a life and death realm martial artist could touch the threshold of laws, they would be able to break through to the next realm, the eternal realm. The so-called eternal realm was beyond life and death, eternal immortality. Almost all martial artists who reached this realm could survive the great destruction of the universe. Of course, there were also a few who would die. However, in general, the eternal realm was the limit of the great destruction. It was extremely difficult to reach the eternal realm. Realm Lord, may I ask what realm you are at now? Fong Qin asked. A life and death realm martial artist was strong enough, but he didn't expect there to be a legendary eternal realm martial artist. Realm Lord Fu Mo gently shook his head, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Seeing that Realm Lord Fu Mo was silent, Fong Qin didn't ask any more questions. He changed the topic. Realm Lord, according to what you said, only experts of the eternal ancient realm and above were able to survive the great devastation. Doesn't that mean the God world will never be affected by the great destruction? Haven't you always wanted to know the qualifications to enter the God world? Realm Lord Fu Mo's expression softened, and he said, "To enter the God world, you must first master a law and cultivate it to the peak. I can tell you that among billions of life and death realm martial artists, only a few can enter the God world." Realm Lord Fu Mo's meaning was obvious. Eternal realm martial artists could enter the God world at will. As for life and death realm martial artists, only a few peerless geniuses could rely on their own strength to enter the God world. Eternal realm. Fong Qin clenched his fists, inwardly muttering to himself. Because of the great destruction, all eternal realm martial artists chose to enter the God world. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. The remaining life and death realm martial artists struggled at death's door to find a way out. Don't be fooled by the fact that the three divine races are incomparably glorious right now. If the great destruction comes, they'll be reduced to nothingness. But the human race is different. How is it different? Fong Qin asked. The human race's holy lord is comparable to the three divine races in strength. They're both peak life and death realm martial artists. But there's a big difference. Realm Lord Fuemo said. The human race's holy Lord offered himself to the universe, and his primordial spirit merged with the universe. Even if the great destruction comes, his primordial spirit won't be destroyed. What? Fang Qin didn't dare to imagine it. It was too inconceivable. At this moment, he recalled asking the human race's Holy Lord how to enter the God world. The latter's answer had puzzled him. Some people will never be able to enter the God world. At that time, Fang Qin had thought that the human race's Holy Lord was talking about the weak martial artists. But now, it seemed that he was talking about himself. Do you think that just because your primordial spirit merged with the universe, you'll be the ruler of this world? Fang Qin nodded subconsciously. You're wrong. Realm Lord Fuemo didn't seem to want to say more. The mysteries are too complicated. You won't understand even if I explain. Let's go back. Fang Qin nodded and turned to leave. The secret Realm Lord Fuemo had told him shocked Fang Qin, and he found it hard to digest. After returning to his residence, Fang Qin recalled what Realm Lord Fuemo had told him. In the end, he made a few conclusions. First, he learned that above the life and death realm was the legendary Eternal Realm. Second, the Eternal Realm martial artists could survive the great destruction of the universe. But almost all Eternal Realm martial artists had entered the God world. In other words, peak life and death realm martial artists were the strongest in the mortal world. Fang Qin was quite surprised that the primordial spirit of the human race's Holy Lord could merge with the universe. But thinking about it carefully, if the human race's Holy Lord was the ruler, why would the human race fight against the alien races? Come to think of it, there must be some limitations. The price that allowed him to escape the great destruction was probably not small. I'm still too weak. He clenched his fists and blood spurted out. Fang Qin gained a lot from chatting with Realm Lord Fuemo. At the very least, he learned how powerful the dark demonic wheel was. Green Bamboo Island, Dark Night Force Field on the Black Altar. Fang Qin sat cross-legged, undergoing the physical baptism. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At a certain moment, the physical baptism ended. Dong! The world changed color, and all the power in the Dark Night Force Field surged. Fang Qin opened his eyes. His physical defense had improved a lot. So strong. He grabbed at the air, and a crack appeared in the space. With my current strength, I can easily crush a low-level creation realm martial artist, Fang Qin said to himself. The perfect sword body was already very powerful, and with the baptism of the Dark Night Force Field, this allowed the strength of his physical body to reach a terrifying level. I'm too weak. After learning the secrets of the universe from his clone, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. He was too weak. There was a big gap between the creation realm and the eternal ancient realm. However, he believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely succeed. After coming out of the Dark Night Force Field, Fang Qin found Yin Fang. Senior Yin Fang, Fang Qin called out. Lord Supervisor, you'll make me embarrassed if you call me that. If you don't mind, how about calling me Brother Yin Fang? Yin Fang said. Brother Yin Fang. Lord Supervisor, we send hundreds of millions of phantasmal demon stones back to the human race's sacred land, which caused a commotion there, Yin Fang said with a smile. This was what Fang Qin expected. Hundreds of millions of phantasmal demon stones were a huge amount of cultivation resources for the human race. The Sacred Lord has personally ordered you to be the island master of Green Bamboo Island, and it will never be changed. As Yin Fang spoke, he took out a token and handed it to Fang Qin. There was a green word on the front of the token and a green bamboo on the back. It seemed that the human race's sacred land also recognized the 3 words Green Bamboo Island. Moreover, from this, it could be seen the Sacred Lord's attitude toward the supervisor. Generally, as long as an island master made a mistake, he would be dismissed. CCC Pavilion this time, the Sacred Lord had ordered that it would never be changed. In other words, as long as the universe was not destroyed, the supervisor would be the island master of Green Bamboo Island forever. This was a great honor. "Congratulations, Lord Supervisor," Yin Fong said. "By the way, Lord Supervisor, the Sacred Lord also said that you have made a great contribution this time. If you have time, you can return to the Sacred Land, and the Sacred Lord will allow you to enter the Sacred Land's library once." Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes widened. This was the one that really attracted him. Chapter 1480. The Island Master Token was personally refined by the human race's Holy Lord. The human race's Holy Lord's primordial spirit fused with the universe. He was the representative of the universe's will. The Island Master Token refined by him would be protected by heaven and earth. After Fong Chen dripped his blood on it, a layer of gray aura appeared above his head. Immediately after, Fong Chen felt his whole body tremble. The power of will, what a familiar aura. Back on Tongtian Island, when he entered the Tongtian Divine Pool for baptism, he felt the power of will. Every island had the power of will. Only by becoming the island master would he be recognized by the power of will. The power of will drilled into the island master token and completely tied the token to Green Bamboo Island. In an instant, Fong Chen opened his eyes. In that instant, his primordial spirit had been sublimated. As expected of the power of will, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. At this point, he had truly become the island master of Green Bamboo Island. "Greetings, island master." Yin Fong knelt on one knee and called out to Fong Chen, "Brother Yin Fong, get up." Fong Chen helped Yin Fong up. "Island master, Green Bamboo Island is newly discovered and has a lot of cultivation resources. How do you plan to develop Green Bamboo Island?" Yin Fong asked. As the island master, he wanted to develop Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chen was stunned when he heard that. He really hadn't thought about this matter. But now, since he had become the island master, he had to pay attention to it. In the blink of an eye, a plan appeared in Fong Chen's mind. He wanted to turn Green Bamboo Island into his headquarters in the future. "Bring my family and friends to Green Bamboo Island," Fong Chen said to himself. After having a simple plan in his mind, Fong Chen looked at Yin Fong and said, "Brother Yin Fong, let's go back and talk." Island Master's Mansion Meeting Hall. Fong Chen sat at the head of the table. Yin Fong sat next to him, and the others sat in order. Everyone looked at Fong Chen with shock in their eyes. The Invigilator had only been on Green Bamboo Island for half a year, but he had become the island master. Moreover, it would never change. This was a great honor. In the entire mortal universe, apart from a few island masters and the master of the archipelago, who had an eternal honor, there was no one else. The other island masters would not be able to obtain it no matter how hard they tried. Island master. Under Yin Fong's lead, the numerous martial artists knelt down one after another. This was the first time Fong Chen had convened a meeting as the island master. Naturally, everyone had to express their opinions. I've gathered everyone here today to announce something. After he finished speaking, Fong Chen looked around and said, "As the island master, I confer the title of Vice Island Master to Yin Fong. If I'm not on Green Bamboo Island, Yin Fong will be responsible for all other matters." "Many thanks, Island Master." Yin Fong expressed his thanks. After that, Fong Chen conferred titles to a few more martial artists. The numerous creation realm experts present could be considered as the first batch of Green Bamboo Island's elders. After discussion, the elder group was established. In short, after the meeting, Green Bamboo Island was on the right track. But right now, what troubled Green Bamboo Island the most was that their army was too weak. Yin Fong told these details to Fong Chen. The latter nodded and said, "Do you know why I changed the nameless island to Green Bamboo Island?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. "Because the green bamboo on Green Bamboo Island is a peerless array formation. Martial artists can use the array formation to cultivate. The Green Bamboo Array Formation would be Green Bamboo Island's greatest reliance. The reason why Fong Chen announced it was to stabilize the people's hearts. What green bamboo is an array formation? Island Master, what do you mean? Everyone was very shocked. Fong Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow him to take a look. A moment later, everyone came to the top of a mountain. Looking down, the dense green bamboo was incomparably dazzling. Watch. Fong Chen used the space-time true meaning, and his figure merged into the void. Then he came to the highest point. The aura of array formation filled the air and instantly tilted down. Buzz! Under Fong Chen's control, the aura of array formation came into contact with the green bamboo. Suddenly, the green bamboo on the island swayed one after another. A trace of array formation aura gradually spread out. This is Yin Fong and the others were shocked. They did not expect such a peerless array formation to be hidden on Green Bamboo Island. What a rich star power! The Green Bamboo Array Formation was completely activated by Fong Chen. Countless green bamboos extended all over the sky and finally intertwined together, forming a closed sphere. The Green Bamboo Array Formation occupied 1/3 of Green Bamboo Island. There was a star power that was 100 times stronger than the outside world. This was definitely a cultivation place that martial artists dreamed of. Ha ha ha! I was originally worried about our Green Bamboo Island's discovery. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Yes, with such a peerless array formation, it will not be long before it attracts countless geniuses. I have a hunch that Green Bamboo Island will shock the entire universe in the future. Many martial artists beside Yin Fong said one after another. After activating the Green Bamboo Array Formation, Fong Chen got into it. This method is really incredible, Fong Chen secretly said in his heart. The expert who set up the Green Bamboo Array Formation was definitely a peerless hero. Perhaps even a 9-star array formation master may not be able to set up such an array formation. If it were not for Fong Chen's high attainments in array formation and the Golden Heart, it would be impossible to activate the array formation. Weapon Spirit, do you know who set up the Green Bamboo Array Formation? Fong Chen tried to ask. However, the Weapon Spirit did not know. The star power is 100 times stronger than the outside world. The Green Bamboo Array Formation was the real holy land for cultivation. I believe it won't be long before martial artists come, Fong Chen secretly said. After arranging everything, Fong Chen went to the Starfield flying ship. According to the information, the Starfield flying ship was broken, but there was a restriction that prevented people from entering. Fong Chen came to the front of the Starfield flying ship and carefully observed it. This Starfield flying ship is a bit special. Fong Chen was a little puzzled. This flying ship was different from ordinary flying ships. Master, this isn't a Starfield flying ship. The Weapon Spirit suddenly said, You know what it is. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and asked, It's a Starfield dragon boat. The Weapon Spirit replied, Starfield dragon boat. This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of it. What's a Starfield dragon boat? Starfield dragon boat is in existence above the Starfield flying ship. Under normal circumstances, only life and death monarchs are qualified to refine one. Of course, even if there are 10,000 life and death monarchs, it's already not bad if one can refine a Starfield dragon boat. The Weapon Spirit explained. Fong Chen was shaken. The Starfield dragon boat was so powerful. This Starfield dragon boat was left behind by my master when he was cultivating on the Green Bamboo Island. The Weapon Spirit lazily said. Fong Chen felt that this was inconceivable. This Starfield dragon boat was actually left behind by the Devil's Paradise's master. In my master's eyes, this Starfield dragon boat was merely a means of transportation. It didn't have much use. The Weapon Spirit said. Fong Chen's heart was restless. Since it was left behind by the Devil's Paradise's master, didn't this mean that he could obtain it? The Starfield Dragon Boat can travel through the void ocean at an incomparably fast speed. It would take at most 3 days to travel between 2 islands. The Weapon Spirit said. The Weapon Spirit's words shook Fong Chen even more. The void ocean was extremely vast. Every island was separated by millions of li. Even if one rode an ordinary Starfield flying ship, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to travel between 2 islands. However, the Starfield Dragon Boat would only take 3 days. Master, you can try to control the Starfield Dragon Boat. With your current strength, you can definitely use it to protect your life. The Weapon Spirit continued. How can I control it? Fong Chen was somewhat impatient. With such a fast speed, once he encountered danger, he could directly hide inside the Starfield Dragon Boat. Even life and death monarchs wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Buzz! The Weapon Spirit transmitted the method of control to Fong Chen's mind. Immediately, Fong Chen closed his eyes and started digesting it. Half an hour later, his eyes emitted a golden light as he prepared to control the Starfield Dragon Boat. The Starfield Dragon Boat was the size of a small mountain, quietly lying on the plain. Fong Chen's palms formed complicated seals as they continuously drilled into the dragon boat. Before long, the dilapidated dragon boat showed a slight reaction. Creak! The control panel inside the dragon boat gradually came under Fong Chen's control. Fong Chen felt that his energy was being rapidly absorbed by the Starfield Dragon Boat. What's going on? The Starfield Dragon Boat has been here for too long. Its energy has been exhausted and needs to be replenished, the Weapon Spirit said. Hearing this, Fong Chen let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he did his utmost to transmit his star energy into the Starfield Dragon Boat. Just like that, it continued for 6 hours. The Starfield Dragon Boat was finally under Fong Chen's control. Small. Fong Chen's thoughts moved, and the huge Starfield Dragon Boat instantly shrunk. Finally, it turned into the size of a palm and fell into Fong Chen's hand. Starfield Dragon Boat. Fong Chen's heart was shaken. Master, every time you activate the Starfield Dragon Boat, you need a lot of purple crystals. You have to prepare more. The Weapon Spirit reminded. Fong Chen nodded. After taking control of the Starfield Dragon Boat, he already had a rough idea of how many purple crystals it would take to activate it. Although it requires a lot of energy, it's indeed a good thing. Fong Chen was very happy. He had the dark demonic wheel to attack and the Starfield Dragon Boat to escape. Even if he couldn't win against Fortune Realm experts, he didn't fear anyone. As for Life and Death Realm members, Fong Chen didn't dare to provoke them. Which Life and Death Realm expert didn't have some tricks up his sleeve? If he accidentally fell into the enemy's hands, he would be finished. Withdraw. With a thought, Fong Chen put away the Starfield Dragon Boat and returned to the Island Master's mansion. Yin Fong and the others had already sent the first batch of martial artists into the green bamboo array to cultivate. 88. Oh, if the results were great, they would immediately publicize it. It wouldn't take long for Green Bamboo Island to flourish. Vice Island Master Yin Fong, contact the Sacred Land and have them send people to build some teleportation arrays. I'll be leaving Green Bamboo Island for a while. Fong Chen said. Island Master, rest assured. I'll definitely get it done. Yin Fong said with a smile. There were natural resources on Green Bamboo Island. He could even see Green Bamboo Island's reputation soaring in the future. Chapter 1481. Green Bamboo Island was now under the control of the human race, and it was now part of the universe. It had gained the recognition of the entire human race. At the same time, Sanguinati's name resounded throughout the universe. News spread from the human race's sacred land that Sanguinati had become the new island master of Green Bamboo Island. The storm had just begun. Green Bamboo Island didn't have a teleportation formation, So Fong Qin could only use the Starfield Dragon boat to travel. Fortunately, Fong Qin still had a few million purple crystals in his spatial ring. He placed 1,000,000 purple crystals into the Starfield Dragon boat, and the boat's energy was restored. Then the Starfield Dragon boat turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the void ocean. 3 days later, the Starfield Dragon boat stopped flying and landed on an island. Fong Chen walked out of the boat and put it away. "What island is this?" Fong Chen was a little confused. At this moment, he saw a group of people chasing a man and a woman. At the foot of the mountain, 10 low-level manifestation realm cultivators were chasing a man and a woman. The man being chased was covered in blood. "Sis Yao, leave quickly." Sensing that someone was coming from behind, the man used all his strength to punch out. He wanted to create an opportunity for the woman to escape. Unfortunately, the woman shook her head. Her pretty face was filled with tears. "Brother Lei, let's die together." Who in the blink of an eye, the 10 manifestation realm cultivators caught up. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. "Humph, none of you can escape." "That's right. How dare you offend our boss? You're courting death." Everyone surrounded the man and woman. "Sis Yao, I'm the one who harmed you," the man called Brother Lei said sadly. "Brother Lei, I'm very happy to die together with you." Seeing this, the middle-aged man was a little angry. "Boss, what should we do?" A monkey-faced man ran over and asked, "Kill this bastard for me. Leave the woman and bring her back for our brothers to enjoy," the leader ordered. Immediately, the other manifestation realm cultivators attacked. Bang! At this point, the two of them had no strength left. They could only let the people chasing them attack without being able to retaliate. Sis Yao, seeing that he was about to die in the hands of these people, Brother Lei was very unwilling. He glanced at Sis Yao reluctantly. "No." Sobbing, Sister Yao raised her hands desperately, trying to fend off their attacks. However, it was to no avail. Bang! Brother Lei's body flew out and blood splattered all over the sky. "Trash, go to hell." A martial artist at the first level of the manifestation realm walked to Brother Lei's side. With a battle axe in hand, he chopped down. Just as the battle axe was about to hit Brother Lei, a figure suddenly appeared. "Brat, do you want to die? How dare you ruin our plans?" This martial artist was very angry and attacked Fong Chen. Crack Fong Chen exerted a little force in his palm and crushed his battle axe. The warrior's fist landed on Fong Chen's body. Suddenly, a terrifying power rebounded. The warrior's body was sent flying and fell to the ground, seriously injured. What happened here attracted the attention of the leader. "Brat, who are you?" "Brat, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." "Brother Lei." Seeing that Brother Lei was still alive, Sister Yao hurriedly ran over and helped him up with a crying face. "Little brother, leave quickly. You can't afford to offend them." Brother Lei's face was covered in blood as he tried to persuade Fong Chen. "I happened to pass by and saw you guys bullying someone, so I intervened." Fong Chen shrugged. "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" The leader said coldly. "I don't know." "You don't know, and yet you dare to stand up for justice? What a joke." The leader blinked his eyes. Immediately, the remaining 8 manifestation realm martial artists attacked together. "Brat, this is the consequence of recklessly attacking." As they spoke, the 8 manifestation realm martial artists surrounded Fong Chen. Fong Chen shook his head. These people were too weak. "If I were you, I wouldn't have intervened." Following which, he clenched his fist and casually threw a punch. Bunga martial artist at the second level of the manifestation realm near him was killed with a single punch. The leader's expression changed as he stared at Fong Chen. He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. "Who are you? Scram while I'm still in a good mood." Fong Chen berated. The leader's expression changed as he quickly left with his subordinates. Sister, Yao hugged Brother Lei and cried. These were tears of joy. Thank you, benefactor. Sister, Yao expressed her gratitude. Fang Qin placed his palm on Brother Lei's body. Soon, Brother Lei's injuries were much better. May I know benefactor's name? I'll definitely repay you in the future. Brother Lei dragged his exhausted body and asked. Fang Qin shook his head and disappeared into the void. To Fang Qin, this was just a small interlude. But to these two, Fang Qin was no different from a second parent who gave them a chance to live again. After asking around, Fang Qin already knew. This island was called Thunderbolt Island and belonged to the Thunderbolt Archipelago. Following which, Fang Qin left through the Thunderbolt Archipelago's teleportation formation. This time, Fang Qin's goal was to bring his family and friends to Green Bamboo Island. The first thing he thought of was his parents on Earth. He came to Tongtian Island and returned to Earth once again, with the resources he left for his parents and the help of Earth's immortal sections. His parents could be considered experts on Earth. On this day, Fang Qin silently returned and brought his parents away. Of course, he also left some resources for the immortal sex. After all, this was the place where he was born. Then, Fang Qin returned to Lingering Island and entered the Qingyin domain. After so many years, he returned to the Qingyin domain again. The last time he left with the help of the inheritance left behind by the Zongjian Emperor. But now, Fang Qin could easily travel through time. Voila! Fang Qin descended on the Zongjian continent. The current Zongjian continent was much more developed than before. He saw many familiar people, and one image after another flashed through his mind. After a breath's time, Fang Qin returned to the ancient Sword continent. This time he was going to pick up the Fang family and go to Green Bamboo Island. Ancient Sword continent, 5 elements continent. In a certain city, Fang Qin sat quietly in a restaurant and drank. In the restaurant, everyone was discussing the Fang family in low voices. I didn't expect the Fang family to have become the most powerful family in the ancient Sword continent. Fang Qin sighed. Sure enough, time passed. The Fang family has produced a good seedling. The ancient Sword continent's giant sect is in awe when they see the Fang family's patriarch. Yeah, Fang Qin of the Fang family is the #1 god of war on the ancient Sword continent. But it's said that the Fang family has encountered some crisis recently. I'm not sure. It's said that the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Academy have come to the Fang family to discuss countermeasures. Hearing this, Fang Qin's ears twitched slightly. Immediately, he spread out his divine sense and instantly discovered the situation in the Fang family's mansion. What happened? Fang Qin got up and disappeared into the void. The cultivators in the restaurant had no idea that someone was here just now. Fang family's mansion meeting hall. Dean Wuyun, thank you for your help, but this time, the person who spoke was Fang Qin's father, and there was a hint of sadness in his voice. Patriarch Fang, don't give up. If we gather the strength of the entire continent, it's possible to resolve this crisis. Wuyun's voice sounded. Fang Qin scanned with his divine sense and discovered the confusion of his father and the others. A Heaven Star Border Realm guy. Fang Qin discovered that there was an injured Heaven Star Border Realm beast in the back mountain of the Fang family. A mystic king realm beast could be considered supreme in the ancient Sword continent, not to mention a Heaven Star Border Realm beast. Could it have come here through a spatial crack while fighting in the outer region? After thinking for a while, he guessed the truth of the matter. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, a Heaven Star Border Realm beast wouldn't be able to enter the Qingyin domain. Fortunately, I came back. Otherwise, the entire ancient Sword continent would be in trouble. This Heaven Star Border Realm beast knew that it was heavily injured, so it pressured the Fang family to scour the entire continent for elixirs to treat its injuries. Once its injuries were healed, it would definitely go on a killing spree. Fang Qin's mind moved. and he came to the back mountain of the Fong family. Roar! Sensing someone approaching, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast let out an angry roar. Quite a temper. Fong Chen sneered and stood there quietly. Human, do you want to die? The Heaven Star Border Realm beast opened its eyes and said coldly, Is it you who is forcing the Fong family? Fong Chen said, You're courting death. Being scolded by a human, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast was enraged and stretched out its claws. Bang! The moment the claws came into contact with Fong Chen, it was bounced back. Hey, big guy, can you stop embarrassing yourself? The little mouse appeared. He couldn't take it anymore. A Heaven Star Border Realm beast dared to show off in front of boss. Feeling the aura of the little mouse's bloodline, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast's hair stood up, and it wanted to escape. Want to leave? At this moment, Fong Chen released his creation realm aura. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast was stunned. This aura made its heart tremble. Senior, please spare my life. I didn't mean to disturb you. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast knelt on the ground, trembling. Where you are is the Fong family. Since you dare to threaten the Fong family, you will stay here forever and be the Fong family's guardian beast. With that, Fong Chen flicked his finger, and a strange light drilled into the Heaven Star Border Realm beast's head. Dong, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast trembled, and its face was filled with pain. After a while, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast opened its eyes and said, Thank you for not killing me. Protect the Fong family well, otherwise you know the consequences. With just a glance, the Heaven Star Border Realm beast was so scared that it didn't dare to move. 8802 strong. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast didn't have any intention to resist. Such a powerhouse could kill it with a thought. Sigh. The Heaven Star Border Realm beast sighed and returned to the mountain peak. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Fong family's meeting hall was heavy. They were still worried about how to deal with the Heaven Star Border Realm beast. Chapter 1482. Fong Family Mansion Meeting Hall. Father Fong was panicking when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Immediately, he was overjoyed and stood up. Patriarch Fong, what happened? Seeing this, Wu Yun and the others hurriedly stood up. They thought that the demonic beast in the back mountain had made a move and were very worried. Ha ha ha, everyone, the crisis has been resolved. Father Fong suddenly laughed and said to everyone. Wu Yun and the others were a little surprised and puzzled. Patriarch Fong, you said that the crisis has been resolved. What happened? Wu Yun asked. Chenner is back. Father Fong had just finished speaking when a familiar figure appeared in the meeting hall. Fong Chen. Wu Yun cried out involuntarily. Back then, Fong Chen had used his absolute strength to kill the demon cloud Lian province and help the ancient sword continent resolve the crisis. Since then, he had become a supreme existence on the ancient sword continent. Everyone called him the sword god. However, after so many years, he had actually returned. Fong Chen, it's really you. Everyone in the Fong family was extremely excited. Father Fong hugged his son, longing for him. Father. The entire Fong family mansion was completely bustling. The strongest war god of the ancient sword continent, the genius Fong Chen, had returned. Everyone was very excited. He was an expert who stood at the peak of the ancient sword continent. Fong Chen told Father Fong about his return. Father Fong thought for a while and gave an answer. He was willing to follow Fong Chen to Green Bamboo Island, but there were many disciples of the Fong family, so he couldn't make the decision. The next day, Father Fong told everyone the news. Some people were willing to leave, while others didn't. Although the outer verse was wonderful, it was also very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Most cultivators decided to stay, and only a few were willing to leave. This was all prepared by Father Fong, while Fong Chen accompanied his family. They stayed on the ancient sword continent for 3 days. During this time, Fan Chen gave some cultivation resources to the Five Elements Academy. Of course, there was also the place where his dream started, the Azure Edge Sword Sect. Every sect that Fang Chen had joined had more or less received favors from Fang Chen. 3 days later, Fang Chen led everyone away from the ancient sword continent. This time, Star and Moon's parents were among the people he brought along. They missed Star and Moon so much that they volunteered to follow Fang Chen into the outer realms. When Fang Chen returned to Green Bamboo Island, it was already a month later. During this period, Fang Chen also brought his apprentice to Green Bamboo Island. The Holy Land had already dispatched powerhouses to set up a transmission array on Green Bamboo Island. With the teleportation array, it would be much more convenient. After that, it was an overwhelming amount of publicity. After a great wave of publicity, many rogue cultivators came to Green Bamboo Island. After witnessing the heaven-defying power of the Green Bamboo Array formation, they were all willing to join the Green Bamboo Island. In just a few months, Green Bamboo Island had undergone earth-shaking changes. All of this was thanks to Fang Chen. The latter had made up his mind to make Green Bamboo Island his own territory. He wanted to give his family and friends a stable home. Island Master's Mansion. Island Master, Green Bamboo Island is already on the right track. In the past month, more than 3,000 Creation Realm powerhouses have joined our Green Bamboo Island. Deputy Island Master Yin Fang reported the situation. Fang Chen nodded. Green Bamboo Island had the Green Bamboo Array formation as its foundation and the Dark Night force field. In addition to these two major cultivation resources, there are countless small cultivation resources. Moreover, Green Bamboo Island had just started and had fewer people, but more resources. Of course, martial artists had joined. Grasp the scope of recruitment and try to recruit as many elites as possible, Fang Chen said. Don't worry, after we establish the defensive line of Green Bamboo Island, we will strictly control it, Yin Fang said. As an island, first of all, it had to have its own strong army to defend against foreign invaders. Even if foreign invaders came, the human Holy Land would take action. But they couldn't always rely on the Holy Land. They had to rely on themselves. Moreover, Green Bamboo Island was an island at the edge of the Void Ocean and was very far away from the surrounding islands. It was a barren land where sea demons ran rampant. They had to establish a defensive line to prevent sea demons from attacking. Everything was on the right track. Fang Chen left Green Bamboo Island and returned to the human Holy Land. Come here. As soon as he returned, the Holy Lord's voice sounded. Fang Chen came to the Holy Lord's temple. Greetings, Holy Lord, Fang Chen said. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction and admired Fang Chen very much. Not bad, you were able to turn the situation around with your own strength. I was right about you, the Holy Lord said with a smile. You should have obtained the dark demonic wheel, right? Fang Chen looked up at the Holy Lord, whose face was full of smiles. Fang Chen couldn't guess what the Holy Lord meant. Then he nodded. The dark demonic wheel is very powerful. You have obtained it by chance. So seize it, the Holy Lord said. Obviously, he also knew about the dark demonic wheel. I have also discovered the Green Bamboo Array on Green Bamboo Island. It is a cultivation Holy Land. As the Lord of Green Bamboo Island, you must develop Green Bamboo Island well, the Holy Lord continued. I will. From now on, Green Bamboo Island was his territory. You have contributed to the human race, so you can enter the library pavilion once, the Holy Lord said. Go. Fang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air, and the next moment he appeared in the library pavilion. Behind the Holy Lord, the black shadow appeared again. I still underestimated this child's potential, the Holy Lord said slowly. To be able to obtain the recognition of the dark demonic wheel, this child's potential is limitless, the black shadow said. We can cultivate him as the hope of the human race. When the sacred leader heard this, he nodded. Human Holy Land, Library Pavilion. Fang Chen was very excited. The library pavilion of the Holy Land was the most mysterious place in the entire universe. Apart from the Holy Lord, no one could find its location. Offensive secret techniques, defensive secret techniques, soul path secret techniques. At a glance, it was a dazzling array. There were secret techniques everywhere, and even the weakest secret technique was a supreme grade secret technique. Fong Chen was shocked once again. He looked at all of this with a dumbfounded expression, not knowing where to start. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You must set out from reality. Fong Chen tried to suppress his excitement and said, slowly. In terms of offense, he had the burial sword art of heaven and earth, which was enough for a short period of time. In terms of defense, he had the perfect sword body, which was almost unnecessary. As for soul path secret techniques, he had the 5 thunder tribulation technique. Kid, do you not know how to choose? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Fong Chen. Senior. This person was the elder who guarded the library pavilion. It's always like this when you enter the library pavilion for the first time, the elder said with a smile. I'll test your strength and give you some advice. The elder had been guarding the library pavilion for a long time and was very bored. Every time a newcomer came in, he would give some advice. Thank you, elder. Fong Chen nodded excitedly, then took out the red glass sword and began to attack the elder. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how Fong Chen attacked, he could not touch the elder. Sword Dao potential is not bad. The elder's evaluation of Fong Chen was not bad. While at a certain moment, Fong Chen's space-time true meaning disappeared. The elder's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he could not sense Fong Chen. True meaning. The elder cried out involuntarily. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, Fong Chen's figure was forced to appear. Immediately, the elder stopped attacking. Kid, what is your true meaning? The elder asked hurriedly. Space-time, true meaning. Fong Chen looked up at the elder and finally said it. What space-time true meaning? Hearing this, the elder's face was full of smiles. Space-time true meaning. That was the legendary, peerless true meaning. I actually saw a peerless true meaning. The elder was very excited. Try it again. The elder stared at Fong Chen and said. Fong Chen nodded and displayed the space-time true meaning again. Buzz. The elder felt the space-time aura in the air and his eyes became blurry. Kid, you really gave me a surprise. The elder laughed excitedly. In the entire universe, the number of warriors who have grasped a peerless true meaning is less than 5. Any warrior who has comprehended a peerless true meaning will stand at the top of the universe in the future. Even if they enter the divine world, they will quickly become a leader. From the elder's words, one could hear the heaven-defying nature of a peerless true meaning. Fong Chen quietly listened to the elder's words. Kid, you must keep the fact that you have a peerless true meaning a secret. Otherwise, if the foreign races know, they will definitely send experts to assassinate you, the elder warned. I know. If the foreign races and the human race were to hear that a peerless true meaning warrior had appeared in the human race, they would definitely kill him at all costs. In history, such a thing had happened before. Therefore, he had to be careful. After warning, the elder brought Fong Chen to the 2nd floor of the pavilion. He took out a yellowed book from a small box. This book contains the cultivation experience of a powerful human expert regarding the true meaning of space-time. Take it and study it. The elder handed the yellowed book to Fong Chen. The latter took the book, his heart burning. Thank you, elder. A peerless true meaning was very difficult to cultivate. Especially when he was alone, he was like a headless fly. The more he cultivated, the harder it was to continue. And now, the elder was giving him the cultivation experience of a predecessor. This was definitely very precious. Everyone can only choose one book when they enter the library. You have already chosen, so quickly go back, the elder urged. You must remember not to let outsiders know. After Fong Chen left, the elder hurriedly came to the temple. "Elder Shu, why are you in such a hurry?" the sacred master asked. "A peerless, true, meaning warrior has appeared in our human race," the elder said in a deep voice. Even the Holy Lord, upon hearing the words supreme, true intent, had a look of surprise appear on his usually calm face. What peerless, true meaning? The elder nodded heavily. Not long ago, the Blood Sword Saint went to the book collection pavilion to choose scriptures. I asked him to attack and help him come up with ideas. I didn't expect that I would accidentally discover that he had the true meaning of space and time. Chapter 1483. The more powerful one was, the more they knew the importance of true intents. There were many types of true intents. Almost any warrior could comprehend the lowest level of true intents. If one could comprehend middle or high-level true intents, they would be considered outstanding. As for supreme true intents, only the young prodigies of the human race could comprehend them. A supreme true intent had not appeared for a long time. It was not an exaggeration to say that warriors with supreme true intents would definitely be able to enter the immemorial realm and the divine world. This was because the level of true intent determined whether one could reach the threshold of the rules of order. In this universe era, in the entire universe, there were only a handful of people who possessed absolute true intent. They were all in the growth stage and had not reached their peak. However, the human race had given them a lot of help and thought highly of them. In the eyes of the human race holy leader, although Sanguinati had great potential, he had not reached the level of a prodigy. Therefore, when he rewarded him, he only gave him the position of supervisor. The reason why he could enter the library was because he had made a contribution on Green Bamboo Island. However, Elder Shu said that Sanguinati had supreme true intents. This was beyond the human race holy leader's expectations. A supreme true intent, and it is the top true intent of space-time. At this moment, the human race holy leader could not sit still. His face was filled with complex emotions. If Sanguinati really had the true intent of space-time, his future achievements would definitely surpass all the predecessors of the human race. Holy leader, I have personally tested Sanguinati, and he indeed has the true intent of space-time. Elder Shu suppressed his excitement and said softly. The human race holy leader nodded and smiled brightly. As the human race holy leader, he was always thinking for the human race. His primordial spirit had merged with the universe and was immortal. This was for the sake of the human race's prosperity and development. He could almost see the human race rising and suppressing the other races. The true intent of space-time is considered the top among supreme true intents, the human race holy leader said slowly. When the space-time Tao is cultivated to the peak, one can affect time and space. I did not expect that the human race would produce such a genius. Holy leader, this is a serious matter. I told Sanguinati not to leak it out. Otherwise, he will be targeted by the other races, Elder Shu said. The holy leader nodded and was gratified. Elder Shu, you have done well. The fact that the Blood Sword Saint has the true meaning of time and space must be kept a secret, the sacred Lord said. However, even though it must be kept a secret, we must also increase our efforts to nurture the Blood Sword Saint. Holy leader, I think. Before Elder Shu could finish his words, the human race holy leader, the sacred Lord, waved his hand and said, You can leave first. Let me think for a while. Fang Qin did not know that his absolute true intent had caused a huge uproar in Sacred Hall. The human holy leader, his parents on Earth lived peacefully on Green Bamboo Island, living a carefree life. As for the ancient Sword Continent's father, he no longer worried about other things and would play chess every day when he had nothing to do. The entire Green Bamboo Island was rising rapidly. Yin Fang led many creation realm martial artists to cultivate in the Green Bamboo Array Formation. In a few months, the Green Bamboo Island had developed to a certain extent. In Fang Chen's opinion, it would not take long for the island to reach the level of Scar Island. On this day, Fang Chen had just returned and was ready to take a look at the space-time Tao left behind by the human race's predecessors. However, at this moment, Tian Xan came to find him. Tian Xan had already entered the Heaven Star border realm. "Greetings, Master." Tian Xan came to the mansion and said respectfully, "How's your cultivation recently?" Fang Chen asked. He could tell at a glance that Tian Xan's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Ever since he brought Tian Xan to the Green Bamboo Island, he had been cultivating in the Green Bamboo Array Formation. However, he was too weak and the Green Bamboo Array Formation could not help much. "My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I can't break through for now," Tian Xan said honestly. Fang Chen nodded and said, "On the path of cultivation, the biggest taboo is to be distracted. It's normal to be stuck at a bottleneck. Comprehend the martial Tao well." After hearing Fang Chen's guidance, Tian Xan thanked him. "All right, you can leave," Fang Chen said. Tian Xan wanted to say something, but stopped. Fang Chen asked, "Is there anything else?" "Master, I want to go out and train," Tian Xan said. Fang Chen was a little surprised. "I don't have any pressure on the Green Bamboo Island, so my cultivation speed is much slower. I also want to be like Master, roaming outside and breaking through in life and death battles," Tian Xan said. Fang Chen was silent for a moment and then nodded. "Be careful." Then he left an imprint in Tian Xan's mind. It could protect Tian Xan at critical moments. Tian Xan left. His character was similar to Fang Chen's. He did not want to be a flower in a greenhouse and wanted to go out and train. Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's Mansion. Fang Chen was looking at the space-time Tao's insights, left behind by the human race's predecessors, and sighed from time to time. So the space-time Tao can be cultivated like this. All this time, Fang Chen had only used the space-time Tao as a movement technique. Although the space-time Tao had reached the 7th grade, Fang Chen's understanding of the space-time Tao was still not enough. The space-time Tao was divided into time and space. In terms of space, Fang Chen had already mastered space travel and space cut. Only the most difficult space collapse was left. In terms of time, he had already mastered time stop and time accelerate. The most difficult time reversal was left. In fact, the fusion of time and space could produce unexpected surprises. According to the insights, when the space-time Tao was cultivated to the extreme, one could control time and space with a thought. The current Fang Chen was far from being able to do that. "Let's start with time acceleration and space cut," Fang Chen said to himself. After deciding on a direction, the next time was to immerse himself in cultivation. For a creation realm martial artist, time was nothing. Some martial artists would go into seclusion for decades or even centuries. Fang Chen had cultivated for less than 50 years. It was not easy for him to achieve such an achievement. This time he spent a full year in seclusion. In a year, Fang Chen could already use space cut freely. He could even maintain time acceleration at more than 100 times. Time acceleration was what martial artists yearned for the most. Fang Chen tried many times. With his strength, he could maintain 100-fold time acceleration for at most half a year. Of course, this was already very good. Whoosh! One day after a year, Fang Chen opened his eyes. With a thought, his body hid in the void. Although his cultivation was only at the first level of creation realm, he was fearless even against a 3rd-level creation realm martial artist. Not bad. Fang Chen smiled and said, "I wonder how Green Bamboo Island is doing." In this year, he had been busy cultivating and did not ask about Green Bamboo Island. Voila! His figure flashed and arrived at the island master's residence. His divine sense spread out and found that Yin Fang was not in the island master's residence. Immediately, Fang Chen's divine sense continued to spread out and found that Green Bamboo City's plaza was crowded with people. Yin Fang was sitting on the platform. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Was there some competition being held here? He quietly came behind Yin Fong, and the people on the rostrum didn't notice him at all. Vice Island Master Yin Fong, what competition is being held here? Fong Chen asked. His figure was hidden in the void, and Yin Fong did not notice. Yin Fong looked around and did not find the island master. Finally, he transmitted his voice. Island Master, our Green Bamboo Island is holding an annual competition between the younger generation disciples. After that, Yin Fong introduced the process of the competition to Fong Chen. The martial artists participating were all Heavenly Body tier martial artists. There were a total of 50,000 people participating. Now, it was already the final moment, and only 5 people were left. These 5 people were going to fight for the supreme position of the #1 expert. Fong Chen nodded and looked at the martial arts platform. On the martial arts platform, 2 9th level Heavenly Body tier martial artists were fighting. Interesting. Fong Chen grinned. A moment later, the victor was decided between these 2 martial artists. Among them, the martial artist holding the battle axe won. Next was another battle. This battle attracted Fong Chen's attention. The golden heart beat rapidly, and Fong Chen narrowed his eyes, seeming to have discovered something. The battle was still continuing, but Fong Chen had long since stopped paying attention. His gaze fell on the man in beast armor. The final battle was very eye-catching. In the end, the man in beast armor won. The judge announced that the man in beast armor was the first in this competition and would receive generous rewards. However, at this moment, Yin Fong spoke. He's not first. Yin Fong stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Vice Island Master, what does this mean? Vice Island Master. Could it be that first has long been decided internally? That's right, the man in beast armor clearly got first. So why is he not first? If he's not first, then please tell us, Vice Island Master, who is qualified to be first? On the platform, many martial artists questioned. Crash! Fong Chen's figure appeared on the platform. Island Master! Everyone exclaimed, shouting one after another. Below, many of the younger generation, seeing the Island Master for the first time, were also stunned. Heavens, the Island Master is so young. Is this the Island Master? Below, whispers could be heard. Fong Chen went straight to the martial arts stage and looked at the man in beast armor. Crash! Without warning, he waved his hand and directly covered the man in beast armor. Everyone was shocked. What was the Island Master doing? Since you dare to sneak into Green Bamboo Island, you should be prepared to die. Fong Chen made a thunderous move, directly suppressing the man in beast armor. The latter was trapped by Fong Chen. His face was ferocious, and his alien body was instantly exposed. Roar! The alien looked up to the sky and roared, wanting to perish together with Fong Chen. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Crack! Fong Chen clenched his fist and directly crushed the alien's head. The man in beast armor instantly died. The man in beast armor is actually a spy of the alien race. Damn it, we were almost fooled. Fortunately, the Island Master is wise. On the platform, everyone looked embarrassed. Chapter 1484. The matter with the beast-armored man had attracted the attention of Yin Fong and the others. All this time, they had never thought about this matter. Now that they thought about it, it was terrifying. The other races didn't dare to attack them head-on, so they sent cultivators to infiltrate Green Bamboo Island. Once Green Bamboo Island was infiltrated, it would be a disaster. So far, the strongest person on Green Bamboo Island was Yin Fong. Although Fong Chen was the island master, he was too weak. However, Yin Fong and the others wouldn't look down on him just because he was weak. After this matter, Yin Fong and the others raised the test to join Green Bamboo Island. After a thorough investigation, they let out a sigh of relief. Devil Vanquishing World. Third Heaven. Fong Chen's clone had been cultivating here. Tai Izuan had come. His face was very haggard, and his clothes were tattered. He reeked of alcohol. Yes. Fong Chen was very surprised. Why was Tai Izuan so dispirited? Had something happened? "Brother Tai, what's wrong?" asked Fong Chen. Tai Izuan sat down on a stone stool, took out a gourd, and began to gulp down wine. He directly ignored Fong Chen's question. Fong Chen could sense that Tai Izuan was filled with sorrow. Something must have happened to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. "Brother Tai, what happened?" asked Fong Chen, looking directly at Tai Izuan. Tai Izuan put down his wine gourd, and a tear rolled down his face. Fong Chen stared at him like this. "Senior apprentice brother Fong." Tai Izuan began to cry. Fong Chen gently patted Tai Izuan's shoulder, comforting him. He allowed Tai Izuan to release his inner pain. A while later, Tai Izuan's emotions stabilized. "Brother Tai, what happened?" asked Fong Chen. At this moment, Tai Izuan slowly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "My family has been annihilated." Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. A trace of anger appeared on his face. "What happened?" "My family is one of the most powerful families in the old China Islands. Who knew that the Chiu clan would be so vicious and merciless? In order to seize control of Iron Gorge Island, they plotted against my father and bribed all the experts in the clan." Tai Izuan said, "When I heard the news and rushed over, my Tai clan had already become history. Man Long and Murong Bing went with me. In order to get rid of me completely, the Chiu family had spared no expense. At the critical moment, Murong Bing had stepped forward bravely to buy time for me to escape, but she, dead." Tai Izuan's face darkened when he mentioned Murong Bing. There was a huge rage in his heart that he wanted to vent. "Murong Bing is dead." Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. Back then, the few of them had joined the demon's subduing realm together, and their relationship had been the best. And now Murong Bing had been killed. "Murong Bing died trying to save me. I'm so useless." Tai Izuan hated himself. "Tell me the details." A trace of anger appeared in Fong Chen's eyes. Tai Izuan suppressed his grief and told Fong Chen the details. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face darkened. "The Chiu clan!" Fong Chen shouted in his heart. It was one thing for the Chiu clan to destroy the Tai clan, but they had also killed Murong Bing and captured Manlong. They had said that if Tai Izuan didn't appear, they would kill Manlong. This was a blatant threat. Tai Izuan had come here today to bid farewell to him for the last time. Then he would go to Iron Gorge Island and surrender in exchange for Manlong's life. "Brother Tai, do you trust me?" Fong Chen put his hand on Tai Izuan's shoulder and asked calmly. "Senior brother Fong, I know what you're thinking. The Chiu clan is too strong, and there must be experts supporting them. I don't want you to take the risk." Tai Izuan shook his head and rejected Fong Chen's good intentions. But Fong Chen had already made up his mind, and no one could change it. "I'll go with you to Iron Gorge Island," Fong Chen said solemnly. There was no room for doubt in his words. Hearing this, Tai Izuan still wanted to persuade him, but after seeing Fong Chen's burning eyes, he nodded and agreed. "Senior brother Fong, if you can save Manlong, I, Tai Izuan, will be your slave for the rest of my life." Tai Izuan knelt on the ground. Fong Chen hurriedly helped Tai Izuan up and said, "Brother Tai, there's no need for this between us." Green Bamboo Island, Island Master's Mansion. Fong Chen stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The Chiu clan. Fong Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he muttered to himself. Then he stepped into the void and disappeared. He and Tai Izuan had agreed to meet in the void ocean outside Iron Gorge Island. This time, dealing with the Chiu clan might cause a war. Just in case, Fong Chen decided to let his original body go to Iron Gorge Island. After all, his original body had the dark demonic wheel and the Starfield dragon boat. Even if he couldn't win, he was confident that he could escape. The void ocean was vast and magnificent. In the sea area closest to Iron Gorge Island, there was a bamboo raft. Tai Izuin stood on the bamboo raft and looked into the distance. He was waiting for Fong Chen. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a strange ray of light shot over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the bamboo raft. Fong Chen put away the Starfield dragon boat and jumped onto the bamboo raft. "Brother Tai," Fong Chen said with a smile. Tai Izuin nodded at Fong Chen. "Tell me about Iron Gorge Island," Fong Chen said. Since he wanted to save Manlong and avenge Tai Izuin, he had to understand the Chiu clan. The Chiu clan was originally a second-rate clan on Iron Gorge Island and had always been suppressed by the Tai clan. After Tai Izuin joined the demon subduing world, he rarely returned to Iron Gorge Island. Even if he came back occasionally, he wouldn't ask about the clan's affairs. Therefore, his understanding of the Chiu clan was still the same as before he joined the demon subduing world. There are many mid-level creation realm martial artists in the Chiu clan. The clan leader is the strongest. He has reached the 7th level of the creation realm, Tai Izuin said. I suspect that the Chiu clan has colluded with other forces. Otherwise, with the Chiu clan strength, they wouldn't have been able to destroy the Tai clan. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded lightly. "Where is Manlong locked up?" Fong Chen asked. "I don't know either, but I can ask around in Iron Gorge Island," Tai Izuin said. "The Chiu clan has been waiting for me to go back and walk into their trap." "Let's go ashore." Unknowingly, the bamboo raft was already close to Iron Gorge Island. Fong Chen and Tai Izuin disguised themselves and stepped onto Iron Gorge Island. Iron Gorge Island was second only to Sky Island among the 36 islands of the Old Hua Islands. Soon, Fong Chen and Tai Izuin arrived at a border city of Iron Gorge Island. After asking around, they found out where Manlong was locked up. Then Fong Chen asked, "Brother Tai, do you know where I can get purple crystals?" Purple crystals. A large number of purple crystals. "The more the better," Fong Chen said. Tai Izuin thought for a moment and said, "Follow me." With that, he left the restaurant with Fong Chen and went to a bank. Chiu Clan Bank. "Are you talking about robbing?" Fong Chen asked as he looked at the Chiu family bank. Tai Izuin nodded. Fong Chen was a little stunned. He didn't expect Tai Izuin to bring him to the Chiu clan's territory to rob. With that, Tai Izuin was about to rush in. However, he was stopped by Fong Chen. "Let me do this. Just wait for me in the restaurant," Fong Chen said. Tai Izuin was still worried, but he listened to Fong Chen in the end. Whoosh! With the space-time true meaning, Fong Chen hid in the void and walked into the Chiu clan bank. With a sweep of his divine sense, Fong Chen found that the strongest person in the Chiu clan bank was only at the first level of the creation realm. The other people doing odd jobs were all at the heavenly body tier. Inside the bank, a subordinate walked up to the manager and whispered, "Manager, should we put the purple crystals we earned today into the warehouse?" "Yes, put them all in." The manager nodded. Then the subordinate took a spatial ring and quickly came to a secret room in the bank. Fong Chen spread his divine sense and followed the subordinate into the secret room. So many purple crystals. The secret room was very spacious, and there was a large number of purple crystals inside. Roughly, there were at least 10 billion purple crystals. Why did the Chiu clan get so many purple crystals? Fong Chen was very confused. Over 10 billion purple crystals was not a small sum. It was very difficult for the Chiu clan to get so many. Moreover, this was only an ordinary bank of the Chiu clan. While Fong Chen was confused, the subordinate put all the purple crystals in the spatial ring into the warehouse. Then he closed the warehouse and left. No matter what you use it for, take it all away," Fong Chen said with a sinister smile. Then he opened the spatial ring and quickly collected the purple crystals. In the meeting hall of the Chiu clan bank, the manager was smiling as he received a burly man. "Old Chiu, how are the purple crystals?" the burly man asked. "Sir, don't worry. The purple crystals of our Chiu clan have all been transferred to this bank. The outside world would never guess that there would be 10 billion purple crystals stored in such a small bank, the manager said with a smile. The burly man nodded when he heard that. Still have to be careful. 3 days later, we will send people to take away these purple crystals. During this time, don't cause any trouble, the burly man exhorted. Sir, don't worry. Our warehouse has people watching over it. Also, there is a formation covering it. As long as someone approaches, they will be discovered. The manager said, also, with our Chio clan status on Iron Gorge Island, I'm afraid no one would dare to rob our Chio clan bank. The manager was very confident that the Chio clan bank was unbreakable. After this transaction is completed, your Chio clan will receive our full support, the burly man said. The manager nodded vigorously. Although he did not understand why the Chio clan would transfer all the purple crystals here, they would secretly transfer them and give them to this mysterious faction. But he knew himself very well. He would definitely not ask what he should not ask. All right, I will come back in 3 days. With that, the burly man turned and left. The manager immediately gave the order to heavily guard the purple crystal warehouse. No one was allowed to approach. However, what he did not know was that Fong Qin had already entered the warehouse. At this moment, he was frantically collecting the purple crystals. The spatial ring is full. Fong Qin pursed his lips. There were too many purple crystals. A single spatial ring could not hold them all. Chapter 1485. The spatial ring was too small. It couldn't hold that many violet crystals. The item spirits, words enlightened Fong Qin. Right. Why didn't I think of the Starfield dragon boat? A bright smile appeared on Fong Qin's face. Although the Starfield dragon boat was a flying supreme treasure, its space was much larger than the warehouse here. It was more than enough to hold all these violet crystals. Pack it up. With a thought, Fong Qin opened the Starfield dragon boat and began to crazily collect the violet crystals. An hour later, over 10 billion violet crystals were all collected by him. Fong Qin still hadn't had his fill. He looked a bit reluctant. It would be even better if there were violet crystal soul stones. After putting away the Starfield dragon boat, Fong Qin looked at the surrounding walls. There's a formation here. However, such a weak formation was too easy for Fong Qin. It didn't take long for Fong Qin to find a flaw in the formation. He then calmly left the storehouse. During this process, the true meaning of space-time played a huge role. There were so many guards in front of the storehouse that they didn't even know Fong Qin had come. What they were guarding had long since become an empty secret room. After returning to the restaurant and meeting up with Tai Izuin, Fong Qin was very happy. How was it? Asked Tai Izuin. I took all the violet crystals from the Chiu family bank, said Fong Qin. Guess how many violet crystals I got? Tai Izuin was startled by Fong Qin's question. How many? This bank is just a weak branch of the Chiu family. They only have 1 million violet crystals at most. According to Tai Izuin's understanding of the Chiu family, even if they put all their violet crystals together, they probably wouldn't have that many. You're wrong about that. Fong Qin smiled mysteriously. The Chiu family seems to have moved all their violet crystals to this bank. In total, I got over 10 billion violet crystals. What 10 billion? Tai Izuin almost cried out. Fortunately, he was able to control himself. Otherwise, he would have screamed out loud. He tried his best to calm the shock in his heart as he stared at Fong Qin with wide eyes. The latter should not be lying to him. The Chiu family was actually able to take out more than 10 billion purple crystals. At this moment, Tai Izuin's worldview was in a mess. I'm guessing that the Chiu clan is doing some shady business in the dark, Fong Qin said via voice transmission. Senior Marshal Brother Fong, you've done well this time. Ha ha ha! If the Chiu family discovers that billions of violet crystals have disappeared, I wonder if they'll go crazy. Tai Izuin was delighted inside. After chatting for a while, the two of them hurriedly left the city. They had already obtained news that Torvosaurus was imprisoned in the core of Iron Gorge Island, Metro Gorge City. Furthermore, they had just stolen tens of billions of purple crystals. If they were discovered, it would be detrimental to their future plans. 3 days later, the burly man once again arrived at the Chiu family bank. This time he had brought along a large group of creation realm martial artists. These people were very mysterious. They wore black masks on their faces, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. "My lord, you've come." The manager of the bank had already received the order from the Chiu family head to contact this my lord and transfer out the tens of billions of purple crystals. "Where are the purple crystals?" the burly man asked impatiently. "My lord, the purple crystals are in our storehouse. Please follow me." The manager led the way, and soon they arrived in front of the storehouse. The storehouse was heavily guarded, and there was a powerful formation covering it. Not even a fly could enter. Seeing this, the burly man nodded in satisfaction. "All of you leave." The manager waved his hand, and the soldiers guarding the storehouse all left. Then the manager removed the formation and excitedly opened the door to the storehouse. Even a peak creation realm martial artist would not be able to resist the temptation of tens of billions of purple crystals, let alone a mere manager. "My lord, the purple crystals are all inside." The manager pointed at the storehouse. The burly man took a step forward and entered the storehouse. However, what entered his eyes was not the sparkling purple crystals, but the empty storehouse. "Where are the purple crystals?" The burly man's face instantly became gloomy, and he asked coldly. Hearing this, the manager hurriedly entered the storehouse. Seeing the empty storehouse, he turned pale with fright. "Impossible! The purple crystals are clearly here. How is this possible?" The manager's face was pale, and his body was trembling. His heart was filled with fear. Tens of billions of purple crystals was definitely a large sum for the Chiu family. The reason why he was put in charge of this matter was because the family had thought highly of him. But now the purple crystals were gone. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. "Humph, the Chiu family is really daring to deceive us." The burly man snorted coldly and turned to leave angrily. The manager was left alone, and he sat on the ground, paralyzed. His eyes were dull. Iron Gorge City. The core city of Iron Gorge Island was once the headquarters of the Tai family, but now the flag of the Chiu family was flying in the sky above Iron Gorge City. This meant that the era of the Tai family, which was once the overlord, had completely ended and was replaced by the Chiu family. Fang Chen and Tai Izuan came to Iron Gorge City. Wanted posters for Tai Izuan were posted everywhere in Iron Gorge City. "Brother Tai, you're a famous person now," said Fang Chen with a grin. Tai Izuan was silent. He was thinking about how to take revenge. "Let's first find out where the tortoise dragon is," said Fang Chen. Tai Izuan nodded. At the same time, in the conference hall of the city, Lord's mansion, the upper echelons of the Chiu family were all gathered. Their faces were filled with grave expressions. The atmosphere in the conference hall was extremely grave. The Chiu family head was extremely furious. Bang! Suddenly, the Chiu family head slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. Wood shavings scattered on the ground. That voice broke the silence in the conference hall. "A bunch of trash. You can't even keep an eye on the purple crystals," roared the Chiu family head. "Family head, this matter is a bit strange." The amethysts were kept very well. No one knew which bank we had moved the amethysts to. But now the purple crystals are gone. I suspect that there's something else going on. The Chiu family head flung his sleeves and said coldly, "Where are we going to find tens of billions of purple crystals?" No matter what, the loss of the purple crystals is Manager Chiu's responsibility. He must be severely punished. What we need to do now is to find the purple crystals, not quarrel here. The other party, must be very powerful to be able to steal the purple crystals without anyone knowing. Our Chiu family must be careful. After a round of discussion, everyone decided to send all the experts of the Chiu family to investigate the truth of this matter. Fang Chen naturally did not know that the Chiu family was furious. He and Tai Izuin had successfully infiltrated the prison where the tortoise dragon was being held. This prison held many martial artists of Iron Gorge Island who were against the Chiu family. The strongest martial artist in the prison was a martial artist of the 3rd level of the creation realm. On Iron Gorge Island, a martial artist of the 3rd level of the creation realm was considered very strong. Moreover, this was the Chiu family's important place. No one believed that anyone would dare to cause trouble here. Fang Chen used the space-time true meaning to infiltrate the prison and quickly found the tortoise dragon. The latter's power was restrained, and he was like an ordinary person. Tortoise dragon was locked in the prison, and his body was full of injuries. Damn it! Fang Chen's eyes were sharp, and his heart was filled with anger. Tortoise dragon. Fang Chen sent a voice transmission. Tortoise dragon, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He immediately looked up. I am Fang Chen. Fang Chen revealed his identity. Tortoise dragon was overjoyed when he heard this. However, his face quickly darkened, and he advised, Senior Brother Fang, leave quickly. Don't be afraid. Fang Chen sent a voice transmission. However, before Tortoise Dragon could speak, a sinister voice broke the silence of the prison. Damn you! How dare you break into the Chiu family's prison? The prison manager, a martial artist of the 3rd level of the creation realm, appeared in front of Tortoise Dragon. Fang Chen was also taken aback. Soon after, he showed himself. He did not expect the Chiu family's prison to have such a magical array. Even when he used the space-time true meaning to hide, he was still discovered. Kid die. When the prison manager saw Fang Chen, he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Fang Chen also threw a punch. Immediately, the sound of an explosion shook the entire prison. Swoosh! Fang Chen took out the red glass sword and cut off the chains on Tortoise Dragon's body. Then he opened the seal. Leave quickly. Someone is waiting for you outside. Fang Chen shouted. Tortoise Dragon nodded and quickly fled. Fang Chen was left behind and was stopped by the prison manager. Kid, you are dead. The prison manager launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chen. Burial sword art of heaven and earth. Fang Chen used his most powerful attack so far. Dense sword light shot out from the red glass sword, carrying an unimaginable sword chi, piercing towards the prison manager. Puchi! The prison manager's face was full of confidence, thinking that Fang Chen was nothing to be afraid of. However, when the sword light stabbed him, his eyes widened. No! The prison manager roared angrily, but Fang Chen did not give him a chance. The red glass sword attacked again. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was difficult to find an opponent in the lower level of the creation realm. In the blink of an eye, the prison manager was killed by Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen disappeared from the prison. The prison was in chaos, and the news reached the city, Lord's mansion. Someone saved Tortoise Dragon. When the Chiu family head heard the news, his face was extremely gloomy. Family head, is it the bastard of the Tai family? Impossible! The bastard of the Tai family can't be so strong. To be able to kill a martial artist of the 3rd level of the creation realm, this person's strength is at least at the middle level of the creation realm. But our Chiu family did not offend any middle-level creation realm martial artist. Everyone was puzzled. This is getting more and more interesting. The Chiu family head said gloomily, Family head, what should we do next? Someone asked. Chapter 1486. Fang Chen came out of the prison and met up with Tai Izuin and Manlong before leaving. Whoosh! A breeze blew past as the three of them quickly crossed the mountains. After a few hours, he had completely disappeared from Iron Gorge City. After some twists and turns, the three of them arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was called Iron Cloud Mountain Range. Tai Izuin knew this place very well as he had cultivated here for a long time. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place. Tai Izuin led the way into the depths of Iron Cloud Mountain Range. After walking through the lush mountain range, Tai Izuin stopped and leaned against a blue stone, panting heavily. Torvosaurus looked at Fong Chen and Tai Izuin with a complicated expression. You guys, Manlong was very touched. The two of them were not afraid of power and came to save him. This explained everything. If it were us, you would also come to save us without hesitation, Fong Chen said. Manlong nodded his head heavily. He swallowed the words that he wanted to say. Good brothers. Torvosaurus hugged Fong Chen and Tai Izuin. There were some things that did not need to be said between men. The brotherhood between Fong Chen and the other two was reflected after going through various things together. Manlong, are you okay? After a long while, Tai Izuin recovered his strength and asked. Manlong shook his head. Although he was caught by the Chiu family, he was not hurt. I'm fine, but we can't underestimate the Chiu family, Manlong said worriedly. Although the Chiu family was not very strong, there was still a mountain in front of the three of them, especially the Chiu family head, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of Creation Realm. The three of them were no match for him. Yeah, let's go quickly. If we meet the Chiu family head, we'll definitely die, Tai Izuin said. However, Fong Chen had no intention of leaving Iron Gorge Island. I want to take revenge for Morongbing, Fong Chen said softly. His words were filled with strong killing intent. Morongbing had a good relationship with them and was Tai Izuin's true love. However, she was killed by the Chiu family. They had to take revenge. Tai Izuin fell into silence. He thought of what Morongbing had said before she died. He held his head with both of his hands. His head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to break. Morong! Tai Izuin screamed miserably. He wanted to avenge Morongbing, but he did not have the strength to do so. Morong had told her to live well. Otherwise, Morong's death would be in vain. But can I do it? Morong! Tai Izuin called out Morongbing's name. Fong Chen and the Torvosaurus patted Tai Izuin's shoulder gently. Although the Chiu family is very strong, they are not necessarily united. As long as we take them down one by one, it will be fine. Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes emitted a terrifying light. He raised his head to look at the azure sky and said coldly, Don't worry. Senior brother Fong, my life was given to me by you. I'll do whatever you say. Manlong pondered for a moment before saying, Senior brother Fong will listen to you, said Tai Izuin. Tai Izuin calmed himself down and looked at Fong Chen with a gloomy expression. Fong Chen nodded. When he had come to Iron Gorge Island, he had already come up with a plan. Now that they had saved Manlong, the Chiu family would definitely send people out to gather information. That would be their chance. They would take them down one by one. After Fong Chen told the two of them the plan, they immediately agreed. All right, let's go all out, said Manlong. While Fong Chen and the others were in the midst of their discussion, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the place. Rumble! A terrifying aura spread throughout the Iron Cloud mountain range. The flowers and grass on the ground were swaying. Fong Chen and the others' expressions changed. They immediately stood up. In front of them, a figure walked out from the ripples in the void. Patriarch Chiu! Tai Izuin cried out involuntarily. His expression was extremely gloomy, and a trace of panic appeared in his heart. How had Patriarch Chiu found this place? Tai Izuin, I didn't expect you to still dare to appear. Patriarch Chiu sneered. Patriarch Chiu stood in the Iron Cloud mountain range, exuding a wild aura. His aura locked onto Fong Chen and the others. What should we do? Torvosaurus looked at Fong Qin anxiously. Fong Qin stepped forward and stared at Patriarch Chiu. "Kid, if I'm not wrong, you were the one who killed the prison manager of the Chiu family, right?" Patriarch Chiu laughed eerily. "That's right. To be able to kill a LV3 Creation Realm martial artist as a LV1 Creation Realm martial artist, you can be considered a top genius even on the old Hua Islands. But I've never seen you before. Who are you?" Patriarch Chiu questioned. "Is it important who I am?" Fong Qin retorted. Patriarch Chiu sneered. "Indeed, it's not important. You're all going to die anyway. If I'm not wrong, my Chiu family's purple crystals were also stolen by you, right?" Thinking about how a LV1 Creation Realm martial artist could kill a LV3 Creation Realm prison manager, Patriarch Chiu thought that it was very likely that they were the ones who did it. Fong Qin nodded and admitted it. "The purple crystals are on me. Come and get them if you can." Patriarch Chiu's face darkened when he heard Fong Qin's words. A low-level Creation Realm martial artist dared to challenge him. "It seems that I haven't made a move for a long time, and some people have forgotten about me," Patriarch Chiu said eerily. Immediately he stretched out his hand, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. "Senior Brother Fong!" Man Long shouted, wanting to use his body to block the attack for Fong Qin. Boom! Facing Patriarch Chiu, Fong Qin did not dare to be careless and took out the dark demonic wheel. Buzz! The dark demonic wheel was activated, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out and enveloped Patriarch Chiu. "What is this?" Patriarch Chiu's face changed drastically, and he desperately tried to block it. The power emitted by the dark demonic wheel was simply too strong. Even a high-level Creation Realm martial artist like Patriarch Chiu was trapped in it. Bang! Patriarch Chiu tried his best, but he could not break the dark demonic wheel's attack. "What is this thing? Why is it so strong?" Patriarch Chiu roared in anger. At the same time, Fong Qin felt that the power in the starlight was quickly being drained. "Let's go." Fong Qin roared and took out the star-field dragon boat. Man Long and Tai Izuin jumped into the dragon boat. Whoosh! The star-field dragon boat turned into a shadow and disappeared from the Iron Cloud mountain range. Bang! After the star-field dragon boat disappeared, the power of the dark demonic wheel also quickly dissipated. Patriarch Chiu rushed into the sky and spread out his divine sense, trying to capture Fong Qin's escape route. However, he was shocked. How is this possible? His divine sense could not capture it. "Damn it, you can't escape." Patriarch Chiu roared in anger and then disappeared. The Starfield dragon boat was extremely fast, and in a few breaths, it arrived at the edge of Iron Gorge Island. Then, under Fong Qin's control, it jumped into the void ocean and left. Senior Brother Fong, Tai Izuin, and Man Long were too shocked. That was a high-level Creation Realm expert, but he was stopped by Fong Qin just like that. "What did I just see?" Tai Izuin rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. Especially now, the speed of the Starfield dragon boat they were riding was unimaginably fast. "What are you two doing?" Fong Qin said. Tai Izuin and Man Long woke up from the shock. They curiously asked Fong Qin about the dark demonic wheel and the Starfield dragon boat. Fong Qin gave a simple answer. Buzz. Suddenly, they noticed that Man Long's body was emitting a weak light. "What is this?" Fong Qin noticed this scene. "I don't know either." Man Long shook his head. Fong Qin frowned and immediately thought of something. "Bear with it." Fong Qin stretched out his hand and stabbed his finger into Man Long's body. He then dug out the flesh that was emitting a soft light and threw it into the void ocean. Man Long endured the pain and looked at Fong Qin. "The Chiu family's head left a mark on your body. No wonder we were discovered when we fled to the Iron Cloud mountain range," explained Fong Qin. Man Long's face paled. "Fortunately, Senior Brother Fong has a trump card. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Tai Izuin felt a lingering fear. Crash! The Starfield dragon boat stopped in the void ocean. "Senior Brother Fong," said Man Long doubtfully. "I said that I would take revenge for Morong." "How can I leave like this?" said Fong Chin. "The Chiu family's head must have thought that we escaped from Iron Gorge Island. At this time we can sneak into Iron Gorge Island and secretly kill the Chiu family's people." Just as Fong Chin had guessed, the Chiu family's people were all over Iron Gorge Island. They were all looking for the three of them. However, the Chiu family's head seemed to have disappeared without a trace. On a dark and windy night, a group of Chiu family disciples were walking through a wasteland when three figures suddenly appeared in front of them. "Who are you?" shouted one of them. However, the only response they received was the flash of a sword. In the blink of an eye, the Chiu family disciples were killed and their corpses burned. In just a few short days, Fong Chen's group of three had obtained a great harvest. They had killed over 100 Chiu family members. The Chiu family seemed to have sensed something and increased their search for Fong Chen's group. In a certain city, the Chiu family's bank, the Chiu family's head and a burly man were sitting in a meeting hall. "The Chiu family has truly disappointed us," said the burly man suddenly. The Chiu family's head's expression changed slightly. "Don't worry, my lord. Give me 3 more months, and I'll definitely gather 10 billion violet crystals," said the Chiu family's head hastily. "Humph. Do you know how much of a loss this matter has brought to us? Can your Chiu family bear the burden?" said the burly man coldly. The Chiu family's head felt very awkward, but there was nothing he could do. If it weren't for the fact that your Chiu family still had some value, it would have long since ceased to exist. The burly man continued, "If you don't see 10 billion violet crystals in a month, your Chiu family will follow in the footsteps of the Tai family." With that, the burly man flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. The Chiu family's head's expression changed, and he felt very anxious. 10 billion violet crystals. Where was he going to find them? That damn guy. In his heart, he hated Fong Chen's group of three to the extreme. "Gather the violet crystals as soon as possible, or else my Chiu family will not be able to protect itself." Chapter 1487. Man Long and Tai Izuin's cultivation were both at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Compared to Fong Chen, there was still a gap. However, in the process of hunting the Chiu clan disciples, the two of them improved rapidly. Under normal circumstances, Fong Chen wouldn't attack heavenly body tier disciples unless they were creation tier cultivators. Just like that, half a month passed. The Chiu clan finally discovered this matter and was furious. "Clan head, recently someone has been secretly hunting our Chiu clan disciples," the elder reported. The Chiu clan head's face was gloomy and he frowned slightly. "In just half a month, our Chiu clan has mysteriously lost over 300 heavenly body tier cultivators and over 30 creation tier cultivators," the elder continued. Bang! The Chiu clan head punched the wooden table, and wood chips flew everywhere. Their Chiu clan wasn't a famous clan and couldn't compare to the old Eastern Alliance. Thus, creation tier cultivators were definitely the backbone of the Chiu clan. There were less than 100 creation tier cultivators in the Chiu clan, and now they'd lost over 30. 1/3 of the creation tier cultivators had disappeared all of a sudden. Moreover, it was right under the nose of the Chiu clan. A bunch of trash. Our Chiu clan members were killed on Iron Gorge Island and no one noticed? The Chiu clan head roared angrily. The elder lowered his head, waiting for the Chiu clan head's orders. "Pass down my order. Everyone in the Chiu clan is to gather in Iron Gorge City. I want to see what ability the other party has to dare to commit murder right under the nose of the Chiu clan," the Chiu clan head said in a low voice. The news spread less than 3 days later. All the Chiu clan cultivators outside were summoned back. For a moment, the entire Iron Gorge Island was in a state of panic. Some words that were unfavorable to the Chiu clan quietly spread among the crowd. Of course, this was all Feng Chen's plan. Secretly spreading words that were unfavorable to the Chiu clan made the entire Iron Gorge Island panic, and then wait for an opportunity to act. Deep in the Iron Cloud mountain range on a bluestone, Feng Chen and the other two sat cross-legged. Tai Izuin said, "The Chiu clan has summoned all the clan members outside. Looks like they've discovered us. Senior Feng, what do we do next?" Man Long asked. Feng Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Leave the rest to me." "No, we can't let senior brother Feng take the risk alone." Tai Izuin immediately refused. Torvosaurus also shook his head. If they were going to die, they would die together. "If the two of you stay with me, you will only become a burden to me." Feng Chen said, "My strength is almost invincible among low-level manifestation realm martial artists, coupled with the dark demonic wheel and the star field dragon boat. Even Patriarch Chiu can't do anything to me. I can use a roundabout tactic and repeatedly sneak into Iron Gorge City to kill the Chiu family members. Find a safe place and wait for me," Feng Chen said. Tai Izuin and Man Long glanced at each other and said, "Senior Feng, you must be careful." "We will wait for you in the depths of the Iron Cloud mountain range," Tai Izuin said. Feng Chen left, leaving Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuin behind. Iron Gorge City was heavily guarded. Not even a fly could fly in. But for Feng Chen, it was nothing. The true meaning of time and space was known as a peerless true meaning. As long as he didn't show himself, even Patriarch Chiu couldn't find him. After entering Iron Gorge City, Feng Chen quickly found a group of low-level manifestation realm martial artists. Then he quickly came here. Kill. Feng Chen took out the red glass sword and used the burial of heaven and earth art. A terrifying sword light emerged from the red glass sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the manifestation realm martial artists of the Chiu family died instantly. Ah! Miserable screams came from the mouths of the Chiu family members. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 manifestation realm martial artists were killed by Feng Chen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Patriarch Chiu immediately sensed the battle here and quickly rushed over. Where is he? Patriarch Chiu spread out his divine sense, but didn't find anyone. Damn it! Patriarch Chiu's body flashed and quickly flew out of Iron Gorge City. At the same time, Feng Chen walked out from a dark corner. He used the true meaning of time and space and swaggered toward the City Lord Mansion. City Lord Mansion Meeting Hall. The burly man was discussing something with Patriarch Chiu. Patriarch Chiu suddenly left and the discussion was interrupted. Chiu family is getting more and more useless. The burly man was very dissatisfied with Chiu family, especially after they lost 10 billion purple crystals. He couldn't wait to completely destroy Chiu family. However, Chiu family still had some value and couldn't be touched. "I'll let you live a carefree life," the burly man said to himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! Patriarch Chiu returned with an ashen face. "Patriarch Chiu, what happened?" the burly man asked. Patriarch Chiu shook his head and didn't say anything. "Is your plan really feasible?" The burly man nodded and asked, "Lord, don't worry. I once went deep into Iron Cloud mountain range and have some understanding of the situation inside." Patriarch Chiu slowly explained, "There is an ancient ruin in the depths of Iron Cloud mountain range. It is said that there is a very large purple crystal mine inside. If we can find it, 10 billion purple crystals will not be a problem." Patriarch Chiu said, "What do you need us to do?" the burly man asked. "Someone is going against my Chiu family. If my Chiu family goes to find them, we will definitely be discovered. Therefore, I hope that Lord will secretly send people to find them," Patriarch Chiu said. Hearing this, the burly man snorted coldly. If I find out that you dared to trick me, You won't be able to bear the consequences." After saying that, the burly man's body emitted a strange aura, and then he left. Fang Chen had always been curious about what kind of power was behind Chiu family. Now he finally understood. This was because the moment the burly man released his aura, Fang Chen felt a familiar aura. The aura of the multi-hand race. Fang Chen could determine that the aura released by the burly man was the aura of the multi-hand race. He had fought many multi-hand race martial practitioners in purgatory and was very familiar with their aura. Chiu family is actually colluding with the other races. Fang Chen sneered inwardly and disappeared at the same time. Fang Chen informed Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuan to leave Iron Cloud Mountain Range as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be in danger. After doing all this, he boarded the Starfield Dragon boat and quietly left Iron Gorge Island for Sky Island. Sky Island, Ancient East Alliance. Fang Chen's return caused a commotion in Ancient East Alliance. "Fang Chen, you're back." The leader of the Sword Sect was very excited, especially when he saw Fang Chen enter the manifestation realm. He laughed wildly. After a while, Patriarch Gu Hua arrived. "Fang Chen." "Patriarch." Fang Chen greeted him. "Why are you back?" Patriarch Gu Hua asked. Fang Chen told Patriarch Gu Hua everything he knew about Iron Gorge Island. Patriarch Gu Hua was instantly enraged. Chiu family betrayed the human race. Betraying the human race was a serious crime. "Fang Chen, are you sure?" Patriarch Gu Hua asked again. Fang Chen nodded solemnly. "Good. Your sword sect is in charge of this. If the Chiu family really did betray the human race, kill them," Patriarch Gu Hua ordered. Fang Chen had returned to ask for reinforcements. He realized the seriousness of the situation. The outsiders had interfered, and the situation had become complicated. He had to inform Ancient East Alliance. Patriarch Gu Hua personally led a large group of people to Iron Gorge Island. Under Fang Chen's guidance, they arrived at Iron Gorge City's Chiu family estate. "Master." Patriarch Chiu was very respectful towards the old East Alliance. The Chiu family colluded with outsiders and betrayed the human race. How should they be punished? Patriarch Gu Hua asked in a low voice. "Master, we're innocent. How could we collude with outsiders?" Patriarch Chiu strongly refuted. However, Patriarch Gu Hua didn't say anything. Iron Gorge City was heavily guarded, monitoring the Chiu family. Then, under Fang Chen's lead, they entered the Iron Cloud mountain range. "The multi-hands should be in the depths," Fang Chen said. "Fang Chen, if we can wipe out the multi-hands, you'll have done us a great service." Patriarch Gu Hua laughed. 6 hours later, deep in the Iron Cloud Mountains, a great battle broke out. The outsiders and the old East Alliance were tangled in a melee. However, the outsiders were few in number and didn't have the advantage. It didn't take long for the old East Alliance to defeat them. Aside from the burly man, the rest of the outsiders were all killed. Old East Alliance wanted to learn more about the outsiders' plans from the burly man, so they spared his life. The Chiu family was terrified. They wanted to flee, but there was nothing they could do. The Chiu family has betrayed the human race. They must be punished. Patriarch Gu Hua's order was followed by the destruction of the Chiu family estate. However, at Fang Chen's request, they spared Patriarch Chiu's life. By the time Patriarch Chiu was brought to Fang Chen, he was a cripple. "Patriarch Chiu, how have you been?" Fang Chen grinned. "It's you." Patriarch Chiu's face twisted, but he didn't have any strength left. "Patriarch Chiu, do you remember the woman you killed?" Fang Chen asked softly. Barbaric Dragon and Tai Izuan stood side by side, glaring at Patriarch Chiu. The reason Fang Chen spared Patriarch Chiu was because he wanted Tai Izuan to personally take revenge. "I don't remember," Patriarch Chiu said in a low voice. Bang, bang, bang. Tai Izuin used both his fists and legs to beat Patriarch Chiu. Morong died because of me. Today, I'll take revenge for her. Patriarch Chiu wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed wildly. 88. Oh, you plotted against my Chiu family in order to take revenge for a woman? Patriarch Chiu asked. Bang bang. Tai Izuin sent Patriarch Chiu flying with a punch. He was furious. Ha ha ha. It seems that woman is very important to you. Unfortunately, you'll never see her again. I can tell you that she's not dead. She'll be tortured for all eternity. Patriarch Chiu was very happy to see Tai Izuin and the others go crazy. Colluding with outsiders and betraying the human race was a crime punishable by death. They were going to die anyway, so why not die quickly? Chapter 1488. Chiu family head's last words made Fong Qin and the other two's faces change. Morong Bing wasn't dead. Chiu family head had given her spirit to the outsiders. Tai Izuin's face was ferocious. He roared and grabbed Chiu family head's neck. Tell me where they are. Chiu family head laughed when he saw Tai Izuin in a frenzy. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. He told them that Morong Bing wasn't dead because he wanted to torture them. Ha ha ha, you'll never find them. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Chiu family head spat out blood and laughed wildly. Bang! Tai Izuin punched Chiu family head's body. He wanted to force him to tell him where Morong Bing was. But Chiu family head refused to say anything. Let me. The leader of the Sword Principal faction said. He pressed his hand on Chiu family head's body. His spirit left his body. He wanted to use the soul-searching technique. It's useless. You can't know. Chiu family head saw this and suddenly ignited his astral light. Suddenly there was a cracking sound. The 7-pointed astral light shattered. Then Chiu family head's body exploded and turned into nothingness. No. Tai Izuin roared. He desperately tried to spread the explosive energy in the air. He wanted to find Chiu family head, but Chiu family head was dead. Brother Tai. Seeing Tai Izuin's appearance, Fong Chen frowned a little. He let out a low cry and immediately stopped Tai Izuin, who had descended into madness. Brother Tai, what can you do? Fong Chen asked. Yes, Morong Bing isn't dead. Isn't that the best news? Although we don't know where the Multi-Hand clan is hiding, we'll find them one day. Toronto Dragon said. Tai Izuin gradually regained his composure, and a chilling killing intent shot out from his eyes. Then he lowered his head and thought. He swore to himself that he would save Morong Bing. Chiu family had been destroyed. Old East temporarily controlled Iron Gorge Island. Tai Izuin was originally a candidate for the position of Lord of Iron Gorge Island, but he didn't want to stay. In the end, Iron Gorge Island was taken back by Old East. Fong Qin and the others had contributed the most to this mission. Old Eastern was very pleased. Fong Qin, you've done a great service for the Old East. The leader of the Kendo faction chuckled. Fong Qin gently nodded. Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. We will pay close attention to the multi-armed race's actions. Once we discover their nest, we will inform you immediately, the leader of the Sword Dao faction said. Thank you, helmsman. 3 days later, Iron Gorge Island regained its tranquility. The leaders of the Old Eastern Alliance arrived and took control of Iron Gorge Island. Fong Qin and the others followed their leader back to the Old Eastern Alliance. Senior apprentice brother Fong, what should we do next? Asked Man Long. Looking for Morong Bing was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if he didn't care about it, that wouldn't be the case either. This caused the barbaric dragon to feel very conflicted. Every day, when he saw his good brother Tai Izuin's expression, he felt a little guilty. Don't worry, the Multi-Hand clan won't be able to hide from the Old Eastern Alliance. After that, Fong Qin and the others stayed in the Old Eastern Alliance. Speaking of which, it was strange that he didn't see Jian Wuhong this time. This made Fong Qin very surprised. At some point, Bai Wuzong arrived. "Brother Fong, why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Bai Wuzong's face was sullen. "Didn't I just come back?" Fong Chin chuckled. Bai Wuzong grinned back at him. "How have you been?" Fong Chin asked. "Still the same. I can't compare to you." Bai Wuzong had reached the blessed realm, and his aura was strong. However, in comparison, his accomplishments in the Tao of Formations were even greater. "Have you seen Sword Dance Hall?" Bai Wuzong asked casually. Fong Chin shook his head. Bai Wuzong's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but stopped. "Brother Bai, is there something you'd like to say?" Fong Chin caught the look on Bai Wuzong's face and asked directly. Bai Wuzong was silent for a moment, then sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, something has happened to Sword Dance Hong." "What?" Fong Chin gasped. Sword Dance Hong was strong. It had been a long time since they'd last met, and he feared she'd reached the blessed realm. There was no one on the Old Hua Islands who'd dare attack her. "After you left, Sword Dance Hong cultivated like crazy. She seemed to want to catch up to you. One day, she went to a ruin and then disappeared." Bai Wuzong spoke slowly. "What ruin?" Fong Chin asked. "A ruin that used to belong to the old Easter Alliance. However, not long after Sword Dance Hong went in, the ruin mysteriously disappeared. Even the Alliance leader couldn't find the entrance." Hearing Bai Wuzong's words, Fong Chin realized the seriousness of this matter. "Where is the ruin?" Fong Chin asked. "It's in the void sea not far from Iron Gorge Island," Bai Wuzong said. "How long has it been since Sword Dance Hong disappeared?" Fong Chin asked in detail, and Bai Wuzong gave him detailed answers. Fortunately, he'd reached the blessed realm and knew many things. Otherwise, he wouldn't know this much. Knowing Sword Dance Hong was in danger, Fong Chin was anxious. After his conversation with Bai Wuzong, he quickly left the old Eastern Alliance. Hula! Before long, Fong Chin arrived at the edge of the Old Hua Islands, then plunged into the void sea. He passed through the tunnel of time, and once again returned to the Cave of Moon. The first time he'd come here, he'd been stunned by the immortal energy. Now, this was his second time here, and he didn't feel much. Fong Chin entered the cave and went straight to the mansion guarding steel. With Fong Chin's current strength, he could pass through the cave at will. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of the steel. Then Fong Chin stretched out his hand, and the starlight splashed and poured into the steel. In an instant, the steel was refined. Fong Chin felt his primordial spirit tremble, and a large amount of information entered his mind from the steel. When he'd received the inheritance of the Moon Warrior Immortal, he'd learned that only after reaching the Blessed Realm could he fully control the Cave of Moon. The Cave of Moon was a space-type treasure and could be carried on one's person. This time, Fong Chin had come to take the Cave of Moon. Buzz! Fong Chin's mind moved, and the Cave of Moon shrank instantly. In the end, it shrank to the size of a house. Fong Chin stood in it, and the steel gradually disappeared until it was completely destroyed. Fong Chin had become the true master of the Cave of Moon, and there was no need for the steel to continue existing. Good. Looking at the Cave of Moon, Fong Chin couldn't help but sigh. The defense of the Cave of Moon could completely block the attack of a Blessed Realm elite. With a space-type treasure like the Cave of Moon, one could hide in the cave in times of danger. In the Blessed Realm, there was no need to fear anyone. Of course, it was only an increase in defense. Offensive power still depended on one's own efforts. Come. Fong Chen's mind moved, and he put away the Cave of Moon. The latter turned into a small ball, floating in the sea of void, and dived upward. After a while, the Cave of Moon appeared in the sky above the Old Hua Islands. Voila! Fong Chen walked out. He opened his palm, and the Cave of Moon turned into a token and landed in Fong Chen's palm. Seeing this, Fong Chen grinned. Then he put away the Cave of Moon. Old East Alliance Sword Dao faction. Kong Zhong, who'd been helped by Fang Qin, was now a top genius of the Sword Dao faction. His strength had reached the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. All of this was related to Fang Chen's guidance. Although Fang Qin didn't take him as a disciple, Kong Zhong regarded Fang Qin as his own disciple in his heart. When Fang Qin returned to the Sword Dao faction, he saw Kong Zhong cultivating. "This kid's comprehension is not bad," Fang Qin said to himself. Then he appeared and gave Kong Zhong some guidance. As soon as he finished, Kong Zhong broke through on the spot. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Fang." Kong Zhong was very excited. He was stuck at a bottleneck and couldn't break through. He didn't expect that Senior Brother Fang's casual guidance would help him reach the 8th level of the heavenly body tier. "You were able to break through because of your own comprehension. It has nothing to do with me." Fang Qin nodded in satisfaction. "If it weren't for Senior Brother Fang Qin, I might still be working hard to become an official disciple. The reason why I, Kong Zhong, have everything I have now is because of Senior Brother Fang Qin." Kong Zhong said solemnly, "Kong Zhong, your talent in the Sword Dao is not bad. If there's a chance in the future, you can go to Green Bamboo Island." Fang Qin handed Kong Zhong a token of Green Bamboo Island. Kong Zhong didn't understand but took the token. Giving guidance to Kong Zhong was only a small interlude. After Fang Qin returned to his residence, he told Man Long and Tai Izuan his plan. "How is it?" Fang Qin asked. "Of course," Tai Izuan and Man Long said. In fact, Fang Qin said this to help Tai Izuan. Seeing Tai Izuan like this, Fang Qin was relieved. Then, Fang Qin took out 2 strands of celestial qi. "These are 2 strands of celestial qi. Absorb them separately," Fang Qin said. Man Long and Tai Izuan naturally knew what celestial qi was. When they saw the celestial qi, they were shocked. What had Fang Qin experienced all these years? How could he take out celestial qi so casually? "Oh my God, this is celestial qi." "Senior Brother Fang, you're too awesome. You can take out celestial qi so casually." Man Long's mouth was watering. After taking the celestial qi, he quickly began to absorb it. Tai Izuan changed his previous decadence and absorbed the celestial qi with all his might. 2 hours later, Man Long was the first to break through. After breaking through to the creation realm, his physical body became stronger again. Now he could crush a first-stage creation realm martial artist with his strength alone. So powerful. Man Long laughed wildly. 6 hours after he broke through, Tai Izuan also broke through. The moment he opened his eyes, the color of the entire world changed. The sky above the Sword Dao sect was filled with a biting cold Sword Dao aura. It was very terrifying. Chapter 1489. Tai Izuan had an obsession in his heart, a very deep obsession. Therefore, he had experienced too much in the process of breaking through to the creation realm. His primordial spirit had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. It was as if he had become a different person. After going through all the hardships, he had stepped into the creation realm. As a result, his strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Sword qi surged around Tai Izuan, giving off a very terrifying feeling. Fang Qin could not help but sigh. Tai Izuan's Sword Dao was becoming more and more complete. What a powerful aura! Man Long widened his eyes and stared at Tai Izuan carefully. Tai Izuan opened his eyes with a smile on his face. With a thought, he retracted his sword qi. Instantly, he became an ordinary person. "Not bad. Both of you have broken through," said Fang Qin. Man Long pursed his lips and said, "I broke through too early. I should have been more prepared." Hearing Man Long's complaint, Fang Qin chuckled. "Don't take it for granted. After absorbing the immortal qi, your physical body has become much stronger. Now, just based on pure strength, you can crush a martial artist at the first level of the creation realm. Feng Qin grinned. Tai Izuin also chuckled. The more their strength increased, the more likely they would be to survive in the ruins. Thank you, Senior Brother Feng. If it were not for Feng Qin, they would not have been able to obtain the immortal qi, let alone break through to the creation realm. Feng Qin waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for that. Senior Brother Feng Qin, with our strength, even if we encounter a middle stage, manifestation stage martial artist, we can still fight with him. Man Long laughed. That's right. If the two of us work together, it'll be easy for us to deal with a martial artist at the second level of the creation realm, with Senior Brother Feng Qin's abnormal strength. Even if we can't win against a martial artist at the middle level of the creation realm, we'll be able to protect ourselves. When they first joined the demon-subduing world, Tai Izuin and Man Long thought that Feng Qin was very weak. But now, Feng Qin had reached a point where they could not catch up with him. They had long since given up on catching up with Feng Qin. They only hoped that the gap between them wouldn't be too big. Get ready. Let's go, Feng Qin said. Feng Qin had a vague feeling that the disappearance of Jian Wuhong was not as simple as it seemed. A ruin controlled by the old Eastern Alliance, gone just like that. It was unimaginable. She'd helped him many times in the old Eastern Alliance. Now that Jian Wuhong was in trouble, how could he not help her? There was another more important matter. Feng Qin guessed that the disappearance of the ruins was most likely related to the multi-hand race. If that was the case, he might be able to use this opportunity to find Morongbing. He learned from the Qiu family head that Morongbing was still alive. He offered Morongbing's primordial spirit to the multi-hand race, although he did not know why the multi-hand tribe wanted Morongbing's primordial spirit. He was certain that Morongbing's primordial spirit was not in danger for the time being. Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuin tidied up, and the three of them left the old Eastern Alliance. Before leaving, Feng Qin said goodbye to the leader of the Sword Sect. Then he boarded the Starfield Dragon Boat and disappeared into the void ocean in a flash of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the Starfield Dragon Boat, Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuin's hearts were filled with shock. The Starfield Dragon Boat was simply too fast. Brother Feng Qin, you're a freak. Barbarian Dragon's heart was filled with shock. This Starfield Dragon Boat is 10,000 times faster than a Starfield airship. It was hard to imagine that a blessed realm cultivator could have such a heaven-defying flying treasure. Tai Izuin was also speechless. He shook his head gently, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he watched the beautiful scenery of the void ocean below. The Starfield Dragon Boat was too fast, but it also consumed a lot of energy. It cost at least 1,000,000 amethysts to start it up. However, amethysts were nothing to Feng Qin. He'd gotten 10 billion amethysts from robbing the Qiu family. It was enough for him to use the Starfield Dragon Boat without limit, in the void ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. Every now and then, some adventure teams would board ships to hunt sea demons. Of course, there were also some pirates led by blessed realm cultivators. They were wantonly killing the adventure teams in a certain region of the ocean. This was Pan Yun's territory. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to step into this region. The adventure teams that had been in the void ocean for many years knew this very well. On this day, Pan Yun's territory was extremely lively. Many subordinates came to congratulate Pan Yun on coming out of seclusion. Ha ha ha, Pan Yun's strength will definitely skyrocket after coming out of seclusion. Yes, we're waiting for the boss to lead us to unify the nearby regions. No one will dare to enter our territory within a 10,000-mile radius. Many cultivators laughed and discussed. Suddenly, a shocking aura appeared from the void ocean. Many cultivators widened their eyes and stared at the sea. Splash! Huge waves were set off in the calm sea. Immediately after, a warrior in black armor appeared on the huge wave. He looked down, and his aura surrounded him. It was very shocking. Pan Yin, everyone below called out loudly. Pan Yin nodded in satisfaction. However, just as Pan Yin was about to speak, the void in the distance suddenly tore open, and a stream of light shot over. Pan Yin's face darkened when he saw this. How dare a thief trespass into our territory? Damned bastard, kill him for me. How dare he ignore Pan Yin's words? He's courting death. Many cultivators saw the stream of light and could not help but curse. However, the stream of light was too fast. They could not even catch it. Splash! In the blink of an eye, the stream of light passed by Pan Yin. Pan Yin was slightly angry. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the stream of light. Whoosh! The stream of light streaked across Star Lord Pan Yin's palm at an unimaginable angle before disappearing. Pan Yin, this thief is good at territory. Let us kill him. Some martial artists roared. They felt that they had been greatly insulted. Shut up! Pan Yin suddenly scolded. Immediately, everyone shut their mouths and looked at Pan Yin in confusion. The latter felt a lingering fear in his heart. With such speed, the person inside must be a life and death emperor. Fortunately, Lord Emperor did not lower himself to the same level as me. After sensing the speed of the stream of light, Pan Yin concluded that it was a life and death emperor. At this moment, Feng Chen and the other two on the Starfield Dragon boat had no idea. Their appearance caused Planet Sovereign Pan Yin to panic. Boss, that pirate leader, tried to stop us in vain. Little Mouse mocked. Fool! Torvosaurus laughed. Hearing this, Feng Chen grinned. They had encountered many similar situations in the void ocean. However, no one could stop the Starfield Dragon boat. Not to mention anything else. Just the speed of the Starfield Dragon boat was enough for them to catch it. Finally, 2 days later, the Starfield Dragon boat arrived at its destination. Above a certain void ocean, the Starfield Dragon boat came to a stop. Feng Chen and the other two walked out of the Starfield Dragon boat and looked down. According to the information provided by Wuzong, the entrance to the ruin should be below this ocean, Feng Chen said inwardly. His Yuan spirit spread out and entered the sea, wanting to take a look. After a while, he found nothing. Senior Brother Feng, what should we do next? Torvosaurus and Tai Izuan listened to Feng Chen completely. Splash! Just as Feng Chen was about to speak, he suddenly felt a ripple in the void. Immediately after, he grabbed Torvosaurus and Tai Izuan and pulled them into the Starfield Dragon boat. Then he hid in the void. The Starfield Dragon boat had the ability to hide. Once it hid, even high-level creation realm martial artists would not be able to find it easily. Splash! The seawater bubbled as two non-humankind beings popped their heads out. Sigh, every time we appear, we have to be on tenterhooks. When will these days end? One of the aliens said helplessly, "This is the last base of the multi-hand race on the Old Hua Islands." "We have to be careful," the other alien said. "Let's go and get some information." The Chiu family is useless. The 10 billion purple crystals we prepared are gone. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. We can't make any mistakes at this point. Otherwise, we will be doomed if the human overlords find out. Chapter 1490. Feng Chen and the other two sat on the Starfield Dragon boat, following closely behind the two alien races. Unknowingly, the two alien races had arrived at Iron Gorge Island. Feng Chen was startled. Thinking about it, Jian Wuhong's disappearance was indeed related to the multi-hand race. Senior Apprentice Brother Feng, should we attack? Torvosaurus asked impatiently. Feng Chen nodded. Stepping out of the Starfield Dragon boat, a terrifying aura spread out. Feng Chen immediately set up the Chaos Origin killing formation, trapping the two alien races. Not good. Seeing this, the two alien races' expressions changed. They attacked the formation with all their might, but it was useless. Damn it, the human race is trapped. One of the foreign beings said in a low voice as he tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart. What do we do? Asked the other. If there's no other way, we'll just self-destruct. As he spoke, he took out a communication tool, wanting to send a message back. However, the Chaos Origin killing formation was Fong Chen's world. He couldn't do as he pleased. Slash! A sword light flashed, and the alien race's arm was directly severed. Immediately, the alien race revealed his true face. His remaining 5 arms spread out, attacking with all his might. Kill! Fong Chen released an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. With his strength alone, he suppressed the 2 foreign races. Bang! The 2 alien races' bodies were smashed into the ground, instantly losing their ability to fight. Multi-hand race. Fong Chen removed the formation and stared at the 2 alien races. Despicable human race. The one-armed alien race snarled. Pa! The Torvosaurus slapped a foreign being, making him shut his mouth. Recognize your status. You're now prisoners. Tai Izuin's eyes shone with terrifying sword light as he said coldly. The 2 alien races were intimidated by the 3's auras and finally calmed down. We admit defeat. Kill us if you want. The alien race closed his eyes, waiting for death. Where's your base? Asked Fong Chen. Humph, I won't tell you even if I die, said the alien race angrily. I have plenty of ways to make you speak. After saying that, Fong Chen began to torture him, holding the red glass sword. Shi Yan kept cutting the flesh of the alien. He controlled his strength. Although the alien kept bleeding, it was not enough to kill him. Miserable shrieks rang out from the mouth of the outsider. He roared angrily, "Give me a quick death." Fong Chen ignored him and continued cutting the meat. Piece after piece of flesh was cut off from its body. It didn't take long for the flesh of the outsiders to be completely cut off. Their blood splattered all over the sky, and the outsiders' corpses were unbearable to look at. However, Fong Chen controlled his strength. The other races were still alive and hadn't died. "Give me a quick death." The outsider howled miserably. This sort of pain was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Even Tai Izuin and Barbarian Dragon couldn't help but close their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. This alien race would rather die than reveal the location of the multi-hand race's headquarters. In the end, Fong Chen killed the alien with a single strike. Then his gaze fell on the other alien race. "You saw what happened to him. If you tell me where the multi-hand race's headquarters is, I can give you a quick death." The terror from before spread throughout the alien race's body. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. No. The alien race shook his head desperately after feeling the pain of his companion. He didn't want to suffer such a quick death. "Give me a quick death, and I'll tell you everything I know." He was going to die anyway, so he didn't care about promises. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. In the end, he successfully found out the location of the multi-hand race's headquarters from the alien race. Moreover, he also found out how to enter the headquarters. Pucci! The red glass sword stabbed into the alien race's head, giving him a quick death. "How is it?" Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuin looked at Fong Chen. The latter nodded and said, "The multi-hand race has sealed off the entire ruins. If you want to enter, you can only enter from the main entrance. However, the main entrance is heavily guarded by the multi-hand race. It's very strict. You guys enter my space and hide in the treasure." "I'll go in alone," Fong Chen said after thinking for a while. "Senior brother Fong, we can't let you take the risk alone," Tai Izuin rejected directly. Barbarian Dragon also shook his head and asked to fight side by side. Fong Chen smiled bitterly and explained. Finally, Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuin compromised. Fong Chen took out the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave and placed Barbarian Dragon and Tai Izuin inside. Then he went to the Void Ocean alone. The multi-hand race's methods are really amazing. If he didn't know the way to enter from the alien race, he wouldn't have discovered the multi-hand race's seal. Whoosh! Fang Chun waved his hand and formed a seal according to the alien race's method. Soon he sensed a familiar aura. Then he used the concealment technique he got from Realm Lord Fu Mo and disguised himself as a member of the multi-hand race. Whoosh! He plunged into the Void Ocean and soon sensed the multi-hand race's aura. Following the multi-hand race's aura, he found the sealed ruins. No wonder even Alliance Master Gu Hua couldn't discover it. Fang Chin couldn't help but sigh. The multi-hand race's methods were really amazing. As a God Array Master, he was very clear about the sealing methods. Unless a life and death realm monarch came personally, it was impossible to discover the seal. Whoosh! He quickly arrived at the seal. Open the seal! Fang Chun roared towards the inside. 2 multi-hand race members appeared in the seal. Why are you alone? One of the multi-hand race members looked at Fang Chin suspiciously. We were ambushed on Iron Gorge Island. I'm the only one who escaped, Fang Chin said. Go in. After checking and finding nothing out of the ordinary, the 2 aliens let him in. Fang Chin successfully entered the seal. Whoosh! The seal closed and the ruins disappeared. After successfully entering the seal, a brilliant smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Soon after, he quickly left the area. He found a secret place and let Tai Izuin and Torvosaurus out. We've already entered the ruins, but we don't know the situation inside. We can't act rashly, Fang Chen said. Torvosaurus and Tai Izuin nodded. Boss, let me go and ask around. Little Mouse poked his head out and said. A few hours later, Little Mouse returned. His expression was grave. What did you find? Fang Chen asked. Boss, the situation isn't good. Little Mouse said gravely, I found out about the Red Sword Dance. What Red Sword Dance? Fang Chen's expression changed. Red Sword Dance entered a place called Sword Demon Pagoda and was surrounded by the multi-hand race. Little Mouse said, the Sword Demon Pagoda was a very famous place in the ruins. It was said that the inheritance of the ruins master was inside the Sword Demon Pagoda. However, the Sword Demon Pagoda was very mysterious. Ordinary martial artists couldn't enter the Sword Demon Pagoda. Only those with heaven-defying talent in the Sword Demon Pagoda could enter. The multi-hand race does have a few sword geniuses, but they won't be able to find Red Sword Dance in the Sword Demon Pagoda, Little Mouse said. Fang Chin let out a sigh of relief. This meant that Red Sword Dance was safe for now. There are many aliens in front of the Sword Demon Pagoda. How do we enter? Fang Chun wanted to save Red Sword Dance, but he didn't want to alert the multi-hand race. After all, they still needed to find Morong Bing's Yuan spirit. If they alerted the enemy, Morong Bing's Yuan spirit would be in danger. Boss, I've already probed. Come with me. After saying that, Little Mouse dug a hole and entered. Fang Chin and the other 2 followed closely behind. In the depths of the ground, the little mouse used its sharp claws to quickly dig a hole. Soon, they arrived at the Sword Demon Pagoda. Buzz! A terrifying Sword Dao aura spread out. We've arrived at the Sword Demon Pagoda, Little Mouse reminded. Whoosh! The little mouse easily passed through the light film underground. Fang Chun followed closely behind, passing through without any hindrance. CCC Pavilion, when it was Torvosaurus' turn, he was stuck. What's going on? Torvosaurus was about to use brute force. However, Little Mouse stopped him. You haven't received the Sword Demon Pagoda's approval. Wait for us here, Little Mouse said. Torvosaurus was a bit unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. Tai Izuin released his sword chi and passed through the light barrier. Chapter 1491. Fang Chun and Tai Izuin broke out of the ground and arrived at the first level of the Sword Demon Pagoda. Boss, the Sword Demon Pagoda, is divided into 9 levels. We're on the first level now, the little mouse explained. You need to be talented in the sword principle to ascend the Sword Demon Pagoda. Jian Wuhong's potential in the sword principle is not weak. She's definitely not on the first few levels. Let's go up directly, Fang Qin said. Fang Qin quickly found the entrance to the second level and entered with his sword principle aura shrouding him. When he arrived at the second level, he extended his divine consciousness and found that there was no one there. He continued to ascend to the third level. When he was on the third level, he finally found someone else. However, it was not Jian Wuhong, but a sword principle genius from the multi-hand race. At this moment, a sword principle genius from the multi-hand race was wielding 6 swords with 6 arms. He was trying his best to kill a sword-shaped beast. Pucci, the sword principle genius from the multi-hand race, was very powerful. His attacks were dazzling. Suddenly, the 6 swords pierced into the sword-shaped demonic beast's body. The sword-shaped beast immediately fell to the ground. The multi-hand race genius grinned and muttered to himself, "The Sword Demon Pagoda is my fortuitous encounter. I must take this opportunity to rise." Duo, who had always been unpopular in the multi-hand race, no matter how talented he was in the sword principle, he could not gain the recognition of the multi-hand race. Due to the environment he lived in, Duo, whose personality had been twisted since he was young, he was very bloodthirsty. He had always been a maverick and cultivated alone. He never interacted with the multi-hand race disciples. His strength was improving rapidly, but the higher-ups of the multi-hand race did not know about it. When he discovered the Sword Demon Pagoda, the pride in Duo, whose heart appeared again. It was as if the Sword Demon Pagoda was specially prepared for him. I, Duo, who am destined to become the most powerful genius in the multi-hand race. Duo, who roared into the sky. Just as Duo, who was releasing his emotions, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. He retracted his smile, and his expression became serious as he turned around to look at her. When he saw that the person who had come was not from his clan, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. "Who are you? Why are you in the Sword Demon Pagoda?" Duo, who asked coldly, "Is that important?" Fang Qin asked. At this moment, he returned to his original state without any disguise. In the Sword Demon Pagoda, he was not afraid of anyone. "Damned human! I'm going to kill you." Duo, who attacked. His 6 arms brandished 6 long swords, displaying the sword technique that he was proud of. "Senior brother Fang, let me." Tai Izuan made his move before Fang Qin could. As soon as the iron sword was unsheathed, the cold air immediately became oppressive. This was the first time Tai Izuan had attacked since he stepped into Blessed Realm. Swoosh dazzling sword chi burst forth from the metal sword as Tai Izuan charged into the battlefield. Bang 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 Tai Izuan and Duo, who started fighting. Fang Qin watched the battle from the side and nodded with satisfaction. Tai Izuan's battle techniques were extremely adept. In particular, Fang Qin was somewhat ashamed of his inferiority when it came to the use of Sword Dao secret techniques. The genius of the multi-hand race is good at multitasking. He's a good stepping stone, Fang Qin said to himself. On the battlefield, the battle between Tai Izuan and Duo, who was nearing its end. One had to admit that Duo, who was very strong. However, he met Tai Izuan. Tai Izuan was furious when he thought of his beloved woman's primordial spirit being imprisoned by the multi-hand race. With anger, his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. After about 300 rounds, the metal sword stabbed into Duo, whose chest. Pucci, Duo, whose eyes widened as he looked at the metal sword in his chest. He was in disbelief. He clearly had the upper hand. How could this human find his loophole and stab him? Duo, who wanted to speak, but he did not have the strength. Pucci, Tai Izuan pulled out his metal sword, and Duo, whose body fell to the ground. Keeping his metal sword, Tai Izuan nodded at Fang Qin. "Let's go." There was only one duo who on the 3rd level, and he was already killed. Next, they did not find anyone from the multi-hand race on the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. When they arrived at the 7th level, they finally found 3 multi-hand race members. Human. Seeing Fong Chen and Tai Izuin, the multi-hand race members were shocked. There are still fish that escaped the net here. Kill them. The multi-hand race members did not say anything and directly attacked. The 3 of them were martial artists at the 1st level of the creation realm. They were not Fong Chen's match at all. Tai Izuin held his metal sword and rushed out, facing one of them. The remaining 2 were intercepted by Fong Chen. Puchi. Almost at the same time that Fong Chen killed the 2 multi-hand race members, Tai Izuin also finished off his opponent. The multi-hand race's geniuses were not worth mentioning in front of Fong Chen. Could it be on the 8th level? Fong Chen spread his divine consciousness and frowned slightly. On the 8th level of the Sword Demon Pagoda, a red-clothed sword dance hong was covered in wounds as she hid under a rock layer. There was a very powerful illusion array in front of the rock layer. If not for the illusion array, she would have been killed by the multi-hand race's geniuses. On the 8th level, there were about a dozen sword Dao geniuses from the multi-hand race. Almost all of their cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the creation realm. 2 of them were even at the 3rd level of the creation realm. Brother Xian, the human, is hiding in the illusion array. We can't find him at all. Yes, it has been so long. We need to think of a way. We can't waste time here. The multi-hand race member called Brother Xian had a gloomy face and was filled with anger. Human, you are already surrounded by us. Surrender quickly, and we can spare your life. Otherwise, we will tear you into pieces, Duo Xian roared. Sword Dance Hong, who was hiding under the rock, was pale. She ignored Duo Xian's words. I don't know how long I can last. Sword Dance Hong was very weak. Although she was protected by the illusion array, she was not in danger for the time being. But as time passed, there would definitely be a loophole. But at this moment, she had no other choice. Outside the illusion array, Duo Xian and the others could not take it anymore. Enter the illusory array and capture that bastard, Duo Xian ordered. Instantly, more than a dozen multi-hand race prodigies entered the illusion array. The illusion array was very strange. As soon as they entered, they found that their surroundings were empty and their teammates were gone. Where is she? Duo Xian searched carefully. More than a dozen multi-hand race prodigies searched around in the illusion array, trying to find Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong carefully hid under the rock, not daring to breathe. Not good, the multi-hand race is approaching. Jian Wuhong was very anxious. Once she was discovered by the multi-hand race, she would definitely die. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, ready to fight to the death. But just as the multi-hand race was about to approach her, an earth-shattering sound came from the illusion array. It shook as if it was about to shatter. What happened? Duo Xian roared angrily. At the same time, outside the illusion array, Fong Chen and Tai Izuin stood quietly. Both of them emitted a wild aura. Break. Fong Chen waved his hand and the array chant appeared. A terrifying array, Dao aura, shrouded the illusion array. Crack! The illusion array could no longer hold on. It shook and shattered. As the illusion array shattered, Jian Wuhong was discovered by the multi-hand race. I found Jian Wuhong. She is here. One of the multi-hand race prodigies roared, but the other multi-hand race prodigies ignored him. Their gazes were focused on Fong Chen, a human that slipped through the net. Duo Xian took a step forward and stared at Fong Chen fiercely. Trash from the multi-hand race. Fong Chen retorted. More than a dozen multi-hand race prodigies gave up on Jian Wuhong and gathered together, glaring at Fong Chen. Jian Wuhong, who was hiding under the rock, was prepared to fight to the death. But when she heard the voice that haunted her dreams, her eyes widened. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She crawled up from under the rock, her face wet with tears. Whoosh! Using the true intent of space-time, Fang Chen's figure disappeared. The next moment he appeared beside Jian Wuhong. With a grab of his hand, he brought Jian Wuhong back to Tai Izuan's side. Looking at the crying Jian Wuhong, Fang Chen asked, "Are you all right?" Jian Wuhong shook her head. She did not know what to say. Just when she was about to give up on her life, Fang Chen appeared. All her emotions were vented out. Jian Wuhong disregarded everything and rushed into Fang Chen's arms. Fang Chen paused for a moment. In the end, he put his hands on Jian Wuhong's slender waist and comforted her. "I've made you suffer. It's fine now. Brat, you are courting death." Duo Xian raged. Fang Chen helped Jian Wuhong up and said, "Go rest at the side. Leave the rest to me." Sword Dance Hong wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and gently nodded. "Be careful." She retreated to the side. Senior Brother Fang. Tai Izuan wanted to help but was stopped by Fang Chen. "All of you trash come at me together. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to attack." Fang Chen's attitude was extremely arrogant. His words infuriated the multi-hand race. "Humph! I alone am enough to deal with a mere human." A multi-hand race warrior at the second level of the creation realm attacked. Bang! Fang Chen stretched out his hand and a terrifying aura spread out. He slapped the multi-hand race warrior's body. Instantly, the multi-hand race warrior died. Trash! Fang Chen's murderous intent surged as he said coldly. Fang Chen's attack shocked the other multi-hand race warriors. Everyone looked at each other. A second level of the creation realm warrior was slapped to death by this person. That was too terrifying. At this moment, everyone finally understood why this person was so arrogant and wanted them to attack together. Brother Xian. Everyone looked at Duo Xian. "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of a human?" Duo Xian sneered. Not only was the multi-hand race shocked, but Jian Wuhong was also extremely shocked. It had only been a short time since they last met, but this guy's strength had already reached such a level. It was too unbelievable. "Let's attack together and destroy him." Duo Xian gave the order, and the remaining warriors attacked together. Countless sword lights instantly spread out and interweaved into a terrifying sword net in the sky. Weak. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a vast amount of energy gathered in his palm and he punched out. Crack! He killed a multi-hand race warrior with one punch. The other multi-hand race warrior's attacks could not capture Fang Chen's figure at all. This was the power of the true meaning of space-time. The power of the true meaning of space-time was fully displayed after reaching the creation realm. Fang Chen did not hold back. He suddenly appeared behind the multi-hand race warrior and killed one with one punch before dealing with the next one. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 second level creation realm warriors from the multi-hand race all died under Fang Chen's iron fists. However, Duo Xian and the other person were unable to touch Fang Chen in the slightest. Damn it! Duo Xian roared in anger. This was the shame of the multi-hand race. So many multi-hand race warriors joined forces, but they could not kill a human warrior. You're dead. The remaining 2 members of the multi-hand race executed their innate abilities. Your special abilities are useless against me. The red glass sword flashed with red light. Crack! Before Duo Xian could finish using his special abilities, his arm was cut off by the red glass sword. Ah! A miserable cry came out of Duo Xian's mouth. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Burial of Heaven and Earth technique. Fang Chen used his most powerful attack, the Burial of Heaven and Earth technique. Duo Xian and the other warrior could not resist at all and were killed in an instant. This was a massacre, a complete massacre. Fang Chen showed the strength of a purgatory genius. Whoosh! He put away the red glass sword and retracted his killing intent. Fang Qin turned his head to look at Jian Wuhong. The latter's expression was wooden as she fell into a state of shock. Senior brother Fang, you're too powerful. Although she had expected this, she was still shocked to see it with her own eyes. This was a sword Dao genius. With a sword in hand, the world was mine. Chapter 1492. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Fang Qin chuckled. Instantly, Jian Wuhong, who was in shock, lost her composure. Her face flushed red. Why are you here? Jian Wuhong's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Fang Qin. I heard you were in danger, so I came, Fang Qin said frankly. Jian Wuhong's face turned even redder, but she was happy inside. Let's go. Let's leave this place first, Fang Qin said. Jian Wuhong shook her head. There's an inheritance on the 9th floor. Oh, let's go take a look. With that, the three of them entered the 9th floor of the Sword Demon Pagoda. Buzz. As soon as they entered the 9th floor, they felt an endless amount of sword chi. The image of an old man appeared in the air. I didn't expect 3 people to come at once. The old man stared at Fang Qin and the other 2 and chuckled. You are? Tai Izuan asked. I'm the spirit of the Sword Demon Pagoda. Master left his inheritance here for me to guard and wait for the fated one. The old man said, Now, the 3 of you are the fated ones. However, my master's inheritance can only choose one person. The old man looked at the 3 of them thoughtfully. When he noticed Fang Qin, his expression changed. You too think about it. Who will accept my master's inheritance? The old man pointed at Jian Wuhong and Tai Izuan, ignoring Fang Qin. Why can't senior brother Fang accept the inheritance? Tai Izuan asked. This kid has the aura of an almighty from the God realm. He clearly received an even more powerful inheritance. He doesn't need my master's inheritance. The old man sighed. Although he was an artifact spirit, he had seen the world with his master. He could tell that Fang Qin was extraordinary at a glance. Fang Qin curled his lips. You two can discuss it. I have no objections. He walked to the side and sat down. After thinking for a moment, Tai Izuan said, Miss Wuhong, how about this? Let's both try. Whoever can accept the inheritance will be the one to take it. Jian Wuhong nodded. You go first. Sit on the futon and sense carefully. The old man waved his hand, and a yellow futon appeared out of thin air. Jian Wuhong sat on top of it and began to sense it. The sword chi of the 9th level continued to surge forth. An hour later, Jian Wuhong opened her eyes. She shook her head, helplessly. It seemed that this inheritance was not suitable for her. Kid, it's your turn, the old man said. Tai Izuan sat on a praying mat. As soon as he sat down, the praying mat became extremely excited, as if an old friend that he had been waiting for a long time had finally appeared. Seeing this, Fang Qin nodded. It seemed that Tai Izuan had been recognized. Tai Izuan himself was a genius of the Sword Dao. In just 2 hours, he had completely accepted the inheritance. Boom the moment he completely accepted the inheritance. Tai Izuan's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the creation realm. Congratulations, brother Tai. Fang Qin stood up and apologetically congratulated him. Tai Izuan was very happy. It was as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky and smashed into him. He had never thought of obtaining an inheritance. Just like that, he had obtained one in a daze. Furthermore, his cultivation had increased by 1 level. In the creation realm, every increase in level required one to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It was extremely difficult. Tai Izuan smiled honestly. Not bad. The old man said, From now on, you are my master's only disciple. If one day you can step into the divine realm, you must avenge my master. Disciple greets master. Tai Izuan knelt in front of the praying mat. Buzz. The The praying mat slowly turned as if it was communicating with Tai Izuin. Crack! After a long time, the praying mat shattered and the fragments drilled into Tai Izuin's body. The artifact spirit also disappeared. Who is the owner of the Sword Demon Pagoda? Feng Chen asked. My master is called Emperor Demonic Sword. He was killed by another emperor, Tai Izuin said. Feng Chen nodded and did not ask any more questions. Since you have accepted the inheritance, let's go. Senior brother Feng, I can now control the Sword Demon Pagoda, Tai Izuin said. Feng Chen was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Below the Sword Demon Pagoda, deep underground, Torvosaurus had been waiting. He was a little worried about the safety of Feng Chen and Tai Izuin. Damned light barrier, Torvosaurus said unhappily. However, just as he was complaining, the light barrier flickered. Feng Chen and Tai Izuin appeared. You're back. Torvosaurus was overjoyed. Let's go. We'll talk after we get out. With the help of the little mouse, the group quietly left the Sword Demon Pagoda and appeared outside. The most important thing right now is to find out about Morongbing's whereabouts, Feng Chen said. I'll go find out. The little mouse disappeared. This time the little mouse walked for 3 days and 3 nights before returning exhausted. How is it? Feng Chen asked. Boss, the multi-hand race has captured many Yuan spirits. It seems they want to open the ancestral altar. The little mouse brought back important news. Open the ancestral altar. This piece of news shocked everyone. This method was similar to a sacrifice. Once the ancestral altar was opened, Morongbing's Yuan spirit would definitely disappear. Even a life and death emperor would have a hard time reviving her. Thinking of this, Tai Izuin lost his composure. Where's the ancestral altar? We'll go now. Tai Izuin said anxiously. Feng Chen gently pressed down on Tai Izuin and said, Brother Tai, we're also very anxious, but we can act on impulse. If we're careless, we'll harm Morongbing. Right, listen to senior brother Feng. Don't act rashly. Torvosaurus nodded. Jian Wuhong was silent. The upper echelons of the multi-hand race are very strong. If we fight head-on, we have no chance of winning. Feng Chen analyzed. However, I have a supreme treasure that can resist the attacks of high-level creation realm martial artists. You guys hide in my spatial supreme treasure. I'll head to the multi-hand race's ancestral altar alone and wait for an opportunity to rescue Morongbing's Yuan spirit. Then, we'll take the Star-Field Dragon Boat and leave. Feng Chen explained his plan. The reason he dared to charge into the multi-hand race's base so recklessly was because he had something to rely on. With the combination of the Dark Demonic Wheel and the Star-Field Dragon Boat, no one could stop him unless they were life and death realm monarchs. However, to use the Dark Demonic Wheel, he had to plan a series of contingencies. Once the Dark Demonic Wheel was used, it would exhaust all his strength. We can't let senior brother Feng take the risk alone, Torvosaurus said. Feng Chen shook his head. You guys stay in the Star-Field Dragon Boat. There's something important you need to do, Feng Chen said. After Feng Chen's persuasion, Tai Izuin and the other 2 agreed to this plan. Feng Chen summoned the Star-Field Dragon Boat and had the 3 enter the control room. When I summon the Star-Field Dragon Boat, the 3 of you will take turns controlling it. Feng Chen pointed his finger, and 3 rays of light drilled into the 3's minds. This is the method to control the Star-Field Dragon Boat. Remember it well. As for the spirit stones, they're in the cabin next door, Feng Chen reminded. Senior brother Feng, don't worry. We won't let you down. After arranging everything, Feng Chen disguised himself as a member of the multi-hand race and went to the ancestral altar alone. Along the way, he kept communicating with the little mouse and finally found out where the ancestral altar was. There was a towering mountain in the ruins. The multi-hand race called this mountain Duo Mountain. It meant the sacred mountain of the multi-hand race. Today, The multi-hand race was going to summon the ancestral altar on Duo Mountain. At the peak of Duo Mountain, the leader of the multi-hand race, a 9th level creation realm expert, stood quietly. He was wearing a battle robe and had a terrifying aura. There were many priests standing behind him. Each of these priests had a ball of primordial spirit light in their hands. There were a total of 49 balls of light. Leader, the materials are ready. We can summon the ancestral altar now. One of the elders of the multi-hand race said. When the people below heard this, they were extremely excited. Once the ancestral altar was summoned, the branch of the multi-hand race would be protected forever. By then the human race would be nothing. The leader nodded and came to the black altar. He waved his hands, and a strange aura spread out. Primordial spirit ready. Primordial spirit ready. The 49 elders of the multi-hand race held the primordial spirit light in their hands and said in unison. This was a sacred moment, a moment that belonged to the multi-hand race. On Duo Mountain, countless members of the multi-hand race were praying. We pray for the blessings of our ancestors. Let the ancestral altar descend and protect the people of the multi-hand race. Everyone was chanting. When Fang Qin arrived at Duo Mountain, the ancestral altar summoning ceremony had already begun. He quickly climbed up Duo Mountain. Everyone's attention was on the ancestral altar and did not notice Fang Qin at all. Fang Qin disguised himself as a member of the multi-hand race and observed carefully. 49 primordial spirit light balls. Fang Qin said to himself. He had already discovered Murong Bing's light ball. Oh no, it's at the front. Fang Qin knew that things were not good. He discovered that Murong Bing's primordial spirit was at the front. The other primordial spirit light balls had a layer of black halo. Only Murong Bing's primordial spirit light ball had white ripples and seemed very pure. Primordial spirit, sacrifice. After the leader chanted for a while, he waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Immediately, the 48 primordial spirit light balls quickly left the elder's palm and flew to the black altar, gradually fusing together. Whoosh! The leader made a move and forcefully merged the 48 primordial spirit light balls together. Suddenly, miserable cries could be heard. Ancestral altar, please listen to the call of your people. The leader devoutly held the primordial spirit light balls in his hands and placed them on the black altar. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky and terrifying lightning bolts whistled. The primordial spirit light balls were directly absorbed by the black altar. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The leader chanted an incantation. After the black altar absorbed the primordial spirit light balls, light flowed, and it seemed that the ancestral altar had awakened. Ancestral altar, please listen to the call of your people. The leader shouted loudly. Immediately, he waved his hand and placed Murong Bing's purest primordial spirit in his palm. The ceremony had already begun and could not be stopped. Oh no! At this critical moment of life and death, Fang Qin could not care so much anymore. He used the space-time true intent and traveled through space. With incredible speed, he quickly arrived on the black altar and seized Murong Bing's primordial spirit while the leader was still in a daze. Human! With the ceremony interrupted, the leader regained his senses and roared furiously. Damned human, interrupting the ceremony of our multi-hand race. The leader's aura fluctuated as he waved his hand. An extremely powerful attack quickly rushed towards Fang Qin. Bang! Caught off guard, the perfect sword body took the leader's attack head-on. Pucci! Fang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he took a few steps back. He held Murong Bing's primordial spirit in his hand, and his cold voice spread throughout the entire mountain. If you take one more step forward, I will crush this primordial spirit. Fang Qin's threat made the leader very wary. On the many mountains, many multi-hand race members glared at Fang Qin furiously. They wanted to tear him into pieces. Roar! The multi-hand race roared furiously. Summoning the ancestral altar was the most sacred ceremony of the multi-hand race, but it was destroyed by the human. Rumble. The lightning in the sky continued to bombard the black altar. The light patterns that had appeared were gradually disappearing. This was the sign that the ancestral altar was sleeping. No. The leader roared furiously as he stared at Fong Chen with bloodshot eyes. Give me the primordial spirit light balls. The summoning of the ancestral altar was only one step away. If they failed, their branch would never be qualified to summon the ancestral altar. They could not fail. They could only succeed. Who would have thought that the human would come and cause trouble at this critical moment? Kid, give me the primordial spirit light balls, and I can spare your life. Chapter 1493. The ancestral altar was sleeping. They had summoned it with great difficulty, but now they were watching it fall asleep. This was not what the multi-hand race wanted to see. The multi-hand race leader's face was full of sinister, killing intent. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying killing intent raged. Give it to me. The leader was furious. He was about to succeed, but this damned human ruined it. He was unwilling. While pressuring Fong Chen, he looked at the black altar. In the blink of an eye, the patterns on the black altar completely disappeared. The next moment, the black altar became dead silent. There was still a chance, one last chance. The leader's heart was full of anxiety. He glared at Fong Chen with a ferocious expression. Give it to me. The leader roared angrily. He could no longer care so much. If he did not give it to him, the ancestral altar would completely disappear, and their branch would be cursed forever. No, I don't want this. The leader attacked, and a wild aura suddenly spread out from his body. Immediately, his large hand, carrying a terrifying aura, rushed toward Fong Chen. Die. The leader wanted to use his powerful attack to quickly kill Fong Chen and then snatch the primordial spirit light cluster in his hand. Fong Chen was already prepared. The moment the leader attacked, he immediately used the true meaning of time and space and hid in the void. Pucci the leader's large hand grabbed nothing, and he completely fell into a state of madness. I'm going to kill you. The leader desperately attacked the void, trying to force Fong Chen's body out. However, at this moment, Fong Chen had already quietly summoned the Starfield Dragon Boat. Just as Fong Chen was about to step onto the Starfield Dragon Boat, he was stopped by the leader. Trying to leave? The leader used his innate ability. The multi-hand race's innate ability was very powerful. When ordinary clansmen used it, it had no effect on Fong Chen. However, when the leader used it, his power was multiplied. In an instant, Fong Chen felt a trace of fear. He took out the dark demonic wheel and activated it. Buzz! A terrifying dark aura instantly spread out. The power emitted by the dark demonic wheel was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. What is that? The leader's expression changed greatly, and he reached out to grab the dark demonic wheel. The two of them collided fiercely, and the innate special ability was directly shattered. As a result, the dark demonic wheel also suffered a great blow. Fong Chen felt the power of the astral radiance in his chi instantly being sucked dry. While the dark demonic wheel was blocking the attack, he boarded the Starfield Dragon Boat. Activate! Fong Chen roared. Tai Izuin and the other two quickly started the Starfield Dragon Boat. Wall of the Starfield Dragon Boat turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the peak of many mountains. The dark demonic wheel that had resisted the leader's attack also disappeared along with the Starfield Dragon Boat. Primordial spirit. Fong Chen's eyes were blurred. He only said a few words before he fainted. Tai Izuin was very excited when he saw Morong Bing's primordial spirit. The celestial field dragon boat flew at high speed. On the peak of the many mountains, the leader of the multi-hand race went completely crazy. The black altar was completely silent, and the ancestral altar was also in eternal slumber. Their branch was destined to become the cursed branch. I'm not willing to accept this. The leader of the multi-hand race roared at the sky. Many of his clansmen below lowered their heads. Everyone knew what the disappearance of the ancestral altar meant to them. Does the heavens want to destroy my branch? After the leader of the multi-hand race roared, his eyes turned scarlet and filled with killing intent. I swear that if I don't kill you in this life, I'm not human. After saying that, the leader of the multi-hand race turned into a stream of light and chased after the star-field dragon boat. With the leader's speed, it was naturally impossible for him to catch up with the star-field dragon boat. However, this was a ruin controlled by the multi-hand race. Everything here was under the control of the leader of the multi-hand race. He first controlled the seal and sealed the entire ruin. Then he started to give chase. The star-field dragon boat was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the exit of the ruin. However, it was blocked by the seal. What should we do? Tu Long asked anxiously. The leader of the multi-hand race chased after them furiously. Once he caught up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Charge over, Jian Wuhong shouted. Tai Izuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The star-field dragon boat is extremely fast, but its destructive power is not enough. It won't be able to break through the seal in a short time. Tai Izuan's words made the two of them feel helpless. Increase the energy and charge with full force. Tai Izuan began to increase the number of purple crystals he placed. He controlled the star-field dragon boat and charged at the seal with full force. However, the seal was very strong. It could avoid the detection of Alliance leader Gu Hua's divine consciousness. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, the leader of the multi-hand race caught up. You can't escape. The leader of the multi-hand race said coldly with scarlet eyes. He arrived with a whoosh and jumped onto the Starfield dragon boat. Then he formed a hand seal with both hands. Complicated patterns shot out from his body. All of his blood essence was contained in the complicated patterns. He was setting up the multi-hand race's forbidden seal to trap the Starfield dragon boat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strong winds blew, and it started to rain heavily. The entire world became incomparably restless. The spirit chi in the air made one's heart palpitate. When the leader of the multi-hand race used the forbidden technique, he also suffered a backlash. However, for the sake of revenge, this little bit of backlash was nothing. Pucci! After everything was ready, the leader of the multi-hand race spat out a mouthful of blood on the complicated patterns. Instantly, these patterns formed the strongest binding restriction. Let's see where you can run to, the leader of the multi-hand race said coldly. If the ancestral altar disappeared, their branch would be permanently cursed. This was something he did not want to see. However, there was no turning back now. He vented all of his hatred on Fong Qin. It's all because of you. Otherwise, our branch would have been blessed by the ancestral altar. The leader of the multi-hand race reached out and punched the star-field dragon boat again and again. Rumble! The star-field dragon boat shook. Fortunately, the star-field dragon boat's defense was extremely strong. The leader of the multi-hand race's attacks alone could not break through its defense. How is it? The dragon asked. Tai Izuan shook his head and gave up struggling. The star-field dragon boat is sealed. We can't leave at all. Tai Izuan said. Fortunately, the star-field dragon boat's defense is extremely strong. The leader of the multi-hand race can't break through it. We're safe for now. Hearing this, the dragon and Jian Wuhong looked at each other. At this point, there was nothing they could do. We can only wait for senior brother Fong to wake up, the dragon said softly. Tai Izuan nodded and stopped controlling the star-field dragon boat. He sat at the side and began to nourish Morong Bing's soul. Morong, are you okay? Tai Izuan's eyes became blurry when he saw Morong Bing's soul. It was as if he had fallen into a deep memory. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Fong Qin had been unconscious. The power of the dark demonic wheel was too strong. With Fong Chen's current strength, it would take him a long time to recover. Fortunately, the Star-Field Dragon Boat successfully blocked the attacks of the leader of the multi-hand race. Although they were still bound, they were at least safe. The leader of the multi-hand race went from attacking crazily at the beginning to not attacking at all. He sat on the side and paid close attention to the Star-Field Dragon Boat. He didn't believe that these humans would be willing to be trapped here for the rest of their lives. I was actually unconscious for a month. Fong Qin couldn't help sighing when he woke up and asked about what happened after he fainted. "Senior Brother Fong, do you have any ideas?" asked the dragon. "Senior Brother Fong, thank you for saving Murong." Tai Izuan just happened to walk over, his face full of joy. "How is Murong?" asked Fong Qin. "Murong Bing's soul has already completely recovered. Once we leave this place, I'll find a body for her to revive," smiled Tai Izuan. His smile was very bright, completely different from his previous dispirited self. After asking a few questions, Fong Chen's gaze fell on Jian Wuhong and Manlong. He spread out his divine sense and sensed the seal around the Star-Field Dragon Boat. "What a powerful seal!" exclaimed Fong Qin. His soul had only lightly touched it, but it was bounced back. Outside, the multi-hand race leader opened his eyes. "Humph, don't struggle in vain. You won't be able to break the seal of my multi-hand race," said the multi-hand race leader coldly. "Obediently come out and accept your death, and I can leave your corpses intact." Within the Star-Field Dragon Boat, Fong Qin fell into thought after hearing the multi-hand race leader's words. Then he communicated with the Black Wheel's item spirit. "Item spirit, now that the Star-Field Dragon Boat is under their control, how do we leave?" "Master, the Star-Field Dragon Boat has an anti-restriction control. As long as you can control it, you'll be able to easily break through the seal," said the item spirit lazily. It was as if this matter was insignificant to it. Anti-restriction control. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. "The Star-Field Dragon Boat has many more functions. Master, you only know a little bit about them." The item spirit continued. "I'll teach you the specific functions of the Star-Field Dragon Boat. You can carefully study them." "All right." Fong Qin was a bit excited. "However, Master, don't be too optimistic. Anti-restriction control is a relatively difficult part. It's a bit difficult to completely comprehend it. Some people won't be able to comprehend it in their lifetime, while others can comprehend it with just a moment of enlightenment," reminded the item spirit. "Send it over." Fong Qin was eager to give it a try. He didn't believe that he couldn't comprehend anti-restriction control with his potential. Buzz! His mind vibrated, and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. "Master, take your time to comprehend it," said the item spirit. Fong Qin carefully observed the information in his mind and selected the chant for anti-restriction control. Seeing this, Fong Qin was a bit shocked. There was a requirement to completely comprehend anti-restriction control. The formation realm had to be at least 8 stars. In other words, if he wanted to comprehend anti-restriction control, he had to first raise his formation realm to 8 stars. This was a difficult problem. The formation realm was as vast as the sea. The later it was, the harder it was to cultivate. Chapter 1494. Since he was trapped here and couldn't get out for the time being, he might as well give it a try. Fong Qin cleared his mind and began to comprehend the Tao of array formations. The Tao of array formations was as vast as the sea. However, when one truly immersed themselves in it, one would realize that the basics were actually very important. Therefore, Fong Qin would look at the elementary understanding of array formations whenever he was free. He had obtained it from an array formation almighty, and it was very useful. It was all-encompassing and included the most basic things of the Tao of array formations. Usually, only array formation masters who didn't have a deep understanding of array formations would ignore the basics. However, Any powerful array formation master wouldn't ignore this point. Fan Chen was comprehending the elementary understanding of array formations. It was as if he was drifting alone in an ocean of array formations. The Tao of array formations is indeed broad and profound. It was impossible to comprehend it in a short period of time, so Fan Chen wasn't in a hurry. He casually set up a time acceleration array formation and maintained it at 100 times the speed. 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the time acceleration array. This greatly reduced Fan Chen's cultivation time. After everything was ready, Fan Chen sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. During this time, the multi-hand race leader was very angry. He tried to attack the Starfield dragon shit many times, but he couldn't break it. In the end, the multi-hand race leader left angrily. A few days later, he found a few Peak Creation Realm helpers. "Old duo, you called us here to deal with this guy," asked one of the Oxhorned race people. "This thing seems to be a Starfield flying ship. Can't you deal with it yourself?" asked another person, Noi. They knew very well that although the Starfield flying ship was tough, they could deal with it alone with their strength. "Humph, you'll know when you try." The multi-hand race leader was very angry after failing to summon the ancestral altar. He snorted and said directly. The other two also knew the multi-hand race leader's temper, so they didn't say anything and began to try. First was the Oxhorned race. He launched an attack that wasn't weaker than the multi-hand race leaders, but he failed. What's going on? At this moment, he finally understood why the multi-hand race leader called them here. "This Starfield flying ship is strange," said the Oxhorned race leader. "Let me try." Another race leader started to attack. Dong, his attack hit the Starfield dragon boat hard. Ripples spread out in the void. His attack finally vanished without a trace. This scene had all of the outsiders gasping in shock. How is this possible? At the same time, the outsider's eyes went wide, as if he had just realized something important. "It's not a Starfield flying ship at all," the alien shouted. "What? It's not a flying boat? Then what is it?" The cow-horned alien hurriedly asked. "Do you remember when the human race was at its peak?" asked the outsider. "Other than Starfield flying ships, what other flying treasures did they have?" The other two foreign race leaders were also taken aback by his question. Their eyes widened as they stared at the Starfield dragon boat in disbelief. "Starfield dragon boat." The two of them shouted almost at the same time. Their words were filled with disbelief. "It's actually the Starfield dragon boat." "Damn it." The leader of the multi-armed race was infuriated. If it was a celestial field flying ship, they would still have a chance to break it. But if it was a Starfield dragon boat, it would be impossible for them to break it with their strength. Starfield dragon boats aren't many in the entire universe. I didn't think we'd run into one. A trace of greed appeared in the cow-horned alien's eyes. A light flashed in his mind as he seemed to have thought of something. If we seize this Starfield dragon boat, wouldn't we have nothing to fear, even life and death emperors? The cow-horned alien chuckled. Hearing this, the other two outsiders looked at each other. "The key is that we can't even break its defenses. How are we going to seize it?" The leader of the multi-armed race shrugged. According to Old Duo's description, the one controlling the Starfield dragon boat is a young martial artist. His cultivation base is only at the low level of the creation realm. If he didn't use some supreme treasures, he wouldn't have been able to escape into the Starfield dragon boat. The cow-horned alien slowly said, "If my guess is correct, he's not strong enough to fully control the Starfield dragon boat. This is our chance." "That's right. With the Starfield dragon boat sealed here, we have plenty of opportunities. Once we study it thoroughly and seize it, will be powerful." The other alien laughed. He greatly approved of the cow-horned alien's idea. "What do you think?" The cow-horned alien looked at the leader of the multi-armed race. "I don't care. As long as we kill that human, everything else is fine." the leader of the multi-armed race, said. His heart was filled with hatred. If he didn't kill that human, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to give his clansmen an explanation. All right, it's decided. The three of us will study it together. The cow-horned alien was very excited. He hadn't thought that helping old Duo would result in such a good thing. After discussing, the three of them sat down cross-legged in 3 different places and began studying. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, Fong Chen's formation realm had been gradually increasing. However, he felt that he was just 1 step away from breaking through the bottleneck. However, he wasn't in a hurry and maintained 100 times time acceleration. Going from 7 stars to 8 stars was a hurdle in itself. Fong Chen's body was surrounded by an extremely dense formation aura. After 3 months, Murongbing's primordial spirit had completely recovered. Under Tai Izuan's careful care every day, she was very happy and also very touched. Jian Wuhong would come to see Fong Chen every day. Today was no exception. When she arrived, she saw that Fong Chen had a complicated expression on his face. What's going on? Jian Wuhong was a bit worried about Fong Chen and prepared to observe for a while. However, in the next moment, she felt that the air was filled with a repulsive force. What kind of force is this? Jian Wuhong's body kept retreating. Her eyes widened as she stared at Fong Chen. Fong Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged for 3 months, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes blinked, and suddenly a formation was formed, enveloping Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong's heart trembled. What kind of method was this? Voila! As Jian Wuhong trembled, Fong Chen removed the formation. He smiled brightly and said, Wuhong, how is it? How is what? Jian Wuhong asked, puzzled. What did I feel just now? Hearing this, Jian Wuhong lightly nodded and said, Just now my heart was pounding. The array you set up was far too powerful. I made a breakthrough. Fong Chen chuckled and stood up. Through the experiment just now, Fong Chen came to a conclusion. An 8-star formation master was many times stronger than a 7-star formation master. Moreover, an 8-star formation master could set up formations as he pleased. The current Fong Chen, in terms of his identity as a formation master, was already famous throughout the universe. Of course, he was still some distance away from the peak. At the very least, he could be called a grandmaster now. Fortunately, I have time acceleration. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough. Fong Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to the true meaning of space-time even more. Just how strong was the true meaning of space-time at its peak? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Fong Chen let out a breath. At this time, Torvosaurus and Tai Izuan arrived. Senior apprentice brother Fong, how is it? Asked Torvosaurus. I made a slight breakthrough, but I'm very confident, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the 3 of them were secretly happy. Being trapped here for 3 months was nothing. What they were most afraid of was being trapped here forever. They would rather go out and fight to the death than continue to waste time like this. Wait for me for a few days. After saying that, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and began to study the anti-binding control of the Starfield Dragon boat. While the chant appeared in his mind, and Fong Chen immersed himself in it. Dong at this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. In the next moment, a clear stream flowed out of the golden heart. This clear stream merged with the chant in Fong Chen's mind. In an instant, Fong Chen had a trace of understanding. Then he closed his eyes and quietly comprehended. Endless mysteries flashed through his mind. Finally, it stopped at a certain scene. At a certain moment, 3 days later, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. This is amazing. Fong Chen also felt that it was amazing that he could comprehend the anti-binding control so quickly. However, some things were just like this. The more you wanted to cultivate, the more you couldn't cultivate. And the more calm you were, the easier it was to succeed. Of course, Fang Qin knew that the reason for this was inseparable from the Golden Heart. In any case, after 3 months, he finally succeeded in his research. Let's give it a try. Fang Chen's mind moved, and he controlled the Starfield Dragon Boat. Buzz the Starfield Dragon Boat, that had been still for a long time, suddenly trembled. Outside, the 3 alien race powerhouses were studying the Starfield Dragon Boat. Suddenly, they were awakened by the vibration of the dragon boat. What's going on? Could it be that we have some results from our research? Ha ha ha! The dragon boat is shaking, which means that our research direction is correct. Continue to research, and one day we will be able to get the Starfield Dragon Boat. The ox-horned alien race was very excited, as if he could already see the scene of controlling the Starfield Dragon Boat and killing everyone. The 3 aliens continued to close their eyes and began to comprehend. What they didn't know was that the dragon boat was moving because of Fang Qin. As expected, Fang Qin only tested a little, and he felt a powerful force bursting out of the Starfield Dragon Boat. Such a terrifying power was completely capable of destroying the seal. We can finally leave this damn place. Fang Qin grinned. At the same time, he told Jian Wuhong and the others to be prepared. Ha ha ha! I really want to know how ugly the face of the multi-hand race's leader will be after we leave. Tu Long chuckled. He didn't mind watching the show. Tai Izuan was also very happy. The obsession in his heart had been eliminated. He had taken his revenge, and he had found his lover's primordial spirit. From now on, he would pursue the peak of the Sword Dao without any scruples. Chapter 1495. Fang Chen was able to control the Starfield Dragon Boat more easily now that he had successfully comprehended the anti-restraint control. Even the weapon spirit of the dark demonic wheel was shocked. Genius. Monster. The weapon spirit had once followed the master of the Devil's Grotto and had seen countless geniuses. However, even it was impressed by Fang Chen's monstrous talent. It had thought that it would take at least a few years to comprehend it successfully. Who would have thought that he could control it freely in such a short time? I have a feeling that Master's future achievements may surpass the old Master's, the weapon spirit muttered to itself. It was glad that it had chosen the right master. If its master reached the peak in the future, it would be able to reappear in the eyes of the world. Moreover, it would be a dominating figure in the world. After preparing for a while, Fang Qin began to control the Starfield Dragon Boat. Anti-restraint control. Fang Chen's mind entered the control panel and began to control the anti-restraint control. Crash. Under Fang Chen's control, the anti-restraint control system was fully activated. Suddenly, a large amount of black aura appeared outside the Starfield Dragon Boat. The black aura gathered together in the blink of an eye and turned into a sharp blade. This sharp blade was inserted at the front of the Starfield Dragon Boat. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Starfield Dragon Boat began to move slowly, and the sharp blade at the front was constantly inserted into the seal. Crack! Cracks appeared on the seal, and it was shattering. What's going on? The bull-horned alien race widened his eyes and looked at the leader of the multi-hand race. The Starfield Dragon Boat is going to break through the seal. Let's join forces to stop it. The leader of the multi-hand race roared. The 3 experts joined forces to stop the Starfield Dragon Boat. However, the Starfield Dragon Boat was invincible now. Under Fang Chen's control, the anti-restraint control system was activated quickly, and a heart-palpitating power constantly poured into the sharp black blade in front. Crack! As the sharp blade penetrated deeper, the seemingly unbreakable seal began to shatter. Ha ha ha, it broke through. Tai Izuan and the other 2 laughed wildly in the Starfield Dragon Boat. After being trapped here for so long, they finally broke through the seal and could leave. Boom! When the seal completely shattered, the Starfield Dragon Boat disappeared from the ruins in the blink of an eye at an incredible speed. Chase! The leader of the multi-hand race bared his teeth, roaring furiously. His speed had reached its limit, and he wanted to catch up with the Starfield dragon boat. With great difficulty, he cast a forbidden sealing technique to trap the Starfield dragon boat. Yet now he was allowed to escape so easily. He was unwilling to accept this. My multi-hand race is not that easy to bully. The leader of the multi-hand race was infuriated. The other two foreign race experts were also chasing after him. The three powerhouses attacked at the same time, but they could not catch up to the Starfield dragon boat at all. After breaking through the barrier, the Starfield dragon boat appeared in the void ocean. He's out. Torvosaurus laughed loudly. At this moment, Jian Wuhong took out her communication jade pendant and quickly sent a message to Alliance leader Gu Hua. After the latter received the news, he rushed over as fast as he could. Alliance Master Gu Hua was the overseer of the Old Hua Islands. Although his cultivation base was only at the peak of Fortune Realm, even some ordinary life and death realm monarchs had to give him face. To put it bluntly, it was because he was the master of the Old Hua Islands. It consumed a lot of energy. Withdrawing his consciousness, the Starfield dragon boat returned to normal. Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. It had only been a short while, but the energy consumed was more than all the previous times combined. Master, the reverse binding control is incomparably difficult to control in the first place. This already consumes a lot of energy, the artifact spirit explained. Fortunately, the seal was not too strong. Otherwise, even the Starfield dragon boat might not be able to break through it. In the blink of an eye, the Starfield dragon boat rushed out of the void ocean, bringing with it a wave. The Starfield dragon boat stopped above the void ocean, waiting for Alliance leader Gu Hua to arrive. This was because they had already received news that Alliance leader Gu Hua was rushing over at full speed. The methods of the master of the islands were unimaginable. Within the islands, their strength was unparalleled. This was also why the foreign race had many peak Fortune Realm experts, but they did not dare to confront the master of the islands directly. Fong Chen and the others had just stopped when they sensed the three foreign race experts chasing after them. Kill! The three foreign race experts immediately started slaughtering the Starfield dragon boat. Boom! Wild attacks continued to bombard the Starfield dragon boat. However, they could not break through its defense at all. This made Fong Qin and the others heave a sigh of relief. Alliance leader Gu Hua will be here soon. Let's delay them here, Fong Qin said softly. In the outside world, the bull-horned alien race's face was gloomy. Old duo, we can't go on like this. I'm afraid the humans already know that we appeared in the void ocean. It won't be long before the human race experts arrive, the bull-horned alien race said. Yes, old duo, let's give up, the other alien race said. The leader of the multi-hand race shook his head. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fong Qin. The human martial artist destroyed the ancestral altar of my race's branch. You know better than me what this means, the leader of the multi-hand race said coldly. Even if I die, I will avenge my race's branch. Hearing this, the two alien race experts' faces changed drastically. The human in the Starfield dragon boat had destroyed the ancestral altar of the multi-hand race. No wonder old duo was so angry. Thinking of this, the two alien race experts smiled bitterly and said, Old duo, sorry we can't help you. We'll take our leave first. Then, the two of them disappeared quickly. When the human experts arrived, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Therefore, leaving now was the wisest choice. Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me. The leader of the multi-hand race was prepared to fight to the death. If the ancestral altar's summoning failed, their branch would be permanently cursed. Rather than that, they might as well fight. The leader of the multi-hand race had already disregarded his life. I don't believe that I can't break through the defense. The leader of the multi-hand race continued to bombard the Starfield dragon boat with powerful attacks. After about 2 hours, a powerful oar approached. Stop! An angry roar was heard. Alliance leader Guhua appeared. Multi-hand race. Alliance leader Guhua stared at the leader of the multi-hand race and said coldly. He waved his hand, and a powerful ray of light shot out, blocking the attack of the leader of the multi-hand race. You guys leave first, Alliance leader Guhua said to Fong Qin and the others. Whoosh! The Starfield dragon boat turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the void ocean. Only Alliance leader Guhua and the leader of the multi-hand race were left here. I haven't fought with a human expert for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't worry, I won't be merciful. Following this, an earth-shattering battle took place. Even from a great distance away, Fong Qin, who was in the celestial field dragon boat, could feel the powerful vibrations. A battle between peak manifestation realm experts. Fong Qin's blood boiled. One day he would reach this level too. Soon, they arrived at Iron Gorge Island. Whoosh! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they came out of the Starfield dragon boat. That was close, Tu Long said with lingering fear. Tai Izuin cupped his fist at Fong Qin and said, Senior brother Fong, thank you. Fong Qin shook his head and said, Why are you saying this? Tai Izuin nodded and chuckled. Senior brother Fong, let's part ways here. I have to find a perfect body for Morongbing. Tai Izuin, you have to find a good body for Morongbing, Tu Long said with a smile. They had joined the demon subduing world together and worked hard together. They had a deep relationship. During this time, Morongbing and Tai Izuin fell in love. Tu Long was happy for them. Now that Morongbing had come back to life, there was a different feeling in their hearts. Don't worry, I will. Tai Izuin left with Morongbing's primordial spirit. He left very confidently. The unforgettable obsession in his heart had already disappeared with the wind. Next, he would devote himself to Morongbing and pursue the peak of Sword Dao. Fong Qin didn't expect that Tai Izuin's name would shake the world a few years later. Of course, this was in the future. After Tai Izuin left, Tu Long was very tactful. Senior brother Fong, since this matter has been resolved, I'll go back first. Tu Long turned and left. Fong Qin knew that Tu Long wanted to return to the demon subduing world. But because Jian Wuhong was here, he couldn't say it directly. In the end, only Fong Qin and Jian Wuhong were left on the wasteland. Jian Wuhong lowered her head. Her hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Fong Qin also didn't say anything. The surroundings were silent. Jian Wuhong's white hands tightly gripped her skirt. She wanted to say something, but she didn't. After a moment of silence, Red Sword finally mustered up her courage and said in a low voice, Thank you. Fong Qin was just thinking about how to say it, but when he heard Jian Wuhong's words, he grinned. It was nothing. Jian Wuhong's face was red. She didn't dare look at Fong Qin. Wuhong, where are you going next? Asked Fong Qin. Jian Wuhong was startled. She shook her head. She also didn't know where she was going. In the past, she only had one goal in her heart. That was to pursue the peak of the Sword Dao. But now, there was a different feeling in her heart, especially because someone had barged into her heart. Suddenly, Jian Wuhong pushed her hair to the side and raised her head. The blush on her pretty face gradually disappeared. Her eyes blinked as she glanced at Fong Qin. A smile appeared on her face as she said sweetly, I want to be with you. Fong Qin was startled, but then he shook his head and sighed. Why aren't you willing? Jian Wuhong pouted. Fong Qin walked a few steps and then turned around to look at the endless blue sky. Wuhong, I won't hold you back. Fong Qin's words were very tactful, but Jian Wuhong didn't listen. I like you. That's my freedom. You have no right to interfere. Jian Wuhong suddenly changed her attitude and said boldly. When she said this, her eyes were fixed on Fong Chen's back. Chapter 1496. In fact, you have a good impression of me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked your life to save me when you heard I disappeared in the relic. Jian Wuhong continued. The blush on her face disappeared, and her attitude was firm. After everything that had happened, she had thought it through. The most important thing was to grasp what was in front of her. Otherwise, one day in the future, when you look back, you will regret it. No matter what the result is, at least we tried. This was what Jian Wuhong was thinking. She was waiting for Fong Chen's answer. Yes or no. It wasn't that important anymore. What was important was his attitude. Fong Chen fell into deep thought. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a long silence, Fong Chen said, I have a wife. You'll delay your future. She nodded. She had gotten the answer she wanted. There was no need to ask any more questions. I won't give up. One day, I'll appear in front of you again. When that time comes, I hope you'll give me a chance to compete fairly. After saying that, Jian Wuhong turned around and left without looking back. Fong Chen really wanted to turn around to take a look, but he held himself back. Sigh. With a sigh, he staggered away. The battle on the void ocean was huge. It even alerted the sirens in the diving area. However, in the end, Alliance leader Gu Hua still managed to kill the leader of the multi-hand race with absolute strength. Of course, he also paid a heavy price. The leader of the multi-armed race was determined to die with Alliance Master Gu Hua. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. At the most critical moment, Alliance leader Gu Hua used his trump card. He killed the multi-hand clan leader as easily as crushing dry weeds. This battle caused a huge uproar on the Old Hua Islands. When all the warriors learned of the final result, they cried out in surprise. They hadn't won so easily in a long time. This made them cry out in surprise. Under leader Gu Hua's invitation, Fong Chen returned to the old East Alliance. He asked around and learned that Jian Wuhong hadn't returned to the old East Alliance. In fact, there was no trace of her on the Old Hua Islands. Fong Chen shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Jian Wuhong had suffered a lot. Fong Chen's contribution in killing the multi-hand clan leader was great. The Old East Alliance held a banquet to celebrate Fong Chen's victory. However, at that moment on the Green Bamboo Island, something shocking was happening. Green Bamboo Island. The island was originally calm and tranquil. After a period of recruitment, the island's defenses had reached an extremely strong state. It was even stronger than Scar Island and other weaker islands. There were more and more experts on the island, especially the younger generation. Those who could join Green Bamboo Island were almost all the top geniuses. They only had one purpose in coming here, and that was to enter the Green Bamboo Array to cultivate. The Green Bamboo Array formation had successfully attracted countless warriors. On this day on Green Bamboo Island, Vice Island Master Yin Fong was checking on the cultivation progress of numerous martial artists. All of a sudden, Green Bamboo Island shook. Rumble the islands of Green Bamboo Island. The entire Green Bamboo Island seemed to be floating and could sink into the void ocean at any time. What's going on? Yin Fong's face changed. He stood in the air and looked down. His consciousness spread out and covered the land, but found nothing unusual. After a bloodbath, all the aliens that had infiltrated Green Bamboo Island had been eliminated. Moreover, Green Bamboo Island had made a series of rules to prevent foreign spies from infiltrating, so that none of the foreign races had escaped. Green Bamboo Island had been calm during this time. Green Bamboo Island had developed very quickly, making the other ancient islands envious. But now Green Bamboo Island was shaking. Yin Fong was very surprised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the blink of an eye. Green Bamboo Island's upper echelons were all at Yin Fong's side. They had already checked, and there were no alien spies. So, Green Bamboo Island shaking. What is going on? Vice Island Master, what's going on? That's right. Why is Green Bamboo Island shaking? Could it be that the Sea Demon Clan is attacking? Hearing the words Sea Demon Clan, everyone's face changed. Green Bamboo Island was isolated from the rest of the world, almost at the edge of the void ocean. It was considered a wild area very far from the other islands. If it was really the Sea Demon Clan attacking, it would be very dangerous. All martial artists enter the Green Bamboo Formation, the Vice Island Master ordered. Immediately, all the martial artists on Green Bamboo Island rushed into the Green Bamboo Formation. The Green Bamboo Formation was the last line of defense. Even if the Sea Demon Clan attacked, it would be able to resist for a while. Island Master, something has happened to Green Bamboo Island. At the same time, Vice Island Master Yin Fong transmitted his voice to Fong Chin. Rumble, the shaking of Green Bamboo Island was getting more and more intense. It was like a bamboo raft floating on the sea, about to be overturned at any time. Yin Fong and the others didn't know what to do. Just as Yin Fong and the others were puzzled, countless cracks suddenly appeared in a wasteland of Green Bamboo Island. Is Green Bamboo Island breaking? Yin Fong's face changed greatly, and he rushed over. He came to the wasteland and carefully observed. It seems like something is coming out. Yin Fong's face was grave. He was somewhat nervous and ready to act at any time. Crack! The soil of the wasteland was constantly disintegrating, and bottomless cracks appeared. Crash! In the blink of an eye, a very deep pit appeared in the wasteland. Looking down from this pit, one could even see the roaring sea. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Yin Fong was at a loss. The sea was roaring, and the big pit on Green Bamboo Island was getting bigger and bigger. The people hiding in the Green Bamboo Formation were full of panic. What the hell is going on? Many martial artists were full of doubts. Yin Fong and the others looked at each other. Fong Chin was already on his way back. This situation lasted for half an hour. At a certain moment, a towering tree suddenly pierced through the roaring sea water. Big tree. Yin Fong was shocked. A big tree rose from the depths of the void ocean and broke through Green Bamboo Island. The big tree is still getting bigger. An elder cried out involuntarily. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the big tree. Their faces were full of disbelief. The growth of the big tree was very fast. Its body was curling up. In the blink of an eye, the big tree had taken root on Green Bamboo Island. At this moment, the big tree had already towered into the clouds. Delightful. From the big tree, such a voice came out. Everyone looked at each other. After the big tree grew to a certain height, it stopped growing. The void ocean gradually calmed down, and the big pit on Green Bamboo Island was completely occupied by the big tree. What kind of tree broke out of the void ocean? Yin Fong's eyes were hot, and his heart was shaken. Intuition told him that this was not a simple tree. Don't act rashly. Everything will wait for the island master to come back. Yin Fong stopped everyone's curiosity. Around the big tree, curling up. Crash! The big tree swayed, and the sound of crashing was heard. Then a voice came from the big tree. Where is this place? This is Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fong replied. Green Bamboo Island is a good place. We will stay here for the time being. The voice came again from the big tree. Don't disturb me. All of you stay away from me. The big tree said calmly. Hearing this, Yin Fong and the others looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Sitting in the Starfield dragon boat, Fong Chin was rushing at full speed. For this, he even refused the old East Alliance's celebration banquet for him. What happened on Green Bamboo Island? On the Starfield dragon boat, Fong Chin was very anxious. After all, Green Bamboo Island was his territory, and his family and friends were all here. If Green Bamboo Island fell, the loss would be too great. Nothing must happen. Fong Chen prayed secretly. At the same time, Vice Island Master Yin Fong sent another message. Yes, after hearing Yin Fong's message, Fong Chen was also a little shocked. The towering tree came from the depths of the void ocean, broke out of the ground, and took root on Green Bamboo Island. Fong Chen's face was full of shock. The Starfield dragon boats speed soared again. 3 days later, Fong Chen returned to Green Bamboo Island. Putting away the Starfield dragon boat, Fong Chen's body floated in the air, and he saw the towering tree rooted on Green Bamboo Island at a glance. The big tree was very thick, at least several feet thick. As for the height, it really towered into the clouds. The main trunk was divided into countless branches. On these branches, there were leaves fluttering in the wind. Fong Chen had never seen such a huge towering tree. What kind of tree is this? Fong Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yin Fong and the others came. Island Master, you're back. Yin Fong cupped his hands. What's the situation? Fong Chen asked. The origin of this towering tree is too great. It broke through Green Bamboo Island's realm barrier from the depths of the void ocean and soared into the sky, said Vice Island Master Yin Fong. It told us not to disturb it. Fong Chen frowned and immediately prepared to go to the towering tree to observe carefully. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Yes. Immediately his eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. Is it really you? Fong Chen was a little incredulous. He seemed to have guessed something, and his figure flashed and directly jumped onto the main trunk of the towering tree. Island Master, be careful. Yin Fong and the others shouted, for fear that something would happen to Fong Chen. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's figure was moving quickly on the towering tree. Who are you, thief? How dare you step on my body? An unhappy voice came from the towering tree. Hearing the voice, Fong Chen was even more convinced of his guess. Long time no see. You've actually declared yourself king. Fong Chen Nui said, You are. Hearing Fong Chen's voice, the towering tree was stunned and immediately cried out in surprise. Why are you here, boy? Whoosh! Fong Chen came to the top of the towering tree and sat on the main trunk. Chapter 1497. The Old Faker was a Banksianshu that once followed Fong Chen in the ancient Sword Continent. Now he had grown to such a level. If he hadn't sensed a familiar aura, Fong Chen wouldn't have dared to confirm that the towering tree in front of him was the Old Faker. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to meet you here. The Old Faker was very happy to see Fong Chen. Back then, he accompanied Fong Chen to conquer the ancient Sword Continent. During that period, they experienced life and death, as well as great ups and downs. The Old Faker was even seriously injured, and it was all because of Fong Chen. The affection between them didn't need to be expressed in words. Back then, Fong Chen wanted to leave the ancient Sword Continent and go to the outer space. The Old Faker didn't go with him and stayed in the ancient Sword Continent. Originally, he wanted to spend the rest of his life in the ancient Sword Continent. However, during an unexpected adventure, he was trapped underground and couldn't contact the outside world. This was also the reason why Fong Chen didn't find the Old Faker when he returned to the ancient Sword Continent last time. Who would have thought that the Old Faker would reunite with Fong Chen in such a unique way? Old Faker, why did you appear from the depths of the void ocean? Fong Chen asked. He sat on the Old Faker, and the long-lost feeling appeared in his heart again. Even the little mouse appeared. Old Faker, do you remember me? The little mouse said with a smile, You're here too. I'm so happy to see the two of you at once. The Old Faker was very excited. After so many years, they didn't expect to meet again here. Old Faker, what's going on? Fong Chen asked. The Old Faker tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart and then slowly explained. After hearing the Old Faker's explanation, Fong Chen was also shocked. After he left the ancient Sword continent, the old faker had been cultivating on the continent. It had grown into an immortal tree, and one day it accidentally found that the underground of the ancient Sword continent seemed to be very special. Driven by curiosity, it drilled into the underground. Who would have thought that under the ancient Sword continent there would be a huge yin-yang dual polarity disk? The old faker was trapped in the yin and yang disk and could not communicate with the outside world. It regretted coming down to check, but it was too late. The old faker had no choice but to cultivate quietly in the yin-yang two forms disk. He had been cultivating for so many years. Strangely enough, the old faker's progress was astounding when he practiced on the yin and yang disk. Within a few years, the old faker had reached an unimaginable level. After that, the yin-yang two forms rotating disk started to move slowly. The old faker was still cultivating. Until a few days ago, the old faker had completely comprehended the inheritance of the yin-yang two forms rotating disk, and his strength had soared to the point of reaching the heavens. Then it directly devoured the yin-yang two forms rotating disk. After devouring, its main body grew rapidly and soared into the sky. It rose from the depths of the void ocean until it broke through the boundary wall of Green Bamboo Island and took root on Green Bamboo Island. Actually, the old faker didn't know that this was the extraterritorial realm. It originally wanted to return to the ancient Sword continent, but it unexpectedly came to Green Bamboo Island. As for how it came here, it must be because of the yin and yang two forms rotating disk. Awesome! Little Mouse and Fong Chin couldn't help but give the old faker a thumbs up. The old faker's experience could be said to be rich and colorful. It was unimaginable that a towering tree grew from the depths of the void ocean, broke through the boundary wall of Green Bamboo Island, and soared into the sky. Fong Chin felt a little regretful that he didn't see such a shocking scene. He could clearly feel that there was a trace of divine aura on the old faker. "What realm have you reached now?" asked Fong Chin. "When you left the ancient Sword continent, I had already reached the level of an immortal tree. After a few years of cultivation, I have touched the threshold of the divine realm," said the old faker. Hearing that, Fong Chin and Little Mouse were both surprised. If it could grow to the level of a divine tree, it would definitely shock the whole universe. "Old faker, you're very fierce," said Little Mouse with a smile. It gently broke off a leaf and swallowed it. "Not bad, very rich, divine aura." The little mouse laughed heartily, and then conveniently plucked a few more pieces. Regarding this, the old faker didn't say anything. It's not that easy to reach the divine realm. After a lot of experience, the old faker was also open-minded. For plants like them, the divine realm was the peak. Never in its wildest dreams would it have imagined that it would grow to this extent. It was no exaggeration to say that its realm had reached the peak among plants in the whole universe. Unless it was a plant in the divine realm, it couldn't be compared. "Although I have touched the threshold of the divine realm, I can't take that step," said the old faker. According to the old faker's speculation, its strength was at most equivalent to a life and death realm emperor. "Life and death realm emperor, don't be greedy," said Little Mouse with a twitch of its mouth. In the past, the old faker was still following behind him and calling him Master Mouse. Unknowingly, it had grown to this level. "Green Bamboo Island is my territory. You can take root here in the future," said Fong Chin. "Okay, I haven't been with you for a long time," said the old faker with a smile. Fong Chin sighed in his heart. The old faker stood in Green Bamboo Island for a long time. No one would have thought that from now on, the old faker would be the guardian of Green Bamboo Island. "Can you shrink?" asked Little Mouse. Clatter! The old faker's main body swayed, and then a leaf fell on the ground, turning into a miniature version of the old faker. "This is my thought. Let's go and have a drink." After saying that, the old faker took the lead, turned into a flowing light, and swooped down. Fong Chin and Little Mouse looked at each other and then smiled helplessly. After so many years, the old faker was still the same. On this day, the appearance of the towering tree shocked the whole Green Bamboo Island. However, not long after, the island master announced that the towering tree was an immortal tree and a guest of Green Bamboo Island. After hearing this news, the panicked Green Bamboo Island gradually calmed down. For this reason, Yin Fong and others came to inquire in person. Fong Chen told them briefly, but still concealed something. If the outside world knew that the old faker had touched the threshold of the immortal realm, it would definitely lead to a bloody storm. At that time, even the life and death realm emperors would ruthlessly attack. That was not what Fong Chen wanted to see. The old faker also disguised himself appropriately and concealed his aura. Even if the life and death realm emperors came, they would only think that he was an immortal tree. Reuniting with the old faker, Fong Chen was very excited. The three of them chatted for a whole night. The next day the old faker was staggering. He drank a lot of Rat Lord's blood yesterday and couldn't bear it. He fell into a coma and just woke up. Rat Lord, your blood is even more powerful. The old faker flattered. Don't you know who I am? Little Mouse said proudly. Seeing these two clowns, Fong Chen chuckled. He hadn't laughed so happily for a long time. After bickering with Little Mouse for a while, the old faker walked to Fong Chen's side. Kid, I rushed out from the depths of the void ocean yesterday and found something on the way. The old faker said mysteriously. What is it? Fong Chen asked. The void ocean had always been a forbidden area for human warriors. It was like a mystery. There is a mineral vein 5,000 meters below the Green Bamboo Island, the old faker said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was a little tempted. What mineral vein? Mineral veins were also a kind of resource. For the Green Bamboo Island, resources were really too important. I'm not sure. I took a look from afar. The ores in the mineral vein seemed to be crimson with complicated patterns on them. The old faker recalled carefully. Crimson void ocean's depths. Hearing this, Little Mouse opened his eyes wide. In his inherited memory, there were descriptions of many kinds of ores. Crimson jellyfish mine. Little Mouse cried out involuntarily. The void ocean was very corrosive. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to store ores in the sea. Ores that could live in the void ocean and were crimson all over with complicated patterns could only be crimson jellyfish mine. Therefore, Little Mouse was very sure that the old faker must be talking about the crimson jellyfish mine. Crimson jellyfish mine. Fong Chen was puzzled about the ores, so he asked, Boss, the crimson jellyfish mine is much more powerful than the goldstone mine we got before. If I can swallow the primordial stone, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Maybe I can even activate the third divine ability. Little Mouse said excitedly. In his inherited memory, the top experts of the sky-devouring divine Rat Clan had activated 9 divine abilities, but now he had only activated 2. Moreover, the crimson jellyfish mine is also very important for a warrior's cultivation. Little Mouse explained. The crimson jellyfish mine contains the aura of water element. It is the most precious treasure for a water cultivator. If so, it is worth a trip, Fong Chen said. Moreover, the crimson jellyfish mine naturally contains formations. Since ancient times, the Formation Dao sect has always used the crimson jellyfish mine to train their Formation Dao geniuses. Little Mouse said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He was getting more and more excited. 5,000 meters away, with my defense, I can definitely withstand the pressure. But I am afraid that the Sea Demon clan will cause trouble. Fong Chen was a little worried. What are you afraid of? My main body can spread out and completely cover this mine. We can take it for ourselves and make it one of the resources of Green Bamboo Island. The busybody old faker said that he wanted to go down and check it out. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chen was ready to take the risk. In that case, let's go down and check it out, Fong Chen said with a smile. If it was really the crimson jellyfish mine, they would be rich. Ha ha ha! I only want to swallow the primordial stone of the crimson jellyfish mine. Little Mouse was looking forward to the primordial stone. After swallowing the goldstone primordial stone, it was drooling over all kinds of primordial stones. A man, a mouse, and a tree. Chapter 1498. In fact, for ordinary warriors, a depth of 5,000 meters was already considered a forbidden zone. They would not dare to take the risk. However, for Fang Chen, this depth was not bad. As long as he was not unlucky enough to encounter a sea demon expert, he would not be in any danger. Splash! After entering the void ocean, the perfect sword body automatically operated, and sword-shaped runes were attached to the surface of his skin. With the protection of the perfect sword body, Fang Chen did not feel any pressure. He quickly dived and reached 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It's starting to feel a little pressure, Fang Chen said to himself, but it did not affect his speed at all. After a while, 5,000 meters, Fang Chen floated in the sea and looked into the distance. Not far away in the sea, there was a mineral vein floating in the air. This mineral vein was not too big, but the crimson made Fang Chen very excited. It's really a crimson jellyfish mine. Little Mouse was even more excited. The crimson jellyfish mine was extremely rare. Such a mineral vein was very likely to have a primordial ancestral stone. Even if there was no primordial ancestral stone, there might be a pseudo-ancestral stone. No matter what, it was very attractive to him. Let's go and take a look, Fang Chen said. Quickly arriving in front of the mineral vein, Fang Chen found that the crimson jellyfish mine was emitting a strong aura that was repelling him. Buzz! The perfect sword body raised his defense to the highest level, and Fang Chen dived into the crimson jellyfish mine. After entering the mineral vein, the seawater disappeared instantly. What a rich water elemental aura! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. As expected of a crimson jellyfish mine, just the rich water elemental aura alone was shocking. After carefully sensing, Fang Chen sensed the aura of an array in the crimson jellyfish mine, and he was very excited. Such a large mineral vein. If I can mine it all, I can definitely create a group of array geniuses for Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen said to himself. However, just as he was about to try mining the mineral vein, suddenly, a cold ray of light shot out from the inside of the mine. Whoosh! Fang Chen sensed the cold light and hurriedly dodged. Bang! The cold light hit the crimson jellyfish hard, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the jellyfish mine. Fang Chen was startled. There were other people here. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. From the looks of it, he should be a human. Furthermore, the aura circulating around his body gave off a sense of oppression. This was a young warrior. His appearance was very young, but his body was very spoiled. His face was filled with coldness, as if he was very unhappy with Fang Chen's intrusion. Scram! That person said coldly. His tone was unquestionable, as if the crimson jellyfish belonged to him. Hey, why are you so unreasonable? The crimson jellyfish mine isn't yours. Why won't you let us in? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen stared at him. Die or scram. That person raised his eyelids and glanced at Fang Chen. A wild killing intent radiated from his body. Seeing that Fang Chen was indifferent, he finally attacked. Rumble! A vast aura emerged from his palm. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! Seeing this, Fang Chen gathered all the strength in his body and punched back. The two fists collided with a deafening sound. Both of them retreated a few steps. After stabilizing himself, a strange look appeared on that person's face. He seriously sized up Fang Chen. There aren't many in the younger generation who can take a punch from me. Which Ling clan are you? Or are you from the Luo clan? Hearing this person's words, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He had a bold guess in his mind. He immediately asked, "Are you from the Yuan clan?" Sure enough, hearing Feng Chen's words, the other party narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Yes, I am from the Yuan clan. Since you can take a punch from me, I can spare your life. Hurry up and scram. Don't disturb my cultivation." The people from the Yuan clan were so overbearing. This made Feng Chen a little unhappy. This person's cultivation should be above the 4th level of the creation realm. If they really fought, he would not be afraid. No wonder you are so overbearing. So you are from the Yuan clan. Feng Chen sneered. He had long heard that the Yuan clan, as the leader of the 3 divine clans, was very arrogant and overbearing. Are you courting death by insulting the Yuan clan? The person's figure flashed, and a series of phantoms flashed. In an instant, he appeared behind Feng Chen and punched Feng Chen's head. Bang! Feng Chen's body instantly exploded and then turned into a stream of air and disappeared. Seeing this, the Yuan clan's face finally became serious. "You are too inexperienced to play this game with me," Feng Chen mocked. "Trying to sneak attack him in front of him? What a joke! Since you don't want to leave, then prepare to die." With that, the Yuan clan's man waved his hand, and a terrifying stream of air instantly spread out in the crimson jellyfish mine. "Remember my name, Yuan Ming." As soon as Yuan Ming's voice fell, a terrifying attack fell on Feng Chen. Burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Feng Chen took out the red glass sword and displayed the burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Swoosh! The red sword radiance blocked Yuan Ming's attack. "You can't kill me." Feng Chen sneered and immediately activated the burial sword technique of heaven and earth to the extreme. How dare a guy at the 1st level of the creation realm be so arrogant in front of me? It seems that I have not been out in the universe for a long time and no one remembers me. Yuan Ming's face was extremely gloomy and a terrifying light surged around his body. The Yuan clan's secret skill was instantly displayed. Boss. Seeing this, Little Mouse displayed its divine ability, extreme piercing without hesitation. A terrifying purple spear with a powerful aura shot out rapidly. "Get lost." Yuan Ming roared angrily and waved his hand. A powerful light appeared in front of the purple spear. However, to his surprise, the purple spear was too sharp. It directly penetrated his defense and stabbed into one of his arms. Damn it! Yuan Ming was completely furious. As a member of the Yuan clan, he was actually injured by a nobody. This was a disgrace. "I'm going to kill you." Yuan Ming fell into madness and blood splattered all over the crimson jellyfish mine. He waved his big hand and launched powerful attacks, wave after wave of attacks. However, Feng Chen was not to be trifled with. Although his attack power could not break through Yuan Ming's defense, his perfect sword body could easily block Yuan Ming's attacks. You are indeed a member of the Yuan clan. Your defense is too strong. Feng Chen displayed the space-time true meaning and disappeared into thin air. While Yuan Ming was surprised, he appeared behind him and displayed the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Boom! Boom! The terrifying attack directly bombarded Yuan Ming's primordial spirit. Yuan Ming's primordial spirit was severely injured. "I'm going to kill you." Yuan Ming endured the pain and unleashed a forbidden technique. A destructive aura surged over. Yuan Ming's death strike appeared randomly. Oh no! Feng Chen cursed inwardly and immediately took out the dark demonic wheel. Boom! The dark aura was fully released and Yuan Ming's body instantly disintegrated. "I won't let you go." Before Yuan Ming's body dissipated, he left behind a ruthless sentence. Feng Chen hurriedly put away the dark demonic wheel. Phew! In a short while, the power of the starlight in his energy reserve was almost sucked dry. Fortunately, Feng Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had only used a small part of the dark demonic wheel to deal with Yuan Ming. Boss, the disciple of the Yuan clan, is really strong. Little Mouse curled his lips. Fong Chen nodded. Yuan Ming's cultivation should be at the 4th level of the creation realm. However, his real combat strength was at least at the 5th level of the creation realm or even higher. Fortunately, he had the dark demonic wheel. Otherwise, he would be no match for Yuan Ming. After resting for a while, Fong Chen tried to mine the red jellyfish mine in a certain area at the edge of the universe, the sacred ground of the Yuan clan. Bang! In a courtyard, a black-clothed man suddenly stood up and smashed a stone table in the courtyard with a slap. His actions shocked everyone else. Brother Yuan Ming, what's wrong with you? What happened? Why is Brother Yuan Ming so angry? Did someone offend Brother Yuan Ming? The disciples of the Yuan clan looked at each other. Yuan Ming had a very high status in the Yuan clan and was also very strong. He could be considered the strongest person among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. Today, Yuan Ming gave a public lecture, and many of the younger generation came to listen. Yuan Ming, who was in the middle of a lecture, suddenly became angry, which confused everyone. Some disciples who had a good relationship with Yuan Ming asked carefully, "Brother Yuan Ming, what's going on?" "Disperse. Today's lecture is over," Yuan Ming said expressionlessly. Many disciples wanted to continue, but they had no choice but to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Yuan Ming and a beautiful woman were left in the courtyard. Brother Yuan Ming. The beautiful woman in a pink dress walked to Yuan Ming's side and asked in a low voice. "My clone was destroyed," said Yuan Ming. "What? Who is so bold that they even dared to offend Brother Yuan Ming?" The beautiful woman was shocked. Yuan Ming was almost invincible among the younger generation of the universe. Among the older generation, almost no one was willing to attack him as long as he said he was from the Yuan clan. But now, someone dared to destroy Yuan Ming's clone without fear of death. "Could it be a peak creation realm martial artist?" asked the beautiful woman. Yuan Ming shook his head, his heart burning with anger. "First level creation realm. Interesting, interesting." Yuan Ming's black eyes looked through the void in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. Yuan Ming wouldn't let this go. Anyone who offended him had to be prepared to die. "Tell the patriarch that I'm going out," said Yuan Ming to the beautiful woman. "But I'll be back soon," said Yuan Ming. In the past, it was always his clone that went out adventuring. Chapter 1499. The mining process of the crimson jellyfish was beyond Fong Chen's expectations. It was very easy. The main reason was that Fong Chen was proficient in the true meaning of water and had reached the 4th stage. Although he had not practiced it much, it was still very beneficial for mining the crimson jellyfish Oregon. After mining for 3 whole days, they had mined over 10,000 pieces of crimson jellyfish Oregon. The little mouse was gnawing happily. Phew! Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief and stopped mining. Mining like this is not the way to go. I need Yin Fong to send warriors to mine, Fong Chen said to himself. Although the ore vein here was not big, it could be mined for at least a few years before it could be completely mined. It would be too difficult for him to mine it all by himself. After collecting over 10,000 pieces of crimson jellyfish ore, he smoothly returned to Green Bamboo Island. Vice Island Master Yin Fong, come to the conference hall immediately. Fong Chen transmitted his voice to Yin Fong, and the latter soon arrived at the conference hall. Island Master, what's the matter? Yin Fong hurriedly asked. Vice Island Master Yin Fong, take a look at this. Fong Chen took out a piece of crimson jellyfish ore and handed it to Yin Fong. After carefully examining it, Yin Fong's face was filled with shock. Isn't this a crimson jellyfish ore? Yin Fong was quite shocked. He did not understand what Fong Chen meant by showing him the crimson jellyfish ore again. I found a crimson jellyfish ore vein in the void ocean below Green Bamboo Island. I plan to count it as one of our Green Bamboo Island's cultivation resources. Fong Chen said. Find some reliable manifestation realm warriors. I will personally send them down to mine the ore vein. Crimson, jellyfish, or vein. Yin Fong's face was filled with shock. The island master was too amazing. He had only gone out for a short while and had already found a crimson, jellyfish, or vein. Okay, I will go find them now. Yin Fong was very excited. With the crimson jellyfish or vein, their green bamboo island's development would become more and more rapid. Moreover, they could use it to nurture some array geniuses. One had to know that their green bamboo island had made a fortune through formations. Many of the geniuses that joined Green Bamboo Island came for the Green Bamboo Array Formation. 2 hours later, Yin Fong found 20 creation realm martial artists. Island Lord, these are all carefully selected by me. They are very reliable and will not betray Green Bamboo Island. Yin Fong said in a low voice. All right, let's go. Fong Chan waved his hand, and the coiling moon's celestial cave appeared, and the 20 or so people were sucked into it. He arrived at the crimson jellyfish mine with ease and entered it. While more than 20 people appeared in the mine. This is the crimson jellyfish mine. You guys are in charge of mining here, Fong Chin ordered. Yes, Island Lord. After arranging everything, Fong Chin returned to Green Bamboo Island. Rumbled just as he returned to Green Bamboo Island. The sky was suddenly filled with thunder, and in the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky. Fong Chin frowned and stared at the distant horizon. The old faker's trunk shook and his branches swayed. Someone is coming, the old faker said to Fong Chin through telepathy. The latter's dark eyes seemed to be able to see through the sky as he stared into the distance. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. In the next moment, a terrifying vortex appeared in the dark clouds. Then a figure walked out of it. Yuan Ming. After seeing this person, Fong Chan was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. It seemed that the person who was killed in the crimson jellyfish mine was his clone. You killed my clone. Boy, you are dead. Yuan Ming said coldly as he looked down at Fong Chin from above. Yuan Ming was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. In the entire universe, no one among the younger generation could be compared to him. Although the younger generation of the Spirit clan and the Luo clan were very strong, they were no match for Yuan Ming. His clone was cultivating in the crimson jellyfish mine. Who would have thought that it would be killed by a nobody? Hand over your weapon and kill yourself, and I can let the people on the island go, Yuan Ming said coldly. Yuan Ming said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Yuan clan were so domineering. You jumped out when your clone was killed. Aren't you afraid that I will kill your original body too? Fong Chin sneered. He was not afraid at all. Yuan Ming was nothing. He had the dark demonic wheel in hand. It would be easy for him to kill Yuan Ming. Boy, you killed my clone. You are going against the Yuan clan. Do you know the consequences of going against the Yuan clan? Yuan Ming stepped out and came to the sky above Green Bamboo Island. His cold eyes stared at Fong Chin. He was pressuring Fong Chin in the name of the Yuan clan. He wanted everyone to know that there was no good ending for those who offended him. On Green Bamboo Island, countless warriors could feel the terrifying aura spreading. They looked up and saw Yuan Ming with a powerful aura. Who is he? Why did he come to Green Bamboo Island? He seems to be a member of the Yuan clan. Oh my God! Why did the Yuan clan come to Green Bamboo Island? It seems that the island master offended the Yuan clan. Many warriors were watching the show. Of course, they were also a little afraid. After all, it was the Yuan clan. If they were completely angered, Green Bamboo Island would not be able to resist at all. How ridiculous! The Yuan clan is human, and we are not, Feng Chun retorted ruthlessly. The Yuan clan was really domineering. It's useless to say more. I want you to die. Yuan Ming made his move. His true body was even stronger. Moreover, his original body carried a powerful weapon. It was not comparable to the clone at all. Die. A mace appeared in Yuan Ming's hand. Complicated patterns appeared on the mace. Boom! Yuan Ming gathered all his strength and swung the mace toward Fang Qin. So strong! Fang Qin certainly would not fight with Yuan Ming. When he was about to take out the dark demonic wheel, the old faker stopped him. I'll hold him back. The old faker's main body soared into the sky. The branches and leaves shook and rustled. Countless branches spread out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they appeared under Yuan Ming's feet and entangled him. You're courting death. The mace in Yuan Ming's hand smashed heavily into the branches that were coiling around him. Yes, after being hit by the mace, the branches did not break, which surprised Yuan Ming. I don't believe that you can hold on for long. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ming's aura soared and he kept attacking the branches, entangling him. At the same time, Fang Chen's attack also arrived. The burial of heaven and earth technique was his most powerful attack so far. The red glass sword in his hand constantly transformed into one incredible sword light after another. Puchi! The red sword light pierced Yuan Ming's body. You're courting death. Yuan Ming was completely furious. He took advantage of the fact that he was entangled to launch a sneak attack. I'm going to kill you. Yuan Ming's strength spread out in an instant, and a flickering mark appeared on his forehead. Within this mark, a vast and heart-palpitating power erupted. Swoosh! Yuan Ming's body broke free from the old faker's entanglement at an incredible angle. Then he launched a strong attack on Fang Qin. With the old faker's current strength, he could kill Yuan Ming in a minute if he burst out. However, Fang Qin did not want him to be exposed. Once the outside world knew that there was a towering quasi-god on Green Bamboo Island, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Dark demonic wheel. In the face of Yuan Ming, Fang Qin could not resist his attack at all. Without hesitation, he took out the dark demonic wheel. Boom! The power of the dark demonic wheel completely crushed Yuan Ming, leaving him no room to fight back. Damn it, it's him again. Yuan Ming was furious. He tried his best to resist, but he could not do anything to the dark demonic wheel. Buzz! When the power of the dark demonic wheel enveloped Yuan Ming, he felt the threat of death. Am I going to die? Yuan Ming was unwilling. His strength was completely above his opponent's, but the latter's treasure was too powerful. No! Yuan Ming roared furiously. His eyes were scarlet. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky above his head. As soon as the shadow appeared, the power of the dark demonic wheel dissipated. Bang! Fang Chen's body flew out and fell to the ground, unconscious. Patriarch! Yuan Ming bared his teeth and cupped his hands at the patriarch. Such a treasure should not be buried in the hands of a nobody. The patriarch reached out and was about to grab the dark demonic wheel. However, at this moment, ripples flickered in the void and a figure appeared. Yuan Gu, how have you been? This figure was the shadow of the sacred leader of the human race. Yuan Ming was the top genius of the Yuan race and naturally had the consciousness of the sacred leader of the Yuan race. Once he was in danger, the consciousness would be activated. As the leader of the Yuan race, there's no need for you to get involved in a battle between the younger generation, the sacred leader of the human race said with a smile. He waved his hand and swept Fang Qin into the island master's residence. Yin Fang and the others surrounded Fang Qin and did not let anyone get close. Humph! If I didn't appear, the genius of the Yuan race would have died here, the sacred leader of the Yuan race said coldly. The two top experts of the human race looked at each other. The entire Green Bamboo Island was shrouded in a terrifying power. Countless martial artists below felt their hearts palpitate and their breathing become a little difficult. They're too strong. This was what all the martial artists thought. 88. Oh, who would have thought that the Battle of the Island Master would attract two top experts? The old faker restrained his aura and did not dare to act rashly. The two in front of him stood at the top of the human race. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he really dies, it can only be considered his incompetence, the sacred leader of the human race said calmly. His attitude made it clear that he wanted to protect Fang Qin. If it was a fair battle, I wouldn't say much. His treasure is obviously beyond their level, the sacred leader of the Yuan race said. Chapter 1500. It was the Yuan clan's treasure, the Yuan demon sword. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the most powerful treasure. Others didn't know, but the sacred leader of the human race knew it very well. Not long ago, the Yuan demon sword, which had been missing for countless years, had returned to the Yuan clan and shocked the 4 sacred lands. Now, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan said that Fang Chen's dark demonic wheel was too overbearing and that it wasn't fair for Yuan Ming to fight him. The sacred leader of the human race mocked him. Why don't you give the Yuan demon sword to Yuan Ming? Humph! If the Yuan demon sword appears, his treasure won't be able to withstand a single blow, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan sneered. In his heart, the Yuan demon sword was a supreme treasure. How could a mere dark demonic wheel compare to the Yuan demon sword? However, he would never dream that the Yuan demon sword had once followed Fang Qin. The sacred leader of the human race's attitude was very clear. He wanted to protect Fang Qin. Sanguinati is the lord of Green Bamboo Island that I personally conferred upon him, the sacred leader of the human race said. His contributions to the human race will never change. He should be protected by the human race. If you insist on attacking him, the sacred land of the human race won't sit by and do nothing. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan's expression darkened. He glanced at Yuan Ming and fell into deep thought. Humph! No wonder the sacred land of the human race is declining. Even trash like him can be the lord of an island, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan said coldly. The sacred leader of the human race ignored the sacred leader of the Yuan clan and looked at him quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. Leader, Yuan Ming said. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Qin today with the sacred leader of the human race here. In that case, he had to find a way out for the sacred leader of the Yuan clan. It's not worth becoming enemies with the sacred land of the human race for trash, Yuan Ming said. Since the sacred land of the human race wants to protect him, let's retreat. I don't believe that he'll be protected forever. The sacred leader of the Yuan clan nodded slightly. We'll give you face and not kill him today, the sacred leader of the Yuan clan said coldly. Yuan Gu, I have something else to say, the sacred leader of the human race said. Speak. Blood Sword Saint is the master of Green Bamboo Island. You Yuan race can't step into Green Bamboo Island and assassinate him. However, if he leaves Green Bamboo Island, you can do whatever you want. The sacred lords of the human race also knew that they couldn't protect Sanguinati forever. However, he still had to help if he could. With the Yuan race's means, wanting to exterminate a person was very easy. That was why the Holy Lord of the human race had made such a request. The Yuan race could not enter Green Bamboo Island without permission. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Once the rules were broken, it would implicate the human race's sacred land. No matter how strong the Yuan race was, they were still part of the human race. The Yuan race definitely wouldn't become enemies with the human race's sacred land because of a Sanguinati, unless there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Clearly, a mere clone of Yuan Ming was not enough. Humph! I would like to see how long this kid can hide on the Green Bamboo Island. After saying that, Yuan Gu's phantasm dissipated. Yuan Ming glanced at the unconscious Fang Qin from afar before turning to leave. He swore in his heart that he would kill Sanguinati at all costs. The human race's sacred lords were the peak experts of the human race. Even Yuan Gu didn't dare to provoke them. This matter was settled at this point. After the 2 peak experts left, the Green Bamboo Island regained its peace. Many martial artists sucked in a deep breath. Just now it was too oppressive. They even found it difficult to breathe. Heavens, is that a life and death emperor? He's too strong. Just standing there without moving, the aura he emitted was enough to suffocate me. I must work hard in my cultivation so that one day I can become an expert at the pinnacle. The conversation between the two peak experts brought a great shock to the martial artists on the green bamboo island. From this day onwards, they entered a frenzied state of cultivation. This also paved the way for the green bamboo island to produce many experts in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. Island Lord's mansion. Fong Qin had been unconscious the entire time. If it was just to deal with Yuan Ming, he could easily kill him by activating the dark demonic wheel. However, at the critical moment, Yuan Gu's consciousness appeared and forcibly blocked the attack of the dark demonic wheel. In this way, the dark demonic wheel's attack was like a tide, directly draining all of Fong Chen's strength. It was expected that he would fall into a coma. Yin Fong and the others had been waiting for the island lord to wake up. The little mouse and the old faker's twigs weren't worried. Damn the Yuan race. How dare they bully boss like this? When I'm strong enough, I'll uproot the Yuan race's sacred ground and devour it all. The little mouse said fiercely. The old faker nodded heavily. When I reach the God realm, we'll destroy the Yuan race together. The old faker was only at the quasi-God realm now. When Yuan Gu appeared, he wanted to attack, but he held back in the end. Yuan Gu was a peak expert below the God realm. Countless years ago, he had reached the life and death realm. The old faker only touched the threshold of the God realm by chance. At best, he was equivalent to a plant that had just reached the life and death realm. There was no way he could survive against Yuan Gu. Moreover, once his identity was exposed, it would definitely lead to unnecessary disasters. Fortunately, the human race's sacred lord appeared. I wonder when boss will wake up. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The coma this time was longer than any of the previous times. After being in a coma for 3 months, Fong Chen gradually woke up. When he woke up and found out that he had been in a coma for 3 months, even Fong Chen was surprised. 3 months. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Boss, how do you feel? Fong Chen felt that his body was full of strength and vigor. There wasn't a trace of discomfort. What surprised Fong Chen even more was that the original corner of the starlight had undergone a great change. The second corner of the starlight has appeared. Fong Chen muttered in a low voice. Immediately, his face was filled with ecstasy. Every time a creation realm martial artist advanced a level, the starlight in his sea of qi would increase by 1 corner, until the 9-corner starlight, and then he would reach the life and death realm. But now the 1-corner starlight had become 2-corner starlight. In his sea of qi, the bright starlight had 2 diametrically opposite corners. This meant that Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the creation realm. Ha ha ha, I've broken and rebuilt. Fong Chen was very excited. When the dark demonic wheel fought against the Yuan race's master, he subconsciously unleashed his strongest power and at the same time squeezed his body dry. In this way, he benefited from the disaster and broke through to the 2nd level of the creation realm. It was no wonder that Fong Chen was so happy. After entering the creation realm, it was very difficult to break through. This was the real creation realm, the essence of the sun and the moon. There is no need to explain the reason and how difficult it was. Some martial artists might not be able to advance a level even after a few years or even decades. But Fong Chen could advance a level even when he was in a coma. It had to be said that his luck was indeed strong. Congratulations, boss, the little mouse said with a smile. Kid, I have high hopes for you. In the future, you will definitely become a top expert who surpasses the human race's holy master, the old faker said calmly. Fong Chen stretched his body and then got out of bed. Yin Fong and the others were the first to know that the island master had woken up. In the meeting hall of the island master's residence. "Island master, are you okay?" After the incident 3 months ago, Yin Fong and the others respected Fong Qin even more. A creation realm martial artist could attract the human race's holy master to attack. He was really powerful. "Island master, is your body all right?" Many of the senior members of the island felt warm. In fact, when Fong Chun first came to Green Bamboo Island to be the supervisor, they were more or less unconvinced in their hearts. However, after spending some time together, they increasingly believed that the island master's potential was too incredible. If they followed the island master, they might have a chance to stand at the top of the universe in the future. "I'm fine," Fong Qin said with an apologetic smile. Then, while chatting with the others, Fong Chen learned that it was the human race's holy master who attacked. So it was the human race's holy master. Fong Qin said to himself, "That's right. When the human race's holy master's consciousness appeared, no one except the human race's holy master could force it away. Island master, it's best that you don't leave Green Bamboo Island in the near future. The human race's people are narrow-minded, and this incident made them lose face. I'm worried that they will assassinate you," Yin Fong reminded him. Fong Qin nodded and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Hearing that, the others didn't say anything else. After a while, the meeting ended. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Vice Island Master Yin Fong behind. "How's the mining of the crimson jellyfish going?" Fong Qin asked. "Island Master, the mining process of the crimson jellyfish went much smoother than we expected. The first batch of crimson jellyfish has been sent back to Green Bamboo Island," Yin Fong said. "Select some formation geniuses, set some thresholds, and reward them," Fong Qin said. "Oh, by the way, I'll go and guide them in their formation cultivation when I have time." As the Vice Island Master, Yin Fong naturally knew that the Island Master was a genuine 8-star divine formation master. Yin Fong was even more excited when he heard the Island Master's words. "With the Island Master's help, there will definitely be many formation geniuses coming," Yin Fong said with a smile. "Don't worry, Island Master. I'll handle this matter properly." In an elegant courtyard in the Island Master's residence. 88-8. "Boss, the human race is too much," Little Mouse said indignantly. "They are the leader of the 3 god races. We have no choice but to endure it for now." The old faker was more rational. "Boy, you should stay on Green Bamboo Island for now. The human race will definitely send people to keep an eye on your movements in the short term. Once you leave, you will definitely be hunted down by them." After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin nodded. "If the human race wants to kill me, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price." Fong Chen's words were full of cold-killing intent. Ever since he came from the ancient Sword Continent, he had never been afraid of anything, although the human race was a giant in the eyes of the world. Chapter 1501. Of course, Fong Chun would not be reckless. After all, the other party was one of the 3 god tribes, the Yuan tribe. It was no exaggeration to say that the Yuan tribe's sacred ground could not be underestimated, as it was one of the 4 sacred grounds of the human tribe. If it were not for the human tribe's sacred leader, he would be like an ant in the eyes of the Yuan tribe. Even if the sacred leader intervened, the Yuan tribe did not take him seriously. This was the Yuan tribe, one of the 3 high and mighty god tribes. Fong Qin felt helpless in his heart. He clenched his fists, and his blood boiled. He was still weak now, but one day he would kill the god tribe. "I'll stay on Green Bamboo Island for a while." His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he could not break through for the time being. It would be better to stay on Green Bamboo Island and teach the younger generation. It was not easy to find the red jellyfish mine. He must make good use of it. Everyone on Green Bamboo Island was his family. Moreover, in Fong Chen's plan, Green Bamboo Island was the most important link. He wanted to build Green Bamboo Island into an iron bucket. For a long time in the future, Green Bamboo Island would be his last resort. Even if he stepped into the God realm, Green Bamboo Island could still protect his family and friends. This was what Fong Chen thought. In fact, Fong Chen had a bold idea, which was to develop Green Bamboo Island into an existence comparable to a sacred ground. Of course, it was just a thought in his mind. If he said it out loud, the outsiders would definitely laugh at his ignorance. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this time, Fong Chen kept going back and forth between Green Bamboo Island and the red jellyfish mine. He transported a lot of red jellyfish ores back and forth. Moreover, after Fong Chen's systematic training, Green Bamboo Island's efficiency of mining red jellyfish ores was getting higher and higher. Looking at the red jellyfish ores piled up like mountains, Fong Chen grinned. Crunch! Little Mouse opened its mouth and swallowed a red jellyfish ore, making crunching sounds. As for the old faker, he had some enlightenment and was cultivating. Fong Chen was about to speak when Vice Island Master Yin Fong came. Island Master. Vice Island Master Yin Fong cupped his hands. Speak, Fong Chen said calmly. In this month, I've selected a total of 300 array formation geniuses. Each of them will be rewarded with 10 crimson jellyfish ores every month. Their progress is godly, said Yin Fong. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded and stood up. Take me there. Inside the Green Bamboo Array. At a glance, there were countless martial artists within the Green Bamboo Array formation. Of course, it was divided into 2 sections. One section was for martial artists. The other area was filled with God formation masters. 300 array formation geniuses were absorbing the crimson jellyfish ore and cultivating wholeheartedly. Inside the Green Bamboo Array formation, a rich array Dao aura continuously entered their bodies. In the void, Fong Chen looked down with his hands behind his back. Island Lord, the 300 people over there are divine array masters. Take a look, Vice Island Lord Yin Fong introduced. With a thought, his divine consciousness spread out and shrouded the 300 divine array masters. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen had a general understanding of the situation. Among the 300 divine array masters, the strongest was a 4-star and the weakest was a 1-star. Of course, Fong Chen did not look at them purely on the surface, but on the inside and the potential. The Tao of Array Masters placed a lot of emphasis on potential, even more so than martial arts. If one wanted to have a great achievement in the Tao of Array Masters, one would need to be someone with heaven-defying potential. Fong Chen's potential was very low. He had reached the level of an 8-star Divine Array Master in less than 50 years of cultivation. In the entire universe, except for the 9-star Divine Array Masters of those ancient factions, no one could match him. His attainments in the Tao of Array Masters were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Island Lord, how is it? In the current state of Green Bamboo Island, it was not easy to find so many Divine Array Masters. Fong Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "There are some good seedlings here." After saying that, Fong Chen's figure flashed and landed in the Green Bamboo Array Formation. Inside the Green Bamboo Array Formation, 300 Array Masters were cultivating. Suddenly, the Divine Array Master sitting at the front suddenly opened his eyes. The aura of Array Masters around him instantly spread out. As expected of the Crimson Jellyfish Oregon, the Divine Array Master could not help but exclaim. He was a 4-star Divine Array Master, and his understanding of Array Masters was incomparable to others. After absorbing the Crimson Jellyfish, he vaguely felt like he was about to break through. If I absorb more Crimson Jellyfish, I will definitely break through to 5-star. At that time, I might attract the attention of the Island Lord. This Divine Array Master was called Chiu Xan. Chiu Xan is really amazing. I feel like he is about to break through. Yes, Chiu Xan's attainments in the Tao of Array Masters are the strongest among us. It won't take long for him to break through. Chiu Xian's aura alarmed everyone. They whispered to each other. At this moment, in a dark corner, a man dressed in rags and with mud on his face clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with confidence. I am temporarily behind now, but it doesn't mean that I will be inferior to you in the future. The man in rags muttered to himself. Just you wait, Chiu Xian. One day I will surpass you. The other divine array masters who were close to the man in rags laughed when they heard that. I say, now can you stop daydreaming? What a joke! A one-star divine array master dares to claim that he will surpass Chiu Xian. What a joke! This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Nile, even if you can break through to become a 2-star divine array master, I will call you brother, let alone surpassing Chiu Xian. Everyone can brag, but I don't know if they can do it. In short, many divine array masters were not optimistic about Nile. Most of them were even laughing at Nile, thinking that he was overestimating himself. When Chiu Xian saw that, he only smiled slightly and did not care at all. Humph, I don't need anyone to believe me. Nile's childish voice sounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just when everyone was laughing at Nile, Feng Qin and Yin Feng arrived. Everyone, let me formally introduce you. This is the island master of Green Bamboo Island, Lord Sanguinati. Yin Feng pointed at Feng Qin and then introduced. Hearing that, many divine array masters stood up. Island master. Feng Qin waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for that. I am very pleased that all of you have worked hard in your cultivation, Feng Qin said. I am here today to guide all of you. The Island Master is an 8-star divine array master. It is a great honor to be able to receive his guidance, Vice Island Master Yin Feng said. Suddenly, the 300 divine array masters were shocked. A moment later, there was an uproar. All the divine array masters looked at Feng Qin with their mouths agape. The young Island Master in front of them was actually an 8-star divine array master. Chiu Xian, in particular, had a burning look in his eyes. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to reach the 8-star realm in the Tao of array masters. I can't believe I see such a young 8-star divine array master. Chiu Xian felt his heartbeat quicken. Moreover, he wants to guide us. Chiu Xian was very excited. We must perform well. Maybe the Island Master will accept us as his disciple. Even someone as arrogant as Chiu Xian could not hold back at this moment, let alone the others. You must perform well. Maybe the Island Master wants to accept you as his disciple. Yin Feng's words completely ignited the crowd. Everyone looked at Feng Qin with burning eyes. Let's begin. Feng Qin nodded and then sat cross-legged on the ground. One by one. The first to come to Feng Qin's side was Chiu Xian. Sit. Feng Qin pointed. Chiu Xian sat down. Tell me about your understanding of array masters, Feng Qin asked. Chiu Xian tried hard to calm his heart, then organized his words and said slowly, the Tao of array masters is not used in martial arts or other Taos. I think that the Tao of array masters is a very promising Tao. At first, Chiu Xian was a little timid, but later, when he saw Feng Qin nodding to him, he became bolder. Then he began to talk about his views on the Tao of arrays. 15 minutes later, Chiu Xian finished. Island Master, please guide me, Chiu Xian said respectfully. You have a deeper understanding of array masters, but after listening to you, I feel that there are obvious loopholes. Feng Qin pointed out directly, You're going a little astray. Yes, Chiu Xian was puzzled. If I'm not wrong, you should be most suitable for the Tao of illusion arrays, Feng Qin said. When you set up the array just now, I felt that you have a very good control of illusion techniques. Why don't you integrate illusion techniques into the array? But illusion arrays have no offensive power, Chiu Xian retorted. Feng Qin shook his head and continued. Who told you that illusion arrays have no offensive power? Taking a step back, even if illusion arrays have no offensive power, As long as they are strong enough, they can still defeat the enemy without fighting. As long as they are strong enough, they can easily destroy illusion arrays. Chiu Xian expressed his thoughts. You're wrong to think that way, Fang Qin directly asserted. When an illusion array reaches the peak, it can also kill people without leaving a trace. After saying that, Fang Qin set up an illusion array with his mind. Crash! Chiu Xian fell into the illusion array. His heart was filled with astonishment. He had never seen such a domineering illusion array. He felt as if he was trapped in an independent space, and he could not even feel the aura of the illusion array. It's too strong. Chiu Xian cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen removed the illusion array, looked at the panic-stricken Chiu Xian and asked, How do you feel? Very strong. Chiu Xian recovered with great difficulty. 88. Oh, well, go and reflect on yourself first. Just now, when Fang Chen was in the sky, he felt that Chiu Xian was a talent with great potential. That was why he gave him such guidance. He believed that with Chiu Xian's comprehension, he would definitely understand the principle and choose the most suitable path for himself. Next, Fang Chen said, Chapter 1502. For some formation masters, Fang Chen took a longer time to guide them. For others, he only gave them some pointers. For others, Fang Chen did not guide them at all. Of course, for those formation masters who did not receive any guidance, they all had their own paths. They were extremely firm about their own paths, and outsiders could not shake their thoughts at all. Therefore, these formation masters could only let them develop, and there was no point in guiding them. This kind of guidance lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, there was only one left. The other formation masters who were guided benefited greatly. The last one was Nile, who was ridiculed by everyone. Nile's clothes were tattered, and he sat cross-legged in front of Fang Chen. What's your name? Fang Chen asked. He had noticed Nile before and felt that he was somewhat interesting. Nile. Fang Chen nodded, and then said, Set up a formation that you are proud of. Hearing this, Nile closed his eyes, and the aura of a formation filled his body. Then, his hands began to form a complicated hand seal. Rays of dazzling light shot out from his palms, and finally intertwined in the sky. Golden light shining brightly. Interesting. Fang Chen carefully observed the dazzling light, and the smile on his face deepened. Swoosh! The moment Nile opened his eyes, he had finished setting up the formation. Rumble! Streams of murderous energy spread out from the formation. The seemingly powerful killing power instantly stopped when it approached Fang Chen's body. No matter what, it could not touch the latter's body. Offensive formation. After careful observation, Fang Chen was a little surprised. Although Nile was setting up a first-stage formation, this formation was very magical, especially the handling of the formation base and the control of the formation's core. It was very exquisite. Fang Chen closed his eyes and immersed himself in the formation. Suddenly, he felt a very strange feeling. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your idea is very good. Fang Chen praised. Among the previous formation masters, except for Chiu Xian, no one could get Fang Chen's praise. On the side, many god formation masters scoffed at Nile. I think Nero is going to be in trouble. That's right. A toad wants to eat swan meat. What a joke. A one-star god array master is destined not to be valued by the island master. It won't be long before Nile is drowned in the sea of people. Some god formation masters openly mocked Nile. They were even betting that the island master would give Nile some pointers for a few minutes. I think a minute at most. What a joke! Nile's trash talent can also be taught by the island lord for a minute. 50 seconds. 30 seconds, no more than that. Chiu Xian frowned slightly when he heard the words of these god formation masters. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. You can fuse the formation with your body. This is your strength. Fong Chin had already noticed Nile before, and after a round of inspection, he was extremely satisfied with Nile. He even asserted that Nile's future achievements would not be inferior to Chiu Xan's. Nile's understanding of the Tao of formations was beyond the reach of ordinary people. "Island Master, please give me some pointers," Nile hurriedly said when he heard the Island Master's praise. "You are good at attacking, and the offensive power of your formation is very strong," Fong Chin said softly. In fact, there was something he didn't say. The formation that Nile set up actually had a slight wrinkle of the origin killing formation. Fong Chin, who had reached the level of an 8-star God Formation Master, naturally had an extremely profound understanding of the Tao of formations. He had already comprehended the origin killing formation and understood it very well. At this moment, he was very surprised to see a 1-star God Formation Master set up an array that had a trace of the charm of the origin killing formation. Unknowingly, Fong Chen's pointers had already been going on for 3 minutes. The God Formation Masters, who mocked Nile before, finally had a drastic change in expression. How can it be for 3 whole minutes? Damn it, this guy is really lucky. What the hell? Could it be that the Island Master feels pity for him? Many God Formation Masters still didn't believe in Nile's excellence. They still looked down on Nile from the bottom of their hearts and thought that Nile was trash. However, they didn't know that in Fong Chen's heart, Nile was much more important than them. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Fong Chen was still giving pointers to Nile. Seeing the bright smile on the Island Master's face, the eyes of many God Formation Masters were filled with jealousy. At this moment, they were extremely jealous of Nile. What did Nile do to be able to receive pointers from the Island Master for so long? What's going on? Such a voice came from the crowd. Everyone's gaze quietly fell on Chiu Xan. However, the latter closed his eyes and was comprehending and didn't care at all. Unknowingly, the gap between them was revealed. At a certain moment, Fong Chin laughed loudly. Nile, on the other hand, apologized to Fong Chin and was very excited. "Thank you for your pointers, Island Master. Nile has benefited greatly." In Nile's heart, he was extremely respectful to Fong Chin. Everyone looked down on him, except for the Island Master, who didn't care about his identity and was teaching him well. After listening to the Island Master's pointers, Nile felt that he had unintentionally opened the door to the peak of Formation Tao. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the realm of 2-star God Formation Master. "All right, today's pointers are over." Fong Chin stood up and said to everyone, "Boom!" However, just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of formation Tao came from afar. Immediately after, everyone was shocked to find that Chiu Xan had actually broken through. Oh my God! Chiu Xan broke through to the 5-star God Formation realm so quickly. How can we live like this? He's indeed the most outstanding Formation Tao genius among us, to be able to break through so quickly. Many people were very envious of Chiu Xan, thinking that he was extremely talented. The Island Master only needed to give a little pointers, and he could break through. Although there was only a 1-word difference between 5-star and 4-star, the meaning was completely different. Everyone's face was filled with admiration. Not bad. Deputy Island Master Yin Fong nodded in satisfaction. Among everyone, he was most optimistic about Chiu Xan. "Reward him with 100 pieces of crimson jellyfish ore," Fong Chin said. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. They could only receive 10 pieces a month, but Chiu Xan was rewarded with 100 pieces. "Thank you, Island Master." Chiu Xan smiled and kept the crimson jellyfish Oregon. At the current stage, what they needed the most was this kind of ore. Amazing things happened one after another. Just as Fong Chin was about to leave, Nile also broke through. However, Nile's breakthrough didn't cause any shock. There wasn't much resistance for a 1-star to break through to 2-star. Moreover, the Island Master had guided Nile for a whole hour. If he still didn't break through, then his potential was really bad. Reward him with 100 pieces. Feng Chen's smile deepened in the depths of his eyes. Island Master, why should we reward Nile with 100 pieces of crimson jellyfish ore? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked. Chiu Xian, who broke through from 4-star to 5-star, was only rewarded with 100 pieces. Nile, who broke through from 1-star to 2-star, was also rewarded with that much. They couldn't accept it. If you can break through, you'll still be rewarded. After saying that, Feng Chen turned and left. Everyone looked at each other, full of hatred for Nile. Island Master's residence, meeting hall. Island Master, how is it? Deputy Island Master Yin Fong asked. Feng Chen pondered for a moment and said, some people are just there to make up the numbers. You can test them after a period of time. If they can't pass the test, there's no need to stay. Okay. Yin Fong nodded. Focus on Chiu Xian and Nile. Hearing this, Yin Fong was a little surprised. It was fine if Chiu Xian was the focus, but why was Nile also the focus? As if guessing Deputy Island Master Yin Fong's thoughts, Feng Chen smiled and said, Deputy Island Master, you can't just look at the surface of things. You're not a divine array master, so you don't know much about arrays. I can tell you very responsibly that Nile's array Dao potential is not below Chiu Xian's. Nurture him well. Feng Chen's words shook Yin Fong's heart. Island Master has great foresight. Deputy Island Master Yin Fong took the opportunity to flatter. Well, go and deal with it. Feng Chen waved his hand and said. After Yin Fong left, a voice suddenly sounded in Feng Chen's mind. Boy, I found that some unknown people in the Void Ocean are approaching the red jellyfish mine. Okay. The old faker's voice sounded, and Feng Chen's face changed greatly. Immediately his figure flashed, and he rushed into the sky and came to the old faker's main body. What's going on? The old faker's route was in the Void Ocean. It could easily sense the situation in the nearby sea area. It should be the people of the Yuan clan. There are 9 of them in total, and they are all at the middle level of the creation realm. The old faker told Feng Chen the news he got. Damn it. Feng Chen cursed, full of killing intent. Boss, they must be here to destroy the red jellyfish mine. We can't sit back and do nothing, Little Mouse said hurriedly. Let's go down and have a look. With the dark demonic wheel, Feng Chen was not afraid of anyone. Moreover, the 9 people on the other side were all at the middle level of the creation realm. I wonder if Yuan Ming is here. Feng Chen's deep eyes looked through the sea and looked at the red jellyfish mine. At the same time, 5,000 meters deep, 9 martial artists were moving forward quickly. According to the map given by young Master Yuan Ming, it should be nearby, one of them said. The sacred master of the human race has ordered us not to enter Green Bamboo Island, but we can enter the Void Ocean and destroy the resources of Green Bamboo Island. Yes, young Master Yuan Ming said that if we can completely destroy the red jellyfish mine, we will be rewarded handsomely. You can go back and get the reward if you kill a person of Green Bamboo Island. If you can kill the Lord of Green Bamboo Island, you will make a fortune. While talking, the 9 people saw the red jellyfish mine in front of them. This is a forbidden area of Green Bamboo Island. All unrelated people should leave immediately. A shout came from the red jellyfish mine. Humph, it's just Green Bamboo Island. How dare you scare us? Chapter 1504. After this battle, Yuan Ming probably wouldn't dare to attack so rashly. In the island lord's residence, Feng Chen was cultivating. Sword Qi circled around him, and his golden heart beat rapidly. The sword scripture in his mind started to circulate automatically. After a short moment, a bright smile appeared on Feng Chen's face. He didn't expect that he would actually cultivate the 2nd level of the sword scripture by chance. There were 5 levels of the sword scripture, and heavenly body tier elites could cultivate the 1st level. Creation tier elites could cultivate the 2nd level, and only peerless freaks could cultivate the third level. As for the fourth and fifth levels, they were too far away, so he wouldn't think about them for now. After cultivating the second level of the sword scripture, Fang Qin felt that his understanding of sword Dao had deepened. Almost naturally, the sword burial art of heaven and earth reached the realm of greater mastery. As expected of the sword scripture, it can allow me to cultivate sword Dao secret techniques so quickly. Previously, he had worked so hard, but he had only cultivated the sword burial art of heaven and earth to the entry level. From entry level to great accomplishment, the jump was too big. If I encounter a fifth level creation tier elite now, I can easily crush them. After entering the creation tier, Fang Chen's freakish talent gradually revealed itself. Fighting against opponents of a higher cultivation level was like eating a meal. Voila! Fang Chen stood up, and sword chi shot out in all directions. As usual, he continued to check on the cultivation of the 300 formation masters. At the same time, on a faraway island, Tian Xian was facing the greatest crisis in history, Golden Island. This island was one of the islands in the Sword Sky Archipelago. After Tian Xian left Green Bamboo Island, he accidentally learned about the Sword Sky Archipelago and then came here. While cultivating on Golden Island, Tian Xian had met his true love. Min, I'll avenge you. Tian Xian had been cultivating all this time, but after meeting Min, his heart was completely opened. He and Min were in love, and they lived together, cultivating together. Min was also a genius in Sword Dao, and her talent in Sword Dao wasn't inferior to Tian Xian's. Because Min had cultivated for a long time, her strength was stronger than Tian Xian's. Originally, the two of them lived a carefree life. However, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared 3 days ago. Their cultivation levels were too high, and Tian Xian and Min couldn't resist at all. After the two of them were captured, Min self-destructed in order to save Tian Xian. He created an opportunity for Tian Xian, who was lucky enough to escape. After fleeing for their lives, they finally found a safe place. He personally carved a tombstone for Min. I won't let you die in vain. Tian Xian was heartbroken. The faces of those people had been deeply imprinted in his mind. He would never forget it, even if he died. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted revenge. However, Tian Xian was still rational. He knew that the enemy this time was too strong. There was no way to defeat him. The enemy had already surrounded Golden Island, and there was no way for him to escape. As time passed, he would definitely be captured, and at that time, only death would await him. It didn't matter if he died, but not being able to avenge Min was Tian Xian's obsession. He kowtowed 3 times in front of Min, his tombstone. Then he took out a jade pendant and sent a message to his master, Fang Qin. Master, I've encountered danger on Golden Island. The enemy is too strong. I might die at any moment. With that, Tian Xian kept the jade token. Voila, they're here. Tian Xian laughed bitterly. He raised his sword and prepared to fight. Pucci, however, the enemy only released their aura, and Tian Xian's bones cracked. He knelt on the ground. Tian Xian roared. He was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, the enemy appeared. There were 3 of them, and each of them had a strong aura. This kid is here. Young Master said to capture him alive. Don't worry. If we can't even capture a Heaven Star Border Realm trash, we don't need to live. The 3 of them came before Tian Xian and looked at him mockingly. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Tian Xian was confused. He had never offended anyone. Why did they want to kill him for no reason? You don't need to know too much. With that, one of them stretched out his hand and grabbed Tian Xian. Tian Xian resisted. The latter was angry and slapped Tian Xian's body. Rumble. At the same time that Tian Xian fell to the ground, a horrifying consciousness appeared. How dare you touch my disciple? You're courting death. The intent that Fong Chen left on Tian Xin appeared. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Humph, it's just an intent." With that, the three of them continued to attack. Courting death. Fong Chen said coldly and punched out. Dong! The terrifying fist light smashed a big hole in the void. Crack! When Fong Chen's fist light hit the three of them, their souls were instantly destroyed. Are you okay? Fong Chen looked at Tian Xin and asked. I'm fine, but Tian Xin was about to speak when his face changed, because there was a creation realm expert in the distant sky. How dare you kill the people of the Yuan clan? You're dead. The creation realm expert didn't care about Fong Chen's intent and said coldly, Yuan clan. Fong Chen was furious. Yuan Ming was a despicable person. He couldn't kill him, so he attacked his disciple. Let's go. Fong Chen said telepathically. Then he used his intent to fight the creation realm expert of the Yuan clan. The result was obvious. The Yuan clan expert was defeated. However, it also bought some time for Tian Xin. Tian Xin disappeared. You can't escape. The creation realm expert spread out his consciousness and found Tian Xin instantly. On Green Bamboo Island, Fong Chen stood up with a gloomy face. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse asked. Yuan Ming sent someone to kill Tian Xin. Damn bastard. How dare he attack a Heaven Star Border realm martial artist? Isn't he ashamed? Little Mouse cursed. What should we do now? There wasn't enough time to rush over from Green Bamboo Island. It's too late, Fong Chen muttered. At the same time, in the third heaven of the demon subduing boundary, his avatar was on the move. He came to the teleportation formation as fast as he could. Senior Brother Fong, where are you going? The disciple in charge of the teleportation formation asked. Golden Island of the Sword Islands. Okay. The teleportation formation flashed and Fong Chen arrived at Golden Island. Tian Xin, tell me where you are. Fong Chen immediately sent a voice transmission to Tian Xin. Tian Xin was very excited when he heard that his master had arrived. Master, I'm in the Golden Mountain Range. Tian Xin sent the address to Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded and then drove the Starfield Dragon boat forward. Time was of the essence. The creation realm martial artist was chasing after Tian Xin. Once he was caught, Tian Xin wouldn't be able to resist. Golden Mountain Range. The creation realm martial artist's consciousness shrouded Tian Xin and locked onto him. Kid, don't worry. I won't kill you. Young Master Yuan Ming said that he wanted to capture him alive. Splash. The creation realm martial artist came to Tian Xion's side and reached out his hand to grab him. Rip. At this moment, the void tore open and the huge Starfield Dragon boat appeared. Fong Chen jumped down from the boat and stared at the creation realm martial artist with murderous intent. Let him go. The Yuan race martial artist didn't expect Fong Chen to come so quickly. Young Master Yuan Ming, Green Bamboo Island Master, has appeared on Golden Mountain. He sent the news to Yuan Ming and then looked at Fong Chen with a sneaky smile. Kid, you left Green Bamboo Island without permission. Aren't you afraid that young Master Yuan Ming will kill you? Let him go. Fong Chen roared again. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Yuan Ming had completely infuriated him. What if I don't let him go? The Yuan race martial artist mocked. I'll kill you with my own hands. Fong Chen said word by word. You can't do it. You'll believe me. As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, he unleashed the space-time true intent. Splash. Seeing Fong Chen disappear, the creation realm martial artist's expression changed. He couldn't find where Tian Xin was hiding. He grabbed Tian Xin and shouted, Kid, if you don't appear, I'll crush his head. He used Tian Xin as an excuse to threaten Fong Chen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of red light cut through the void. It slashed at the blessed realm martial artist's arm at lightning speed. Bang! The hand holding Tian Xan was cut off and fell to the ground. Fang Chen appeared at the right time and took Tian Xan away. Damn it! The members of the Yuan race were furious when their arms were cut off. Leave this to me. Fang Chen placed Heaven's Heart within the coiling moon immortal cave. Then he unleashed a fierce and domineering attack on the people of the Yuan race. Pucci, without any resistance, the Yuan clan's creation realm martial artist was killed. After killing him, Fang Chen's body floated in the sky. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. He knew that the Yuan race army was definitely on the way. Yuan Ming, you despicable person. You can't beat me, so you came to deal with my disciple. Fang Chen's voice was filled with terrifying power. I know you're on the way, but I want to tell you that you'll never be able to kill me. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure vanished. Who? Just a few breaths after Fang Chen disappeared, a life and death realm monarch arrived. And he disappeared. He was a monarch invited by Yuan Ming to kill Fang Chen. Soon, Yuan Ming and the others arrived. Monarch, where is he? Yuan Ming asked. The monarch frowned and said, when I arrived, he had already disappeared. Monarch, can you sense where he is? Logically speaking, a life and death realm monarch's divine sense should be able to cover the entire island. I can't. The monarch shook his head. How is this possible? Yuan Ming cried out. Everything he had painstakingly planned had turned out like this. Impossible. He must have a concealment treasure and is hiding in the surroundings. Yuan Ming shook his head frantically. He didn't believe that Fang Chen had left Golden Island. Search every inch of the ground. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yuan Ming roared. This is a bit strange. The monarch's divine sense covered the entire island, but he didn't find anything strange. Chapter 1505. Even life and death emperors couldn't kill Sanguinati. This infuriated Yuan Ming. If it weren't for Sanguinati's heaven-defying treasures, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Damn it! 3 days later, the search ended in failure. Yuan Ming was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Fang Chen, who was in the demon-subduing realm, had already returned to Green Bamboo Island through the teleportation formation. Green Bamboo Island, Island Lord's Mansion. Fang Chen released Tian Xan from Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The latter was dispirited. Tian Xan, are you all right? Fang Chen asked. Seeing Tian Xan's state, he was somewhat worried. Although he didn't know what setback Tian Xan had suffered, he could clearly feel that he had become much more dispirited. Master! The sorrow that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly poured out. Tian Xan lay on Fang Chen's shoulder, crying bitterly. Sensing his disciple's sadness, Fang Chen clenched his fists, filled with killing intent. Yuan Ming, one day, I'll make you pay a disastrous price. Fang Chen inwardly said. Soon after, he began comforting Tian Xan. After a long time, Tian Xan's expression recovered, and he gradually told Fang Chen what had happened. When the latter learned about it, he was even more furious. Tian Xan had been alone since he was young, and the Sky Fire tribe had taken care of him. Then, by chance, he met Tian Xan. All along, Tian Xan had been very lonely. He was a lonely cultivator. He had finally found true love, but it was mercilessly destroyed by Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming! Fang Chen faced the sky and roared, wishing he could take Yuan Ming's head. His body was surrounded by a heavy evil aura. Master, I want revenge. Tian Xan said solemnly, I want to become strong. This was the first time Tian Xan had begged Fang Chen. In the past, as his master, Fang Chen had only given him a few pointers. As for cultivation, Tian Xan had to rely on himself. But now, after experiencing this setback, Tian Xan swore to take revenge for Min. Every time he closed his eyes, Min Er's figure would appear in his mind. He could not let go of Min had used her own life to save him. I want revenge. Seeing how determined Tian Xian was, Fang Qin nodded heavily. Next, I will give you a hellish training plan, Fang Qin said. There was a deep obsession in Tian Xian's heart. If he couldn't get rid of this obsession, he would go berserk. In the following period of time, Green Bamboo Island was peaceful. After this incident, Yuan Ming seemed to have given up and never appeared again. As for Fang Qin, he was wholeheartedly teaching Tian Xian. The latter was very talented and possessed the heavenly, desolate sword body. His comprehension of the sword Tao was very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as his master, he wasn't any weaker. In just 3 months, the change in Skyheart could be described as a complete rebirth. At this time, Tian Xian's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Heaven Dipper realm. The reason for the huge jump in his cultivation was entirely because of Fang Qin. Besides Tianqin, Fang Qin also heard another piece of good news. Divine Array Master Nile had successfully broken through to the 3-star realm not long ago. From 2-star to 3-star, Nile's improvement was obvious to all. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Nile's potential was unprecedentedly strong. He wasn't the embroidered pillow that they thought he was. Yuan race, sacred ground. In an elegant garden, the master of Yuan race sat quietly. He was dressed luxuriously. Beside him was an old man with a black beard. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be shocked, because this old man with a black beard had a great background. In the mortal universe, there was a universe combat power ranking. There were a total of 50 people on the combat power ranking. These represented the top 50 unparalleled powerhouses in the mortal universe. Their strength was so strong that it made the universe pale. Among these 50 people, there were humans and foreign races. The old man with a black beard who was sitting and chatting with the master of Yuan race was an unparalleled powerhouse on the universe combat power ranking. Moreover, he was ranked 5th on the combat power ranking. His cultivation was earth-shattering. Other than the masters of the 4 sacred grounds, the strongest was the old man with a black beard. No one knew what his name was, but his name was known to all the top powerhouses in the universe. Black Blade Monarch's name resounded throughout the universe. Black Blade, how come you have the time to come here? Yuan Gu grinned and said, he, Yuan Gu, was ranked 2nd on the universe combat power ranking, second only to the human race Sacred Lord, who was ranked 1st. But he didn't dare to underestimate Black Blade Monarch. Black Blade Monarch was a rogue cultivator with no ties. No one dared to provoke him. There was once a life and death realm monarch who provoked Black Blade Monarch. Without saying a word, Black Blade Monarch killed his way to his home. He annihilated the entire family of this life and death realm monarch, causing a river of blood to flow on the island. Even after such a massacre, the human race, Sacred Lord, didn't appear. Yuan Gu, don't you know why I'm here? Black Blade Monarch said with a chuckle. From the outside, Black Blade Monarch looked like an ordinary person, but no one could ignore his terrifying combat power. The ancestral land inheritance that occurs once in 100 years is about to open. I want something inside. Black Blade Monarch continued. His lazy eyes stared straight at Yuan Gu. Hearing this, the latter laughed heartily. Something that could make Black Blade Monarch pay attention to was definitely a treasure. Black Blade, what do you want? Yuan Gu asked. I won't beat around the bush with you. I need something inside the ancestral land inheritance. Your sacred land should have a lot of spots this time. Give me a spot, and I'll owe you a favor. Black Blade Monarch said. Yuan Gu's expression finally turned grave when he heard Monarch Black Blade's words. A spot in exchange for a favor from Black Blade Monarch. Even the human race Sacred Lord didn't want to provoke Black Blade Monarch, who was ranked 5th on the universe combat power ranking. With such terrifying combat power, a favor was simply a great thing. All right, I'll give you face. Yuan-gu agreed without hesitation. At the same time, in the human race, sacred land, the human race, sacred lord, was discussing with the upper echelons about opening the ancestral land inheritance. Everyone, the ancestral land inheritance that occurs once in 100 years will open in another 3 months. Have you chosen the warriors to enter? The human race, sacred lord, asked. Sacred lord, the warriors have already been prepared. The human race, sacred land, has a total of 100 spots. Because of the Bone Age limit, there's no choice. The strongest warrior we've chosen this time is a 7th level creation realm genius. With the strength of the human race, sacred land, we only need to guard against the Yuan's sacred land. The upper echelons expressed their opinions. After hearing this, the human race, sacred lord, nodded with satisfaction. After a long while, he spoke. Leave a spot for Green Bamboo Island Lord. The sacred lord's words silenced the entire sacred hall instantly. The upper echelons looked at each other in confusion. The ancestral land inheritance only opened once in 100 years. A spot was extremely precious. However, why would they give it to a low-level creation realm kid? Even if he had made great contributions, this shouldn't be the case. Sacred Lord, the ancestral land inheritance is not a game. Please reconsider. Yes, Sacred Lord, Green Bamboo Island Lord is too weak. He'll only waste a spot in the ancestral land inheritance. The warriors we've chosen this time are generally stronger than Green Bamboo Island Lord. It's not appropriate for him to enter. The upper echelons unanimously objected to the human race, Sacred Lord's words. However, the human race, Sacred Lord's attitude was very firm. Perhaps he'll give you a surprise. On Green Bamboo Island, Fong Chen was teaching Tianxan when ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, the clone of the human race, Sacred Lord, arrived at the island Lord's residence. Sacred Lord, Fong Chen hurriedly bowed. If it weren't for the Sacred Lord, he would have died at the hands of the Yuan sacred land inheritance. The Sacred Lord had saved his life. Sanguinati, your potential is beyond my imagination, the human race, Sacred Lord, said gently. I misjudged you the first time I summoned you. The Sacred Lord admitted that he had misjudged Ling Han. Originally, the Sacred Lord had thought that Sanguinati had great potential. However, there was still a gap between him and the 7 heavenly body tier prodigies he had summoned. Now it seemed that the gap wasn't as big as he had imagined. They might even be on par. Fong Chen chuckled and didn't say anything. With your potential, it's enough for the human race to focus on nurturing you. I can guarantee that you'll definitely reach the life and death tier in the future. It's only a matter of time. The human race, Sacred Lord, continued. I've come to find you this time to give you an opportunity. However, it's up to you whether you can grasp it or not. What opportunity? Fong Chen's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked. Our human race has been passed down generation after generation, universe epochs after universe epochs. We've been able to reproduce all this time because of our foundation. In terms of foundation, all the other races combined probably don't have as much foundation as the human race. The human race has an ancestral land of inheritance. It's the place where all the supreme elites of the past died. It opens once every 100 years. In another 3 months, it'll be the next time the ancestral land of inheritance opens. Because the ancestral land of inheritance is the foundation of the human race, there are restrictions. Only those whose bone age isn't over 100 years old can enter. This time, I want you to enter. Ancestral land of inheritance? Fong Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. According to the human race, Sacred Lord, those who entered the ancestral land of inheritance were all supreme geniuses. 88. This meant that the other 3 god races would also send cultivators in. only the 4 Holy Lands have the right to send the younger generation into the ancestral land of inheritance. The human race, Sacred Lord, has reserved a spot for you. However, I have to remind you that the cultivators entering the ancestral land of inheritance this time are all supreme geniuses. With your strength, your life will be in danger. Are you willing to take the risk? The human race, Sacred Lord asked. Almost without thinking, Fong Qin directly nodded and agreed. The ancestral land of inheritance was the foundation of the human race. There are countless inheritances inside. If he could obtain one, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to train. Chapter 1506. The ancestral land was the human race's deepest heritage. As long as the ancestral land was not destroyed, the human race's heritage would not be destroyed. The ancestral land opened once every 100 years. The reason there was a limit was that the human race's ancestors wanted to nurture their descendants. Almost every time the ancestral land opened, there would be martial artists who would soar to the sky. The current leaders of the 4 great sacred lands had entered the ancestral land when they were young. Their achievements today were inseparable from the ancestral land. The 3 divine races, led by the Yuan race, were independent from the human sacred lands. But deep in their hearts, they had always thought of themselves as humans. Occasionally, there would be some internal strife and even competition. But when it came to dealing with the alien races, they would not hesitate at all. This also meant that the human race was an iron bucket, and the alien races had no chance to attack. Seeing that the ancestral land was about to open once every 100 years, the 4 great sacred lands were already bustling with activity. Recently, the 4 great sacred lands had been selecting creation realm martial artists to enter the ancestral land. It was very lively. When there were only 3 months left before the ancestral land opened, the candidates were finally decided. However, there was a problem in the human sacred lands during this period. Out of the 100 people who had been selected, one of them suddenly had to be removed. Everyone was very confused. Hadn't they worked so hard for so many years to enter the ancestral land? At this juncture, no one was willing to withdraw. However, there was an order from the higher-ups that one of the 100 people had to withdraw. What does that mean? Why do we have to withdraw one person? Did our efforts all this time go to waste? Such discordant voices came from the human sacred lands. Although the Sacred Lord was the ruler of the human race, they were unwilling to submit. They would not withdraw unless they were given a reason to work together. Give us a reason. Many martial artists were shouting loudly, demanding the human sacred lands to give them a reason. After the high-level elders reported this matter to the Sacred Lord, the latter pondered for a moment and then said, "Let them gather at the square." "Yes, Sacred Lord." Before long, 100 martial artists all gathered in the plaza. They discussed with each other, not knowing what the Sacred Lord was up to. The human Sacred Lord sent a voice transmission to Sanguinati and asked him to come to the human sacred lands as soon as possible. It was related to the ancestral land. When Fong Chun heard the news, he immediately took the teleportation array and arrived at the Holy Land. "Holy Master, why are you in such a rush? Is something the matter?" asked Fong Qin. "I gave you a spot to inherit the Holy Land, but some warriors are not willing. They need you to prove it yourself," the human clan's Holy Master said calmly. Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned for a moment and then came to a realization. It looked like the Holy Lord wanted him to show off his skills to those martial artists who disagreed, intimidating them a little. Walla, the sacred master of the human race, led the Sanguinati to the plaza. "Everyone, the reason why I have one of you withdraw is because I have given the final spot to the Green Bamboo Isles, our master, Sanguinati." The human race's holy master's words had successfully angered Fong Qin. Countless vicious eyes fell on Fong Qin. The latter curled his lips. Soon after, he raised his head and calmly looked to the front. "The last spot goes to Sanguinati." "Why? just because he is the Green Bamboo Island Master? But he is too weak. He is not qualified to enter the inheritance ancestors' land. I don't agree to give the last spot to Sanguinati unless he can defeat one of us." The crowd was in an uproar. The martial artists who were ranked at the bottom were very firm in their opposition. The human race's holy master had already expected this. He smiled and looked at Fong Qin. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Fong Qin to settle the rest. Fong Qin nodded slightly and stepped forward. The spot to enter the inheritance ancestors' land was extremely precious. It was impossible to make these people withdraw voluntarily. Therefore, he could only use his fists to conquer them and let them know that he was qualified to enter the inheritance ancestors' land. Fong Qin waved his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Soon after, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, you are all elites selected by the Holy Land. You don't just rely on words, right?" Hearing this, everyone stared fiercely at Fong Qin. "Since I dared to come here, I have already prepared all the countermeasures. The universe is vast, and the strong are respected. Everyone should understand this principle, so I won't say any more nonsense. Since I want to snatch a spot from everyone, then I will use my actions to prove that I have the qualifications to obtain this spot." Fong Qin's voice was sonorous and powerful as it resounded through the square. The crowd quieted down. Some of the martial artists who were ranked at the bottom had cold anger on their faces. They clenched their fists and were eager to fight. As for the few top geniuses standing in the front row, they did not even open their eyes to look at Fong Qin from the beginning until the end. They were the most elite geniuses among the 100 people. They were so powerful that the entire mortal universe was shocked. Therefore, no matter how the spots changed, their positions would not be affected. Boring. Someone shook his head and was a little unhappy. "Who doesn't agree with me, Sanguinati? Please enlighten me." Fong Qin cupped his fists and said to the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people rushed out and were ready to fight. "Lad, you are too arrogant. Let me teach you how to behave." "Let me do it. I will destroy his arrogance." A few martial artists came out in succession. However, they were ranked at the bottom. The few who were shouting fiercely earlier quietened down. "Everyone, how about giving me a chance?" The man with the surname Qin cupped his fists and said to the few martial artists who wanted to attack Fong Qin. When the others saw this, they shook their heads and gave up. A trace of anger flashed in the depths of the man with the surname Qin. He walked in front of Fong Qin. "Lad, the human race's sacred land is not as simple as you think." The man with the surname Qin said gloomily, "Let's talk with our fists." The man with the surname Qin's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the creation realm. It was already impressive if one could reach the creation realm before the age of 100. It was not easy for this person to reach the 4th level of the creation realm. However, Fong Qin did not treat him as an enemy at all. "You make the first move," Fong Qin said nonchalantly. When he saw that Fong Qin was not nervous at all, the man with the surname Qin's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Lad, you are courting death." With that, the man with the surname Qin attacked. He opened his large hand, and a powerful force instantly surged out. He grabbed with his large hand, and the void was torn apart. "Go," the man with the surname Qin shouted. His large hand carried a suffocating aura as it grabbed at Fong Qin's head. "Scram!" There was only one word in response to the man with the surname Qin. When Fong Qin said the word "scram," the sword-shaped talisman turned into a huge dragon and slammed into the man with the surname Qin's large hand. Crack! The man with the surname Qin's large hand was directly penetrated. Blood splattered in the air. The man with the surname Qin's body flew out and fell to the ground. "No." The man with the surname Qin's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Qin in disbelief. "How is this possible?" His heart was filled with anger. He had originally thought that he could teach this arrogant martial artist a lesson in front of the human race's sacred leader. But now he had actually been defeated. He knew very well what it meant to be defeated. The man with the surname Chin's face was ashen, and he looked dispirited. He was defeated just like that. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. The few martial artists who had wanted to attack felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They could tell that this person was very powerful, and he had probably not used his full strength to defeat the man with the surname Chin. A second-level creation realm martial artist defeated a fourth-level creation realm martial artist with one punch. Interesting. The few martial artists in the front row finally opened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Then they nodded their heads. They acknowledged Fang Chen. Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than the man with the surname Chin. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly as he stood in the square and looked around at the crowd. I wonder if I am qualified to get the last spot. There was silence in the square. All the martial artists looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The man with the surname Chin's expression was very ugly. Someone wanted to help him up, but was rejected. I lost. The man with the surname Chin suffered a huge blow. His body swayed as he left the square. Sanguinati has joined the 100-man team. Who else is not convinced? The human race's holy leader asked. No one said anything. In that case, from today onwards, Sanguinati will have the last spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. 3 months later, he will enter the ancestral land of inheritance with all of you, the human race's holy leader announced. No one had any objections. After all, strength was everything. Sanguinati's strength had gained their recognition. All right, go back and prepare, the human race's holy leader said. Not long after, over 100 martial artists all left. Fang Chen also bid farewell to the human race's holy leader and returned to Green Bamboo Island. However, before returning to Green Bamboo Island, he returned to the third heaven of the demon subduing boundary. He found his clone and placed it in the coiling moon divine cave before returning to Green Bamboo Island. This trip to the ancestral land of inheritance was a great opportunity. There were as many experts as there were clouds. With Fang Chen's strength, he would have to rely on the dark demonic wheel and the Starfield dragon boat to have a slight advantage. However, he didn't know what the situation within the ancestral land of inheritance was, so he had to be careful and bring his clone with him. That way, even if he encountered some experts, he wouldn't need to use the dark demonic wheel. After all, once he used it, it would drain him of all his energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Chen didn't want to use the dark demonic wheel. At the same time, Yuan Ming, who was far away in the Yuan race's sacred land, received some news. The master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati, has obtained a spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance with the geniuses of the human race's sacred land. Yuan Ming's heart was filled with killing intent after hearing this. A strange smile appeared on his face. Sanguinati, the human race's sacred leader, is protecting you outside. I can't do anything to you. Once we enter the ancestral land of inheritance, you'll die. Yuan Ming felt like he could already see the scene of him personally killing Fang Chen in the ancestral land of inheritance. He laughed heartily. Chapter 1507. The sacred land of the human tribe calmed down after the final quota was decided. The warriors who were qualified to enter the ancestral land of inheritance fought hard to improve their strength. A person only had one chance to enter the ancestral land of inheritance, so they had to seize the opportunity. As for Fang Chen, he taught Tian Xan in Green Bamboo Island. Time flew by. When there was only a month left before the opening of the ancestral land, one of the more famous martial artists in the creation realm suddenly came looking for Fang Chen. I've heard that the Lord of Green Bamboo Island is young and talented. You really live up to your reputation. The white-haired elder was called Crane Lord. Crane Lord was very powerful, and his battle strength was almost the same as Yin Fang's. In the universe, Crane Star Lord's name could also be heard. This time, Crane Lord came to Fong Chin shamelessly for 2 reasons. Crane Lord. Fong Chin cupped his fists and greeted. Crane Lord was a top expert in the creation realm, and he had great prestige in the human tribe. Moreover, Crane Star Monarch was a kind person, so Fong Chin would naturally give him face. May I know why Crane Star Lord has come to my green bamboo island? Fong Chin asked directly. An expert like the Crane Star Lord would not come to the green bamboo island for no reason. Hearing this, Crane Star Lord laughed and said, Lord Shui, I do have something important to do on Green Bamboo Island. Please say it, Crane Lord. If I can help you, I won't refuse. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Crane Lord smiled. The legendary lord of Green Bamboo Island was gentle and easy to talk to. This made Crane Lord relax a lot, and he went straight to the point. I heard that Lord Green Bamboo Island is an 8-star array master. I found a broken array by accident, and I want to ask Lord Green Bamboo Island to repair it. If Lord Green Bamboo Island can help, I'll be very grateful, Crane Lord said. Broken array? Fong Chin said, Don't worry, Crane Lord. It's just a small matter. Since Crane Lord has asked, how can I not help? However, Crane Star Monarch, you have to be prepared. The universe is vast and nothing is too strange. Even though I'm an 8-star God Formation Master, there are still some strange formations that I can't understand. Fong Chin said modestly. Hearing that, Crane Star Lord nodded and said, As long as Green Bamboo Island Master is willing to help, I will be very grateful. After saying that, Crane Star Lord took out a jade pendant from his bosom. Island Lord, this is a token of my appreciation. Crane Star Monarch handed the jade pendant to Fong Chin. The latter wanted to decline, but when he saw the look on Crane Star Lord's face, he decided to accept it. Island Master, don't underestimate this jade pendant. Everyone knows that I, Crane Star Lord, am an expert in the crafty stab dao. This jade pendant contains a strand of my power. At the crucial moment, Crane Sovereign can crush the jade pendant to release its power. It could block any attack below the life and death realm. However, it can only be used once. Hearing Crane Star Lord's explanation, Fong Chin was secretly delighted. Who would have thought that the Crane Star Lord would give him such a precious gift? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this jade pendant was extremely precious. It was equivalent to his second life. The ancestral land of inheritance had restrictions. Only Fortune Realm martial artists could enter it. The power within this jade pendant could block any attack below the life and death realm. In other words, no matter what kind of danger he encountered, he could use it to block it. Many thanks, Crane Star Lord. Fong Chin happily received the jade pendant and kept thanking him. After conversing with the Crane Star Lord for a while, Fong Chin followed him to the place where he was. Evil Soul Archipelago, Blood Crane Mountain. This mountain was originally a nameless mountain. After Crane Star Lord came here, he named it Blood Crane Mountain. Island Master, this Blood Crane Mountain is where I live in seclusion. Crane Star Lord pointed at the mountain ahead. Fong Chin looked over and was astonished. This Blood Crane Mountain was surrounded by a blood-red halo. With a glance, one could tell that it was covered by a powerful array. What a powerful array! Fong Chin couldn't help but sigh, as expected of Green Bamboo Island Master. With just a glance, you can sense the broken array. Seeing Fong Chin like this, Crane Star Lord was even more delighted. He brought Fong Chin to Blood Crane Mountain. Island Master, I accidentally found a broken array here. If you can repair it, I'll be very grateful. Crane Star Lord said, If you need anything along the way, just let me know, and I'll try. After speaking, Fong Chin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to sense the information of the broken array. Crane Star Lord stood guard for Fong Chin. Yuan race, sacred land. Young Master Yuan Ming, Sanguinati has left Green Bamboo Island. Where did he go? When Yuan Ming heard this, he immediately stood up and asked. He went to Evil Soul Islands. The subordinate reported in a low voice. Evil Soul Islands. Hearing this, Yuan Ming's eyes flickered. Soon after, he took out his communication jade pendant and said, Evil Star Lord, help me kill someone. After communicating, Yuan Ming prepared to leave the Yuan race sacred land. Voila! The leader of the Yuan race appeared. Patriarch, Yuan Ming greeted. The leader of the Yuan race, Yuan Gu, nodded slightly and then looked at Yuan Ming. He seemed to have seen through the latter's thoughts and then advised, There's still a month before the ancestral land of inheritance opens. Don't leave the sacred land in the near future. Patriarch! Yuan Ming still wanted to speak, but the patriarch shook his head and interrupted him. The ancestral land of inheritance is the most important. The leader of the Yuan race said slowly. Yuan Ming's eyes flickered, and he finally nodded. Thank you for your advice. The leader of the Yuan race left, leaving behind Yuan Ming with a furious face. Damn it! Yuan Ming's heart was filled with hatred. The leader of the Evil Soul Islands, known as Evil Star Lord, was so strong that he could be said to be the top expert in the creation realm. On the surface, the Evil Soul Islands were people of the human race, sacred land, but they had secretly surrendered to the Yuan race, sacred land. After hearing Yuan Ming's order, they immediately acted. Green Bamboo Island Lord, Sanguinati. A strange smile appeared on Evil Star Lord's face. What he liked the most was to kill geniuses, especially those who were called peerless geniuses. During this period of time, he had heard a lot of news about Sanguinati. He knew that Sanguinati was a genius and that he had offended Yuan Ming of the Yuan race. Not long after, Evil Star Lord found where Fong Chen was. He's actually hiding here. Evil Star Lord said sinisterly, and then his figure flashed and found Blood Crane Mountain. When he saw the blood-red halo above Blood Crane Mountain, Evil Star Lord's eyes were filled with fervent desire. What a powerful formation! Evil Star Lord was greedy. If he could establish a base here, he would definitely be able to nurture countless geniuses for the Evil Soul Islands. Whoosh! Evil Star Lord leaped and arrived at Blood Crane Mountain. He saw Sanguinati sitting cross-legged on the ground. Is this kid trying to control the formation? Seeing that Sanguinati's body was filled with blood-red light and was about to merge with the formation, Evil Star Lord attacked. Kid, go to hell. When a peak creation realm expert attacked, his power was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. Fong Chen, who was immersed in the sea of formations, did not realize that danger was approaching at all. Heretical Starlord's large hand reached out and grabbed at Fong Chen's head. As long as he was caught by Evil Star Lord, Fong Chen would definitely die. However, at the critical moment, a furious roar sounded. Scram! Immediately after, the void flickered, and Crane Star Lord blocked in front of Fong Chen. He sent Evil Star Lord's hand flying with a punch. Crack! The two collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Evil Star Lord was forced back. After stabilizing his body, Evil Star Lord saw Crane Star Lord. Crane Star Lord, are you trying to stop me? Evil Star Lord asked. Evil Star Lord, this is my place of seclusion. Leave this place quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite. Others might be afraid of Evil Star Lord, but Crane Star Lord was not. Crane Star Lord, I only came here to kill this kid. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Evil Star Lord did not want to become enemies with Crane Star Lord. On the Evil Soul Islands, Crane Star Lord was one of the people Evil Star Lord feared. Bullshit! Don't you dare touch him! Evil Star Lord's words instantly infuriated Crane Star Lord. Seeing Crane Star Lord's anger, Evil Star Lord was stunned. He had never seen Crane Star Lord so furious before. Crane Star Lord, you're willing to become enemies with me for a creation realm trash. said Evil Star Lord coldly. "Humph, in my eyes, Sanguinati is 100 times, 1,000 times more important than you. Leave this place quickly, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Crane Star Lord's aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack at any moment. It was clear that Crane Star Lord was truly angry. However, Evil Star Lord was not someone to be trifled with. "Crane Star Lord, if I want to kill you, you won't be able to stop me," said Evil Star Lord. If he did not kill this person, how would he have the face to continue living on the Evil Soul Islands? "You're courting death." Crane Star Lord was enraged. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. Rumble, a battle between peak creation realm experts, was extremely destructive. Crane Astral Lord also realized this and led Evil Astral Lord into the sky. However, Evil Star Lord's original intention was to kill Fong Chin. "Crane Star Lord, I already said that you won't be able to stop me." As he spoke, a clone emerged from the Evil Star Lord's body and headed straight for Fong Chin. "Damn it!" Crane Star Lord roared furiously. He used the crafty stab Dao that he was so proud of. His attacks changed unpredictably, and he suppressed Evil Star Lord's true body like a storm. Whoosh! Crane Star Monarch took out a flame bead from his bosom. He gritted his teeth and threw it at Evil Star Lord's clone. Boom! The flame bead exploded and swept away Evil Star Lord's clone. 88-8. Crane Star Lord, you actually used the Fire Devil Heavenly Pearl for a creation realm cultivator. Evil Star Lord's eyes widened as he roared furiously. The explosion of the Fire Devil Heavenly Pearl instantly swallowed his clone. How could Evil Star Lord not be furious when he lost his clone just like that? "It's just a Fire Devil Heavenly Pearl." Crane Star Lord did not give Evil Star Lord any time to react. He continued to attack fiercely. Chapter 1508. In truth, Evil Star Lord had come prepared this time. He had even brought his doppelganger in order to smoothly kill Fong Chin. He had heard that Sanguinati had an extremely powerful concealment technique that even life and death monarchs couldn't see through. However, he hadn't expected that he would lose a doppelganger before killing Sanguinati. Evil Star Lord was very strong, and he cultivated a demonic Dao secret technique. Therefore, he only had one doppelganger. As everyone knew, the more doppelganger one had, the more the Yuan spirit would be separated. The multiple separation of the Yuan spirit would affect the cultivation of the main body. Evil Star Lord wanted to step into life and death realm, so he only refined one doppelganger just in case. But now he had been destroyed by the Crane Lord, who had always been known as an honest man. Damn it! Evil Star Lord roared furiously. He waved his hands, opening and closing them. A frightening evil aura instantly spread out. Evil Star Lord and Crane Star Lord started fighting for real. Fong Chen was still comprehending the formation. He had no idea that two peak manifestation realm experts were fighting in the void. In fact, the Fire Demon Heavenly Orb was also a supreme treasure for Crane Star Lord. The energy contained within was comparable to a life and death expert's attack once it erupted. It could also be considered his trump card. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use it easily. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Green Bamboo Island Lord was invited by him. He couldn't let Evil Star Lord kill him, right? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely used the only fire demon heavenly orb he had. He destroyed Evil Star Lord's doppelganger. Evil Star Lord attacked like a madman, while Crane Star Lord defended conservatively. As the battle continued, the energy emitted from the two's battle continuously destroyed the surrounding mountains. Only Blood Crane Mountain remained unscathed. Every time a powerful airflow struck Blood Crane Mountain, it would be blocked by the blood-red halo. Dong every time the blood-red halo was struck, Fong Chen's body would twitch. Dong 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 as the blood-red halo continued to be hit, the golden heart also started to beat rapidly. Buzz's strange aura burst out from the golden heart and merged with the crimson glow. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the golden heart seemed to be communicating with the blood-red halo. Sure enough, Fang Chen's guess was correct. A moment later, the blood-red halo underwent a great change. A large amount of strange aura surged out of the golden heart and drilled into the blood-red halo. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with the rough framework of the broken array formation. Fang Chen was very shocked. He had been examining the rough framework of the damaged formation. Once he had a rough framework, he would have a chance to repair it. What a complicated formation! According to Fang Chen's understanding, this array should be a Tier 9 array. However, after the passage of time, coupled with how damaged it was now barely able to display the power of an 8th tier formation. Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to comprehend the broken array formation. He accelerated the time around him to 100-fold. An hour later, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His face was filled with shock. I wonder which Grandmaster created this array formation. It's too shocking. Under the effect of 100-fold time acceleration, Fang Chen had succeeded in comprehending the array formation. With his current strength, he was completely capable of setting up a smaller version of the array formation. Start repairing it. Just as Fang Chen was about to repair it, he suddenly noticed the battle in the sky. Who is fighting Crane Lord? Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. The battle in the sky was too intense, causing Fang Chen's heart to palpitate. Bang! After a heavy collision, Crane Lord's body was clearly pushed back a little. Crane Lord, come into the array formation, Fang Chen hurriedly transmitted. Crane Lord had treated him well. Seeing Crane Lord in trouble, he had to help. Hearing that, Crane Star Lord did not say a word and directly entered the formation. Crane Lord, do you think I won't be able to do anything to you just because you're hiding in that broken array formation? Fiend Star Monarch's aura surged as he looked down at Crane Lord. Today, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Fiend Star Monarch's eyes were bloodshot. Even his clone had been destroyed. If he didn't kill Crane Lord, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger. How is it? Crane Lord looked at Fang Chen and asked, Crane Lord, I've already completely grasped the broken array formation. Although it's broken, the remaining energy is very powerful. If it explodes in one go, it'll be enough to heavily injure Fiend Star Monarch, Fang Chen transmitted. However, there's only one chance. Fang Chen told Crane Lord the general idea. Crane Lord pondered for a moment and nodded. I'll hold him back. You're responsible for detonating the array formation's energy. After that, Crane Star Lord made his move. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't fear Fiend Star Monarch. However, Fiend Star Monarch had already entered a berserk state. If he didn't end the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. So he had to use the broken array formation. Kill! Fiend Star Monarch attacked. A crescent moon appeared in the sky above his head. It was incomparably dazzling. The crescent moon contained a blood-colored aura. Die. Fiend Star Monarch grabbed the crescent moon and swooped down. Swoosh! Crane Lord used the crafty stab Dao to shuttle through the void. At the critical moment, a soft whip shot out from his sleeve and wrapped around Fiend Star Monarch's body. It's useless. The crescent moon in Crane Lord's hand erupted with a dazzling light. It was very terrifying. At this moment, he was extremely confident. Who could fight against the crescent moon? Fiend Star Monarch used all his strength to break free from the soft whip. Crack! Cracks appeared on the soft whip, and it was about to be broken by Fiend Star Monarch. Quick! Crane Lord was a little anxious and sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen. The latter closed his eyes and emitted a rich aura of array Dao. Blood-red light instantly spread out. On Mount Blood Crane, a certain side of the broken array formation was pierced through. Wild power, like a mountain torrent, suddenly poured out in torrents. Sensing this terrifying aura, Fiend Star Monarch's expression finally changed. Suppress everything. The crescent moon in Fiend Star Monarch's hand suddenly smashed into the terrifying flood that was like 10,000 horses galloping. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The void was torn apart as the terrifying flood drowned the crescent moon and then Fiend Star Monarch. Too strong. Crane Lord, who was hiding in the distance, paled when he felt this aura. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. If this power was aimed at him, there would probably be nothing left of him, who, after detonating the power of the array formation, Fang Chun collapsed from exhaustion and sat on the mountain peak, panting. Crack! The flood was like a hot knife through butter. After crushing the crescent moon, it swallowed Fiend Star Monarch's body. No. Fiend Star Monarch's unwilling voice could be vaguely heard in the air. However, under the destruction of the terrifying flood, he could not escape. Boom! When the terrifying flood dissipated, Fiend Star Monarch's body was badly damaged. Crane Lord was a little dazed when he saw this. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant Lord of the Archipelago would die in his own hands? One had to know that the Lord of the Archipelago was protected by his will, and his defense was extremely strong. However, under the terrifying flood, Fiend Star Monarch had died in a daze. Crane Lord, does this person have a grudge with you? Asked Fang Chen, who had recovered from his shock. Fiend Star Monarch came to kill you. He should have a grudge with you, explained Crane Lord. Yes, kill me. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered with golden light. He had already thought of the mastermind behind this matter. Yuan Ming, Fang Chen muttered inwardly. Crane Lord did not want to say anything more and changed the topic. Island Lord, you have a broken array formation. Does that mean that it can be repaired? Fang Chen nodded. It can be repaired, but its power will definitely not be as strong as before. Moreover, it will require a large amount of materials. No problem. Crane Lord was very happy. I have already listed the materials needed. Go prepare them, said Fang Chen. Crane Lord took the list and left Mount Blood Crane. Be careful. Fiend Star Monarch is the Lord of the Archipelago. We will be in trouble if we kill him, warned Crane Lord. In the sacred land of the human race, inside the sacred palace, there was a wall with countless life slips hanging on it. Usually these life slips were hidden in the darkness and could not be seen with the naked eye. Today, the life slips suddenly appeared, and then one of them shattered with a crack. Not good. The Lord of the Evil Soul Islands is dead. Immediately after, the news spread from the human race's sacred land. This news caused a commotion in the sacred land. The death of the Lord of the Archipelago was very rare. It was almost impossible to even see it. Who was so bold to even dare to kill the Lord of the Archipelago? We must investigate clearly. Whoever dares to attack the sacred land is provoking the human race. Yes, the death of the Lord of the Archipelago is a big matter. We must pay attention to it. The sacred Lord of the human race had left the sacred land for some matters, so the Grand Elder had to stand up. Inside the sacred palace, there was a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was connected to the will of the archipelago. As long as the corresponding will was inserted, one would be able to see everything that the Lord of the archipelago had experienced. This was also the human race's control over the Lord of the archipelago. The bronze mirror that had not been used for many years was activated by the Grand Elder today. The Grand Elder waved his hand, and a weak will from the ground was sucked into his palm. Then, the Grand Elder's palm pressed against the bronze mirror. Whoosh! An image appeared on the bronze mirror. Fiend Star Monarch was fighting with Crane Lord, and his clone was destroyed by the fire demon Heavenly Orb. Then, Fang Chen and Crane Lord worked together to destroy his original body, Sanguinati. After seeing Sanguinati, the Grand Elder frowned and muttered to himself, "This matter is very important. The formation that Sanguinati controlled is a bit strange. After thinking for a long time, the Grand Elder gave an order. He sent an envoy to the Evil Soul Islands to bring Crane Lord and Sanguinati to the sacred land. He wanted to interrogate this matter personally. Chapter 1509. In the deep sea of the void ocean, there was a figure sitting cross-legged here. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was empty, and no sea demons dared to come close. There was a bronze cauldron in front of him. The bronze cauldron emitted a terrifying yin and yang aura. His body was shining brightly. The two extremes of yin and yang seemed to be the opposite of each other. It was very terrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly a message came. The master of the Evil Soul Islands has been killed. The human holy leader's expression changed slightly. His body flashed and disappeared into the depths of the void ocean. At the same time, the other three holy leaders, Black Blade Emperor, and the other three received the same message. It had been a long time since the 5 great beings on the universe combat power list had gathered together. The 5 great beings represented 4 different forces. Among them, the human holy leader's status was unquestionable. Even the master of the Yuan race had to give him face, not daring to act rashly. As for Black Blade Emperor, he was an itinerant cultivator who was not bound by any forces. The conference hall was the top and most authoritative organization in the mortal universe. Some things could only be decided by the members of the conference hall. The principle of the conference hall was not to harm the interests of the human race. The interests of the human race were the priority. There were only 5 members in the conference hall. They were the top 5 on the universe combat power list. For countless years, the 5 of them would only gather together if something major happened. Now, because of the death of the master of the Evil Soul Islands, they gathered again. In the sacred palace of the human race, there were 5 figures sitting on the 5 thrones. The human holy leader was in the middle. On his left was the Yuan leader, and on his left was Black Blade Emperor. On his right were the Spirit Leader and the Luo Leader. Usually, the 5 of them would not gather together. The 5 of them looked at each other, and the Yuan leader spoke first. Sanguinati and Crane Emperor worked together to kill the master of the Evil Soul Islands. Evil Star Emperor's clone was destroyed. This is a crime of betraying the human race. Monarch Black Blade nodded. He needed the Yuan leader's help, so he had to speak up for him. That's right. As the master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati knows the rules very well. However, he broke the rules knowingly. If we don't punish him severely, we won't be able to convince the masses, Monarch Blackblade said. What about you guys? What do you think? The sacred leader nodded and turned to the right. The leader of the spiritual tribe wore a long green robe and always had a smile on his face. Among the 5 magnates, he was the milder one and had a good relationship with the other 4. First of all, we have to investigate the truth of the matter. I don't believe that Evil Star Monarch would attack Crane Star Monarch and Sanguinati for no reason. The Spirit Clan leader's words were more pertinent. Impartiality. I agree. Let's just find the person involved and ask him clearly. The Luo clan head said, Sanguinati was personally given the position of Green Bamboo Island Master by me. I believe in my foresight. With that, the human clan's holy leader waved his hand and sent out a thought. Not long after, the great elder personally led Fong Chin and Crane Star Lord into the holy palace. Greetings to the 5 seniors. Crane Star Lord cupped his hands. Fong Chen followed suit and bowed. Other than the human clan's holy leader and the Yuan clan head, Suemo had never seen the other 3 before. Fong Chin felt his scalp go numb. The faint aura from the 5 magnates made his heart palpitate. They are too strong. Fong Chin did not know the other 3. However, seeing that they were on equal footing with the human clan's holy leader, he could guess what was going on. Explain. The human clan's holy leader said. Crane Star Lord raised his head and looked at the human clan's holy leader. He then said, this is what happened. I discovered the broken array on Mount Blood Crane by accident. Hence, I wanted to take it for myself and live in seclusion here. I heard that Green Bamboo Island Master is very skilled in array formations. Hence, I went to Green Bamboo Island to visit him personally. I wanted him to help me repair the broken array. The latter agreed and came to Mount Blood Crane to help me repair the array. Who would have thought that evil Starlord would suddenly appear and threaten to kill Sanguinati? Naturally, I had to do my best to protect him. Evil Starlord was well prepared. His true body stopped me while his clone dealt with Sanguinati. In a moment of desperation, I used my trump card, the Fire Demon Heavenly Orb, to destroy evil Starlord's clone. After that, evil Starlord fought with me and he went mad. I had no choice but to keep Sanguinati busy. He released the remaining power of the broken array and killed evil Starlord. Crane Star Lord slowly explained what had happened. He told the truth. He did not dare to hide anything. The 5 magnates were very powerful. He did not dare to lie. Evil Starlord's true body and clone were destroyed. Do you think you can get away with it with a random reason? The person who spoke was the Yuan clan head. As he spoke, his aura spread. Crane Star Lord immediately knelt on one knee as his bones creaked. Crash! The human clan's holy leader waved his hand and removed the power that was suppressing Crane Star Lord. Tell me, the human clan's holy leader looked at Fong Chin. Senior holy leader, Crane Star Lord has already said what needs to be said. I have something to add. Evil Star Lord wants to kill me, and it might be related to Yuan Ming. Recently, whenever I leave Green Bamboo Island, Yuan Ming will come to kill me. He even used despicable means to kidnap my disciple to threaten me, said Fong Chin. Hearing this, the Yuan clan head's expression changed. His aura fluctuated. How dare you accuse the Yuan clan? If the Yuan clan wants to kill you, it will be as easy as blowing off dust, sneered Monarch Blackblade. The Spirit clan head did not say anything. However, the Luo clan head looked at Fong Chen with a strange gaze. He could sense the Luo clan's bloodline in Fong Chen's body. The Luo clan's bloodline? Is he the illegitimate son of one of our Luo clan's disciples? The Luo clan head was surprised. The Luo clan's bloodline in Fong Chen's body was very dense. It wasn't any weaker than the top disciples of the Luo clan. This really surprised him. However, when he thought of Luo Liuli, his expression became serious. All right, you guys can leave. The human clan holy leader waved his hand and sent Fong Chin and Crane Star Lord out of the sacred palace. The 5 heads were discussing in the sacred palace. Fong Chin did not know the exact outcome. The Yuan clan is really despicable. Fong Chin thought to himself, Island Lord, this matter started because of me. If the sacred palace really wants to punish me, I will bear the responsibility, said Crane Star Lord. You can't, Crane Star Lord. This matter is related to me. How can I back down? Fong Chin hurriedly said. Crane Star Lord laughed. The outcome is not out yet. I believe the sacred palace will give us an explanation. Fong Chin nodded. By the way, Crane Star Lord, do you know the other 3? Asked Fong Chin. Of course. Who doesn't know the top 5 heads in the mortal universe? Crane Star Lord's face was full of admiration when he mentioned the 5 heads. The black-bearded elder next to the head of the Yuan clan is Emperor Blackblade. He's the 5th strongest on the universe combat power list and the only independent cultivator among the 5 heads, said Crane Star Lord. An independent cultivator on the universe combat power list? This was the first time Fong Chin had heard of the universe combat power list. He was a little dazed. I forgot to tell you that the universe combat power list is the most authoritative list in the mortal universe. It was compiled by the human clan holy leader himself. It represents the top combat power in the mortal universe, said Crane Star Lord. At his level, he knew a lot of secrets of the universe. I see. Fong Chin was shocked. the top combat power in the universe. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. The 5 heads occupy the top 5 positions on the universe combat power list. The human clan holy leader is first, followed by the heads of the Yuan clan, Spirit clan, and Luo clan. Emperor Blackblade is 5th. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded. The 5 heads form the highest level meeting hall of the human clan, explained Crane Starlord. Whenever there's an important matter, they'll gather together to discuss countermeasures. Fong Qin finally understood. When will I be able to enter the universe combat power list? Fong Qin was filled with motivation. The 5 heads sat quietly and even restrained their auras. That was enough to make him feel depressed. This kind of battle prowess was unprecedented and dazzling. Soon, the door of the sacred palace opened. The 5 heads walked out of the sacred palace. The head of the Luo clan looked at Fong Qin with interest and said, "Sanguinati, if you have time, come to the Luo clan." Fong Qin's heart raced. Did the head of the Luo clan notice his Luo clan bloodline? Before he could reply, the head of the Luo clan disappeared. Goodbye, everyone. The head of the Spirit clan tore open the void and left the sacred ground. In the end, only Emperor Blackblade, the head of the Yuan clan, and the human clan holy leader were left. The matter has been investigated. Evil Starlord attacked first. It has nothing to do with you, said the human clan holy leader. Fong Qin and Crane Starlord turned and left. The head of the Yuan clan looked at the human clan holy leader with a smile. Is it worth it for a creation realm warrior? Holy Master, you've made a losing deal this time. The human race's Saint Lord smiled calmly in front of the 2 giants. Remember our agreement. Goodbye. The 2 heads left the sacred ground one after another. The human clan holy leader stood at the peak of the sacred mountain and looked up at the sky. Everything he did was for the sake of the human clan. The 5 heads had obviously reached an agreement about Evil Starlord. It was just that outsiders didn't know about it. The head of the Yuan clan and Emperor Blackblade seemed to have benefited. They were very happy after returning to the Yuan clan's sacred ground. I didn't expect the holy leader to be so generous to protect Sanguinati, said the head of the Yuan clan with a smile. Yeah, it's really beyond my expectations. It seems that Sanguinati has some secrets that no one knows. Emperor Blackblade lowered his head and pondered. Although we didn't punish Sanguinati severely this time, it doesn't matter anymore, continued the head of the Yuan clan. Come, let's play chess. Emperor Blackblade picked up a shirako and placed it on the chessboard. The head of the Yuan clan held a black piece in his hand. The 2 heads were happily playing chess. After this incident, Sanguinati's name spread again. Within the sacred land, countless martial artists looked at the blood sword saint with strange gazes. Chapter 1510. The original setting was that the heavenly body tier was the star monarch, the creation tier was the Tao ancestor, and the life and death tier was the monarch. Evil and Crane were both in the creation tier, so they should be called Tao ancestor. My head was muddled, and I forgot, so I wrote it wrong. Here, I'd like to thank Scholar Clear's Spring Bright Moon for her reminder. The correct name is Evil Tao Ancestor Crane. I've changed it all. Please understand the inconvenience caused to everyone. Qing Shi will pay more attention in the future. P.S. Updated this afternoon. Hit in hand. Please wait for a moment. Please remember. Chapter 1511. Recommended reading. The matter of Evil Tao Ancestor came to an end for the time being. Although it was not clear what agreement the 5 titans had reached, Fong Chen's intuition told him that it must be very complicated. Furthermore, he could tell the 5 titans were actually divided into factions too. At least, the Yuan clan lord was with Emperor Blackblade. As for the Luo clan lord and the Spirit clan lord, it was unclear for the time being. After returning to the Evil Soul Islands, Fong Qin began to wholeheartedly repair the array formation for Tao Ancestor. This array formation was unprecedentedly powerful. If it was an ordinary 8-star divine formation master, it would definitely be impossible to comprehend it. Fortunately, it was Feng Qin. Not only did he comprehend it, but he could also control it. In 3 days, Tao Ancestor, he had prepared all the materials. In the following time, Feng Qin began to repair the array formation with all his might. Seeing the blood-red halo on Blood Crane Mountain getting thicker and thicker, Tao Ancestor, his face was full of smiles. Repairing the array formation required time, but Tao Ancestor, he was not in a hurry. However, Feng Qin was in a hurry. In less than a month, the ancestral land of inheritance would open. He had to strive to repair the array formation before the ancestral land opened. While waiting for Feng Qin to repair the array formation, Tao Ancestor, he also received a piece of news. The news from the human race's holy land. After a discussion among the upper echelons of the human race, they unanimously decided to let Tao Ancestor, he be the master of the evil Soul Islands. Tao Ancestor, he originally did not want to be the master. He was unrestrained and was used to freedom. But after the human race's holy Lord sent him a voice transmission, Tao Ancestor, he readily agreed. From then on, the evil Soul Islands began a new journey. Feng Qin did not let Tao Ancestor he down. After spending more than 20 days, he finally repaired the array formation. Tao Ancestor, the array formation has been completely repaired. A blood-red halo spread throughout the entire Blood Crane Mountain. From the outside, it looked like a blood mountain, emitting a terrifying aura, making people not dare to approach. Feng Qin stood in the array formation, feeling the majestic array formation aura, and revealed a faint smile. Whoosh, whoosh, not long after, Tao Ancestor he came. He traveled through time and space, arriving in front of Feng Qin. He looked around very excited. Many thanks to you, Island Lord Green Bamboo. Tao Ancestor, he was extremely respectful towards Feng Qin. It's nothing. Feng Qin nodded gently, disregarding everything else. The jade pendant that Tao Ancestor he gave him was very valuable. It was enough for him to repair the formation. Moreover, Feng Qin had also gained a lot from repairing the array formation. Not only did he fully comprehend the array formation, but he also discovered some clues. Feng Qin was confident that it wouldn't take long for him to set up a miniature version of the blood-red array formation. At that time, his strength would definitely soar. They were about to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. If they could set up such a formation, it would definitely be a great trump card. Ha ha ha! From now on, Island Master Green Bamboo, you're this old man's good friend. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask. This old man will definitely not frown. Tao Ancestor, he laughed loudly. I'm relieved to hear your words, Tao Ancestor he. Feng Qin cupped his fists. After learning that Tao Ancestor, he had become the master of the evil Soul Islands, Feng Qin congratulated him. After the two chatted for a while, Feng Qin bade farewell to Tao Ancestor, and hurried back to Green Bamboo Island. Fortunately, Feng Qin breathed a sigh of relief. There was still time. Just as he returned to Green Bamboo Island, the human sacred land sent a message. Island Lord Green Bamboo, the ancestral land of inheritance, is about to open. The sacred Lord wants you to go to the sacred land now. The sacred land messenger came to Green Bamboo Island with the sacred Lord's voice transmission. Oh! Feng Qin heard and nodded. Immediately he made some arrangements on Green Bamboo Island and went to the human sacred land. At this time, there were still 7 days before the ancestral land of inheritance opened. Sanguinati, the ancestral land of inheritance, is about to open. Wait in the sacred land for these few days and familiarize yourself with your teammates, the sacred lord said. Okay. Feng Qin nodded. The closer it was to the opening of the ancestral land of inheritance, the more lively the human sacred land was. The martial artists who were qualified to enter the ancestral land were very excited. Everyone only had one chance to enter the ancestral land in their lives. There were inheritances everywhere in the ancestral land of inheritance. If one could obtain one of them, their future would be limitless. There was once a peerless genius who obtained a powerful inheritance in the ancestral land. From the 7th level of the creation realm, he directly stepped into the legendary life and death realm, which troubled countless martial artists. This kind of thing happened often. The ancestral land of inheritance is about to open. This time I must soar to the sky. My opportunity has come. When I return from the ancestral land, it will be the time for me to soar to the sky. I don't want the strongest inheritance. I only want the most suitable inheritance for me. In the sacred land, many martial artists were whispering. Some martial artists were even trying to rope in their teammates. In the past few days, Fong Qin had also heard some names that reverberated like thunder in his ears. Among the 100 martial artists in the human sacred land, there were a few who were very strong and were the candidates to lead the team in the human sacred land. Fong Qin also secretly paid attention to the information of these people. After reading, he was very shocked. Their potential was not weaker than his, and some even surpassed his. Jiang Kuang, the top expert among the younger generation in the human sacred land. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the creation realm, and his battle strength was very high. He was also the most promising martial artist in the human sacred land who could enter the life and death realm. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword, whose cultivation was second only to Jiang Kuang, had reached the peak of the 6th level of the creation realm. His sword skills were divine, and he was an out-and-out sword genius. He was a sword cultivator with super strong attack power, and was worshipped by countless martial artists in the sacred land. Slaughtering Bull, who specialized in refining his body. It was said that his physical body had reached the level of resisting an 8th level divine weapon, and his defense was extremely strong. Among the younger generation, there were very few who could break through his defense. Moreover, Slaughtering Bull was very strong. Someone once saw him kill a martial artist of the same level with one punch. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the creation realm. However, in terms of attack power, he was not as good as Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. Wei Xiang, who was at the 5th level of the creation realm. Among these people, Wei Xiang was the most unique one. Although he was at the 5th level of the creation realm, in terms of attack power, he was not weaker than Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. In other words, among the 100 people in the human sacred land, his battle strength was second only to Jiang Kuang, who was ranked first. Wei Xiang liked to pretend to be weak, and those who were familiar with him knew that. However, there were often martial artists who did not believe it and wanted to challenge Wei Xiang. The result was obvious. They were beaten up by Wei Xiang. Wei Xiang's information successfully attracted Fong Qin's attention. The creation realm itself was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and steal the essence of the sun and moon. It was very difficult to raise one's realm. Everyone's understanding of martial arts differed greatly. Therefore, it was very difficult for a creation realm martial artist to challenge someone of a higher realm, unless they were top geniuses. Of course, there were very few people like Fong Qin. This Wei Xiang doesn't seem to be as simple as he looks. Fong Qin made a mental note of Wei Xiang. He had met Wei Xiang once, but he could not tell at that time that Wei Xiang was so strong. If he had not seen the detailed information, he would not have noticed Wei Xiang at all. Overall, among the 100 people in the human sacred land, only these 4 people were worth paying attention to. Fong Qin secretly calculated. With his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to be in the top 10 of the 100 people in the human sacred land. In a one-on-one fight, he could fight against a martial artist of the 5th level of the creation realm. Of course, it was only an ordinary 5th level martial artist. It might not be the same for a genius like Wei Xiang. However, if he took out the dark demonic wheel, he would not be afraid of anyone. Moreover, Fong Qin did not only have the dark demonic wheel as his trump card. The ancestral land of inheritance opens once every 100 years. It is a very important matter. I think everyone has their own trump cards, Fong Qin said. Just as Fong Qin was thinking, a loud voice came from the sky above the human sacred land. The spiritual sacred land team has arrived. Then the human sacred leader laughed heartily and came out to welcome them personally. Old Ling, you're early, the human sacred leader said with a smile. Early to let them familiarize themselves, the spiritual clan leader said with a smile. Behind him, there was also a team of 100 people. They were the geniuses who represented the spiritual clan to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. Have a good exchange with the geniuses of the sacred land, the spiritual clan leader said to the disciples behind him. Everyone nodded and landed on the square. The disciples of the two sides were familiar with each other and soon began to chat. Fong Qin looked at the group from the spirit race as a smile appeared in his eyes. He had met a familiar face. Ling Yu. When Fong Qin first entered the purgatory, he saved Ling Yu. Ling Yu, I trust you've been well since we last met. Fong Qin walked to Ling Yu's side and patted him on the shoulder from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Ling Yu jerked his head back. After seeing Fong Qin's face, he was stunned for a moment. Brother Fong, why are you here? Ling Yu asked with some surprise. Fong Qin spread out his hands and said with a smile, Why can't I be here? Are you the genius who represented the human sacred land to enter the ancestral land of inheritance? Ling Yu was a little surprised. Fong Qin nodded. A touch of shock appeared on Ling Yu's face, but he was relieved in an instant. He could enter the list of 100 people. With Fong Qin's potential, it should be very easy. Brother Fong, I really didn't misread you. When I was in the purgatory, I felt that your future was limitless. It's really amazing. With your own strength, you actually joined the list of 100 people. Ling Yu said with a smile. By the way, my name is now Sanguinati. Fong Qin reminded Ling Yu. He joined the list of 100 people under the name of Sanguinati. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he reminded Ling Yu. What's Sanguinati? Obviously, Ling Yu's name of Sanguinati was like thunder in his ears. He widened his eyes and looked at Fong Qin in disbelief. Recently, he had been hearing rumors about Sanguinati. Even not long ago, it was rumored that Sanguinati and Dao Ancestor he joined forces to kill the lord of the evil Soul Islands. He didn't expect that this legendary rising Sanguinati was actually the Fong Qin he knew. It shocked me. Ling Yu kept shaking his head to express his shock. Fong Qin smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, Ling Feng came over. Ling Yu, you know him? Chapter 1512. Ling Feng's status in the spirit clan was not too high and could only be regarded as average. However, he was much stronger than Ling Yu. The reason why Ling Yu made such rapid progress had a lot to do with Ling Feng. Ling Feng usually took good care of Ling Yu. At this moment, seeing the latter talking and laughing with the martial artists of the sacred land, he came over to ask, Brother Feng, this is the genius I told you about who saved me in purgatory. Ling Yu introduced. Oh, it's you. I am Ling Feng of the spirit clan. I don't know your name. While speaking, Ling Feng stretched out his hand and looked at Fong Qin with a smile. Fong Qin glanced at Ling Feng and also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Ling Feng. I am Sanguinati. Fong Qin played it down, but in Ling Feng's ears, it was an abnormally shocking thing. In Ling Feng's heart, stormy waves were set off. You are really Sanguinati. After saying this, he regretted it. This was the sacred land of the human clan. Who dared to pretend to be Sanguinati? Sorry, I lost my composure. Ling Feng withdrew his hand and said apologetically, It doesn't matter. Fong Qin spread out his hands, not caring about Ling Feng's loss of composure. How about Brother Feng? I told you at the beginning that his future achievements will not be lower than yours and mine. Ling Yu on the side grinned. Ling Feng nodded. I have heard of Brother Shui's name for a long time. Seeing you today is like thunder in my ears. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a commotion in the square. Then there were whispers in the crowd. The people of the Yuan clan had arrived. The Yuan clan has arrived. The leader was naturally the lord of the Yuan clan, Yuan Gu, and behind him was the top powerhouse of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming. When Fang Qin looked at Yuan Ming, the latter just happened to look over. Fang Qin could easily feel the killing intent hidden in the depths of Yuan Ming's eyes. His aura is a lot stronger. Fang Qin secretly said. He felt that Yuan Ming's strength seemed to have increased a little after not seeing him for a long time. But even so what? Yuan Gu, why are you so late? The lord of the spirit clan said with a smile. Since the Luo clan hasn't come, I'm not late either, Yuan Gu said. Then, Yuan Gu entered the sacred hall. Leaving behind the 100-man team, they landed on the square. Yuan Ming seems to have become stronger again. As expected of the top expert of the Yuan race's younger generation. He's really amazing. He's one of the popular candidates for the strongest inheritance. Everyone was secretly discussing. Some geniuses from the human race's holy land, such as Jiang Kuang, slaughtering Heaven's Sword, Rhino, Wei Xiang, and others, also greeted Yuan Ming. The top experts of the spiritual race also stepped forward to inquire. After Yuan Ming nodded slightly, his gaze fell on Fang Qin. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Ming walked towards Fang Qin step by step. The crowd parted to form a path. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yuan Ming. What is Yuan Ming doing? Many martial artists were puzzled. However, when Yuan Ming arrived in front of Fang Qin, everyone suddenly understood. Sanguinati. Yuan Ming's target is Sanguinati. Everyone had more or less heard about the feud between Sanguinati and Yuan Ming. The ancestral land opens once every 100 years. I'm curious how you got a spot with your mediocre skills. Did you get in through the back door? Yuan Ming grinned, his words full of arrogance. That's right. You have a close relationship with the sacred master. A spot is nothing. Hearing Yuan Ming's sarcastic words, Fang Qin laughed. The latter sneered and said, Idiot. The word idiot pierced deeply into Yuan Ming's mind. Suddenly, Yuan Ming's aura shook. He stared at Fang Qin. Sanguinati, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because this is the Holy Land, Yuan Ming said fiercely. Then why don't you try touching me? Fang Qin said cheekily. What a joke. This was the human race's holy land. Even the sacred master of the Yuan race wouldn't dare to mess around. What was a mere Yuan Ming? Moreover, even if they fought, he wasn't afraid of Yuan Ming. Humph, a second-level creation realm trash dares to challenge me. You're just relying on your treasures. Yuan Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. In the crowd, Jiang Kuang, Tu Tianjian, and the others looked on thoughtfully. They didn't say anything. The geniuses of the spiritual tribe expressed their opinions, one after another. Although I don't know the Blood Sword Saint's true combat power, his courage alone is extraordinary, Ling Ming of the spiritual clan said. I'm afraid that Sanguinati is just an embroidered pillow. He looks good, but is useless. I heard that if it wasn't for the sacred master, he would have died. Ling Xian curled his lips and said, Ling Xian, why do you say that? Sanguinati just stole your title of the youngest island master. Do you have to be like this? The person who spoke was a female disciple of the spiritual tribe. She wore a green dress and looked like a green lotus. She was called Ling Lianju. Although she was a woman, if one underestimated her, they would pay a heavy price. Her potential wasn't inferior to Ling Ming's, but she hadn't cultivated for as long as Ling Ming, so her strength wasn't as strong. It was obvious that the spiritual tribe valued Ling Lianju. Sister Lianju is right. Sanguinati is only a second-level creation realm martial artist, but he dares to challenge Yuan Ming. This itself requires courage. Whether he's just an embroidered pillow or a pretentious one, I think his courage is good. Ling Chihu, who was beside Ling Lianzhu, said, "The top geniuses of the spiritual tribe, except for Ling Xian, didn't have any special opinions about Fang Qin. Ling Xian was sanguinati and didn't have much interaction with him. If they had to talk about interaction, then it was the honor of being the youngest island master. Originally, Ling Xian was the youngest island master in this era and enjoyed the worship of hundreds of millions of people. However, after Sanguinati became the island master of Green Bamboo Island, the honor of being the youngest island master had waved goodbye to Ling Xian. Ling Xian didn't feel good. He felt that Sanguinati didn't live up to his name. Humph, if you want to get my recognition, you'll have to fight with me." Ling Xian snorted and stopped talking. At this moment, Yuan Ming and Fang Chen were still confronting each other. "Brother Yuan Ming, there's no need to waste your breath on this trash. Everything can wait until we enter the ancestral land of inheritance." A gray-robed man walked out from the 100-man Yuan tribe team. The man's words caused everyone to be stunned. It was so obvious that he was targeting Sanguinati. Wasn't he afraid of the sacred leader? Who is this? He doesn't seem to be from the Yuan tribe. Why does he look a little familiar? I remember now. He's the disciple of Emperor Blackblade. Instantly, a wave of shock surged through the crowd. Emperor Blackblade was an expert who was on equal footing with the four giants. His strength was earth-shattering. Even the sacred leader of the human tribe had to give him face. His disciple actually appeared in the Yuan tribe team. Could it be that the Yuan tribe had given him a spot? Emperor Blackblade's disciple, Fang Qin, stared at the gray-robed man and came to a realization. No wonder when the 5 giants summoned him, Emperor Blackblade spoke up for the sacred leader of the Yuan tribe. So this was the reason. Brother Ji is right. The ancestral land of inheritance is extremely dangerous. Ordinary martial artists will definitely die if they enter. Maybe I don't have to do anything. Some people will die by themselves. Yuan Ming sneered and walked to the gray-robed man. Fang Qin and the gray-robed man looked at each other. Although the gray-robed man hid his killing intent well, Fang Qin still caught it. It seemed that Emperor Blackblade's disciple had colluded with Yuan Ming to harm him. In the face of Yuan Ming's sarcasm, Fang Qin gave a strong counterattack. Many people thought that Sanguinati's counterattack was too stupid. They were about to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. The consequences of offending 2 experts were severe. However, to Fang Qin, none of this mattered. "Kid, I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, I'll have regrets." Yuan Ming sneered. "I'm just afraid that you'll be killed by me," Fang Qin said in a deep voice. Everyone in the crowd shook their heads. Sanguinati's words were too exaggerated. How strong would one need to be to kill Yuan Ming? Even Jiang Kuang, Tu Tianjian, and the others dared not say that they could kill Yuan Ming. Moreover, as a member of the Yuan tribe, how could he not have a trump card? Yuan Ming ignored Sanguinati and walked to Jiang Kuang and the others. "Jiang Kuang, I'm afraid your human tribe's sacred ground will come back empty-handed." Yuan Ming smiled. "Even a second-level creation realm trash can be selected into the team. It seems that your sacred ground has no one else." Yuan Ming didn't forget to mock Sanguinati at all times. Sanguinati fought for a spot with his own strength. Jiang Kuang frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. He fought for it himself. I think he used some external force. Yuan Ming laughed when he saw Jiang Kuang's expression. In his opinion, the reason why Fang Qin was able to obtain a spot was most likely because he had used that treasure. Otherwise, how could he get a spot when there were so many geniuses in the human tribe's sacred ground? "Everyone, there's still some time before the ancestral land opens. Why don't we exchange some pointers?" Ling Ming said. "I have no objections." Jiang Kuang said, "I have no objections either." Yuan Ming nodded. Exchanging pointers would help them understand their opponents. Hoo 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 ha ha ha. I didn't expect the Luo tribe to be the last to arrive. The Luo tribe was the last to arrive. The leader of the Luo tribe turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sacred palace, leaving behind 100 people. Seeing the younger generation of the Luo tribe, Feng Chen was shocked. The temperature of his blood suddenly rose. However, he suppressed it in an instant. At the same time, the leader of the younger generation of the Luo tribe frowned slightly and looked around as if he was looking for something. Strange, what was that aura? Luo Qinghan thought. Luo Qinghan, your Luo tribe came at the right time. We're going to exchange pointers. Do you want to join? Ling Ming asked. Luo Qinghan was a genius on the same level as them. Of course, they had to call him. Luo Qinghan nodded and walked to Ling Ming's side. 88. Oh, at this point, the geniuses of the 4 sacred grounds were all present. They were all waiting for the day when the ancestral land of inheritance opened. Somewhere in the void ocean, the surface was calm. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of air flew out from the ocean and floated in the sky like a fountain. A black figure could be vaguely seen, standing in the middle. The ancestral land of inheritance seems to be opening. Chapter 1513. The opening of the ancestral land was in the sacred land of the human race. Therefore, the teams of 100 people from the 3 god clans were all there, waiting for the opening of the ancestral land. The opening of the ancestral land every 100 years was a great time for the human race. The 4 leaders of the universe combat power list were gathered in the sacred land of the human race, so they were not worried that someone would cause trouble. They were not even afraid of the pinnacle sea demons in the void ocean. The warriors in the sacred land of the human race communicated with each other. Feng Chen was quietly waiting for the opening of the ancestral land in his residence. Far away in the void, a black shadow flashed and disappeared. He was extremely fast, and his ability to travel through the void was much better than Feng Chen's. In just one day, the black shadow came to the sacred land of the human race. The sacred land of the human race was at the edge of the void ocean, far away from the islands. Usually, no one dared to barge into the sacred land of the human race. The sacred land of the human race. The black shadow said in a hoarse voice, and then his body flashed and entered the sacred land of the human race. Stop! This is the sacred land of the human race. No one is allowed to enter. The guard guarding the sacred land of the human race was a warrior at the pinnacle of the creation realm. When he saw the black shadow, he immediately shouted. However, the black shadow ignored the guard. Damn it! Seeing this, the guard was furious. He took out the long spear in his hand and attacked the black shadow. Swoosh! The black shadow waved his hand and sent the guard flying. With a loud bang, the guard's body crashed heavily into the ground. He spat out blood and his face was pale. An elite has invaded the sacred land. The guard endured the pain in his body and roared loudly. His voice spread across the entire sacred land of the human race. In the sacred palace, the 4 leaders were discussing the opening of the ancestral land when they suddenly heard the voice. The sacred leader of the human race's expression changed slightly, and he stood up immediately. Yes. The other 3 leaders of the god clans were also shocked. They felt a very powerful aura. Whoosh! The 4 leaders instantly appeared in the sky above the sacred land of the human race and looked at the black shadow. The 4 of you, how have you been? The black shadow's body floated in the sky. After seeing the 4 leaders, he grinned. His voice was a little hoarse, and it gave people a very oppressive feeling. Below, the crowd was in an uproar. Who is this person? Why is his aura so strong? Even Feng Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the shadow. He knew a little about the Universe Combat Powers list, but he didn't know this person. It's you. The human race sacred leader's face was filled with surprise. Monarch Blood Fiend. The other 3 exclaimed. They were all too familiar with the black shadow. Blood Fiend Monarch was the commander of the Siren clan in the deep sea of the Void Ocean. He was so powerful that he could be ranked in the top 10 of the universe combat power list. All this while Blood Fiend Emperor had an agreement with the human race. The human race would not take the initiative to occupy the Void Ocean, and the Sea Demon race would not interfere in the affairs of the human race. This balance had existed for a very long time. However, the appearance of the Blood Fiend Monarch shocked the four major powers. It wasn't that he was surprised to come to the human race's sacred land alone. What truly shocked the four giants was the aura emanating from Blood Fiend Monarch. Only experts who stood at their level could understand what Blood Fiend Monarch's aura represented. I didn't expect that Blood Fiend Monarch, ranked 7th on the universe combat power list, would be the first to reach that realm. After a long while, the human race sacred leader recovered from his shock and said softly. The leaders of the three major god clans looked at Blood Fiend Monarch cautiously. They had reached the pinnacle of the life and death realm, but they couldn't take that final step. Now, Blood Fiend Monarch was one step ahead of them. This caused a huge change in the situation between the human race and the sea demon race. The ancestral land is about to open. I know it's extremely important to the human race. I won't force you. Just give the sea demon race 10 spots. Blood Fiend Monarch stated his request. No, the human race sacred leader refused without hesitation. The other three giants also shook their heads. What a joke! How many spots were there? Plus, how could they let the sea demon race enter the ancestral land? This was absolutely impossible unless the human race was destroyed. My sea demon race only wants 10 spots. This is nothing to you. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. Blood Fiend Monarch threatened the four giants. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from Blood Fiend Monarch's body. In the crowd below, Fong Chen felt his golden heart beating rapidly when Blood Fiend Monarch released his aura. Absolute command. Fong Chen was shocked. Blood Fiend Monarch could actually achieve absolute command. Could it be that he had already reached the immemorial realm? If Blood Fiend Monarch had reached the immemorial realm, then the current situation would be dangerous. However, after hearing the conversation between the four giants and Blood Fiend Monarch, Fong Chen guessed that Blood Fiend Monarch hadn't taken the final step. Half-step life and death realm. Fong Chen guessed inwardly. That should be the case. His golden heart beat rapidly, and streams of clear energy flowed out. These streams drilled into Fong Chen's mind. Immediately, Fong Chen's eyes became extremely clear as he saw the chaotic void around Blood Fiend Monarch. What's that? Fong Chen's eyes widened, and he felt his breathing quicken. All along, the rules had only existed in legends. Only peerless experts in the immemorial realm could completely comprehend the rules. However, now, Fong Chen actually saw the manifestation of the rules. Blood Fiend Monarch had touched the threshold of the rules. His body formed its own rules and was not affected by the rules of heaven and earth. Under his rules, he was the sky. Blood Fiend, although you've taken a small step, if we really fight, the four of us won't be afraid of you. The human race's holy master spoke. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a seemingly ordinary airflow rushed to Blood Fiend Monarch and destroyed the rules that had condensed. It's impossible to give you 10 spots. The leaders of the three god tribes rejected. Blood Fiend Monarch's face darkened. If that's the case, let's fight. He chose to challenge the human race's holy master. The four giants were the four strongest people on the universe's combat power list. The human race's holy master was ranked first on the universe's combat power list. If he defeated the human race's holy master, he would be the ruler of the mortal universe. Let's go to the void battleground. The human race's holy master waved his hand and tore open the void. A seemingly real, yet illusory, void ancient battlefield appeared, and the two of them entered it. The leaders of the three god tribes glanced at each other and also entered the void battleground. Dong! The void battleground closed, and no one outside could see what was happening inside. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out continuously. Even though the void battleground was separated, the aura emitted was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. Too strong. Is this the destructive power of a life and death realm expert? Fang Chen felt that the void battleground might not be able to completely isolate the shockwaves. If they fought above the human race's sacred land, it would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was waiting for the result of the battle. Battles between experts were sometimes very fast. Just as everyone thought that a bitter battle was about to begin, the void battleground opened. The 5 experts walked out in a single file. The human race's holy master's face was somewhat gloomy, but Blood Fiend Monarch's face revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that Blood Fiend Monarch had the upper hand in the previous battle. Moreover, they must have reached some kind of agreement. Otherwise, Blood Fiend Monarch would not have stopped fighting. Blood Fiend, I can give you 10 spots, but don't forget your promise, the human race's holy master said in a deep voice. Blood Fiend Monarch spread out his hands and said, I don't want to dominate the universe. I only want the sea demon race to develop quickly. Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you. Then, Blood Fiend Monarch waved his hand. 10 sea demons appeared in the space-type True Treasure. They all looked human, and their auras were vigorous. These 10 are the representatives of the sea demon race, Blood Fiend Monarch said. The human race's holy master nodded and then turned to look at the leaders of the other 3 god tribes. If you give Blood Fiend Monarch 10 spots, the 4 sacred lands will have to give 10 less spots. How should we distribute them? The human race's holy master looked at the other 3 and asked, Our sacred lands are short on spots. These 10 spots will be taken from your sacred lands. The Yuan race leader expressed his attitude. His words displeased the human race's holy master. Yuan Gu, don't forget your identity, the human race's holy master said. Even if you are the holy master, you can't force the Yuan race. Yuan Gu grinned, not caring at all about the human race's holy master's words. Do you think you can make me afraid just because you have Black Blade Monarch on your side? The human race's holy master was angry. This was the first time in countless years that he was truly angry. As the human race's holy master, he ruled over countless territories of the human race. As for Yuan Gu, although he was the leader of the Yuan race, he was still separated from the human race. No matter what, he was still part of the human race. Yuan Gu spread out his hands and stopped talking. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out instantly. The 3 sacred lands will each have 3 less spots, and the human race's sacred lands will have 1 less spot. The human race's holy master made the decision immediately. As the human race's holy master, he could make such a decision. All along, the leaders of the 3 god tribes had thought he was easy to bully. They thought he was gentle and didn't fear them. But now he was showing his tough side. If you don't agree, we can fight, the human race's holy master said in a low voice. Holy master, I haven't fought in millions of years. I would like to see how strong you are. Yuan Gu and the human race's holy master entered the ancient void battleground. They came out in a short while. Yuan Gu's expression was dim, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The Yuan race will have 3 less spots. Yuan Gu compromised. It seems like the human race's holy master isn't as simple as he looks, Fang Chen thought in the crowd. Since Yuan Gu had compromised, the leaders of the other 2 god tribes had nothing to say. The 10 people who had been eliminated were very unhappy. Chapter 15:14. I'm impressed. Blood Fiend Monarch cupped his hands and smiled. In fact, among the 4 giants, he was most afraid of the human clan's holy master. Although the human clan's holy master had chosen to compromise, it did not mean that he was weak. He was just looking at the big picture. The 400 spots had all been decided. Blood, Fiend Monarch, was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the human clan's sacred land and waited for the opening of the ancestral land of inheritance. Blood Fiend, the Sea Demon clan, wants to join in the fun at the human clan's ancestral land of inheritance. Aren't you afraid that all of your people will be wiped out? Yuan-gu said fiercely. The 10 people chosen by Blood Fiend Monarch were the top geniuses of the Sea Demon clan. If all of them were wiped out, it would be a huge blow to the Sea Demon clan. I'm not worried about this at all. You should be worried. Blood Fiend Monarch was very confident. The Sea Demon clan is almost invincible in the same realm. Yuan-gu pursed his lips and said casually, I admit that the Sea Demon clan has strong combat power. However, I don't agree that you are almost invincible in the same realm. After saying that, Yuan-gu pointed his finger and a ray of light shot into the crowd and shrouded Fangchen. Sanguinati, the youngest island master in the human clan's territory. He is only at the 2nd level of the creation realm, and he fought for a spot to enter the ancestral land of inheritance with his own strength. If you have the ability, let the Sea Demon clan's 2nd level of the creation realm fight with me. Let's see if you are invincible in the same realm. Hearing Yuan-gu's words, Fangchen was very displeased. Yuan-gu had said that for no reason. It was obvious that he was making trouble for him. Damn it! Fangchen clenched his fists and cursed Yuan-gu in his heart. After hearing Yuan-gu's words, Blood Fiend Monarch also noticed Fangchen. He is at the 2nd level of the creation realm, and he fought for a spot. Blood Fiend Monarch's eyes lit up when he heard that. He stared at Fangchen carefully. Yes, Yuan-gu said solemnly. Go and test his strength. Blood Fiend Monarch lowered his head and said to one of the sea demons. This sea demon's cultivation level was at the 5th level of the creation realm. She was the one with the lowest cultivation level among the 10 and also the weakest. The reason why the Blood Fiend Monarch chose him was because the Blood Fiend Monarch thought highly of him and wanted to nurture him. Hearing this, the sea monster nodded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you. After saying that, the sea monster walked in front of Fangchen. Brat, I heard that you're very strong. Come, let me see how strong you are. Fangchen already had a belly full of anger. His eyes were cold as he said coldly, When I attack, I want to see blood. In the eyes of outsiders, Fangchen's words were very arrogant. However, those who knew him well knew that he was completely enraged. Brat, you're very arrogant. You want to hurt me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The sea demon sneered. In midair, Monarch Blood Fiend shook his head. Yuan-gu, we can't control the battle. If we accidentally injure the people of your holy lands, don't feel bad. Blood Fiend Monarch Nuai said. Hearing what Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said, Fangchen suddenly raised his head and looked at the latter. That's right. I agree with Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch. It's inevitable for martial artists to make mistakes in a battle. If I accidentally kill the geniuses of the Sea Monster Clan, I hope Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch won't be angry with me. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch stood up and stared at Fangchen with 2 rays of red light in his eyes. A mere manifestation realm martial artist actually dared to say such words to him. However, in the end, Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch suppressed the anger in his heart. Brat, I hope your strength matches your words. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. Seeing this, Yuan-gu was secretly delighted. As for the other 3 giants, they were expressionless. Rumble. The sea monster made his move. Scales appeared all over his body, and his defense suddenly became stronger. Fangchen took out the red glass sword and performed the burial sword art of heaven and earth. Swoosh! The red sword light was extremely dazzling. The human clan's holy lord in the sky nodded with satisfaction. An expert like him could tell that Fong Chen's swordsmanship was extraordinary at a glance. This lad has great potential in swordsmanship. The spirit clan's master praised. This swordsmanship secret skill is very unique. It gives me a sacred feeling. The Luo clan's master said. He squinted his eyes and was surprised. He felt that Sanguinati was a little mysterious. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chen. The scales on the sea monster clan's genius exploded with a dazzling light. Kill! He roared, and the scales on his body shot out instantly. Bang! 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 The scales collided with the red sword light, and there was a deafening sound. A wild aura spread out and shrouded the two of them. Although the defense is strong, it's not indestructible. Fong Chen thought to himself, break! The space-time true meaning was activated to the extreme. His body flashed and traveled through space. With a step, he appeared behind the sea monster. Rip! Fong Chen reached out and grabbed a piece of the sea monster's scale. He tore it off forcefully. Arg! The sea monster roared in anger and started to fight back. However, he couldn't catch Fong Chen's figure under the space-time true meaning. With the burial sword art of heaven and earth and the 5 thunder calamity technique, I should be able to take him down. As he spoke, Fong Chen activated the 3rd level of the 5 thunder calamity technique. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The 5 great figures in the sky watched everything. This lad is a soul cultivator. The Blood Fiend Emperor said in surprise. Moreover, the secret skill of the soul Tao that he cultivates is a little special. The Blood Fiend Emperor caught a glimpse of the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique's aura and fell into deep thought. The 4 great figures of the human race looked at each other. Boom! After the thunder in the sky accumulated to a certain extent, it suddenly swooped down. Together with the burial sword art of heaven and earth, it formed a long dragon. It pierced the vital part of the sea monster. The sea monster wanted to dodge, but Fong Chen traveled through space and appeared behind him, blocking his body. Kill! The sea monster was furious and fought back with all his might. Pucci! However, Fong Chen's attack power was too strong. Moreover, he had found the sea monster's weakness. His entire body was covered in scales, and his defense was extremely strong. However, his throat had the weakest defense and could be considered his Achilles heel. Crack! The long dragon pierced the sea monster's throat. No, the sea monster wanted to make a sound, but he realized that his head was separated from his body. Stop! Seeing this, the Blood Fiend Emperor wanted to intervene, but it was too late. He roared furiously and glared at Fong Chen. Blood Fiend, you don't have to intervene in the battle between the younger generation, right? The human race's sacred leader said. Humph! The Blood Fiend Emperor snorted, and a trace of murderous intent emerged in his heart. Dong! The ground trembled. Fong Chen's body landed on the ground. He used his absolute strength to let the world know that he was not an embroidered pillow. So powerful. A 2nd-level creation realm martial artist could kill a 5th-level creation realm martial artist. At this moment, everyone looked at Fong Chen with complicated expressions, especially Yuan Ming, who could not wait to kill him with his gaze. On the other hand, the people from the Ling clan and Luo clan were slightly surprised. This guy has great potential. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Fong Chen. Those martial artists who had mocked him previously felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped. Isn't it just a cross-level battle? Do you have to be so arrogant? The Blood Fiend Emperor sneered. Such martial artists usually don't live long. His meaning was obvious. After the remaining 9 people from the sea monster tribe entered the inheritance ancestral land, they would not let Fong Chen off easily. However, that was a story for another day. Fong Chen did not care about the Blood Fiend Emperor's threat. All right, let's disperse and wait for the inheritance ancestral land to open. The human race's sacred leader said. After a while, the crowd in the square dispersed. On this day, many martial artists from the human tribe's sanctuary came to Fong Chen's residence, wanting to befriend Fong Chen. However, they were all rejected by Fong Chen. Before this, these martial artists did not even want to look at him in the eye. Now that he had displayed such great strength, they wanted to befriend him. Did they really think that he was an idiot? After a short rest, finally, the day of the inheritance ancestral lands opening arrived. On this day, all the martial artists gathered in the square early in the morning. They were extremely excited. The inheritance ancestral land was opening today. Even the Blood Fiend Emperor was curious about what the inheritance ancestral land was like. The 5 great figures stood in the air. "Can we begin?" The master of the Yuan clan asked. The human tribe's holy master nodded and looked at the Blood Fiend Emperor. "Blood Fiend, you'd better stay away. When the inheritance ancestral land opens, it will exclude other races. It will not be good if you are hurt." "You've hurt me." The Blood Fiend Emperor was disdainful and stood still. The human tribe's holy master did not say anything else. He took out a bright and transparent key. When he took out the key, the human tribe's holy master closed his eyes and merged his consciousness with the universe. "Ancestors of the human tribe, please open the inheritance ancestral land." Rumble. The key floated in the void, and streaks of power of the rules shrouded it. Ripples spread out in the void, and a void gate gradually appeared in the sky. In an instant, an extremely vast aura of savagery surged over. The savagery aura was so strong that it made one's heart palpitate. It was as though it was going to destroy the void. Not good. Sensing the power of the savagery aura, the Blood Fiend Emperor immediately ran away. Even so, his clothes were torn to shreds. When such a powerful savagery aura came into contact with the human tribe's martial artists, it did not hurt them at all. So strong! Monarch Blood Fiend glanced at his tattered clothes and then stared at the void gate in the distance. The human tribe's foundation was too strong, and the inheritance ancestral land was extremely mysterious. The savagery aura that it gave off made his heart palpitate. Could it be that the human tribe's ancestors are still alive? The Blood Fiend Emperor thought to himself. One should know that the human tribe's strongest person on the surface was the Holy Master. However, all the human tribe's ancestors who had stepped into the eternal realm had already stepped into the divine world. The Blood Fiend Emperor's eyes lit up and his consciousness spread to the void door. Instantly, it was devoured by the void door. The Blood Fiend Emperor looked at the void door with fear and sent a message to the 9 ocean demons. Chapter 15:15. As the ancestral land of inheritance opened, light shone in all directions. The void gate seemed real and illusory at the same time, giving off an unreal feeling. The vast desolation energy that was emitted was visually and spiritually impactful. It was too shocking. This was the foundation of the human tribe. At this moment, the blood in every human martial artist's body burst forth, their blood boiling. They were proud to be part of the human tribe. As for the 9 sea demons, they were enveloped by Blood Fiend Monarch's aura and stayed far away, not daring to get close. It wouldn't be too late to enter the ancestral land of inheritance after the desolation energy dissipated. The ancestral land has opened. As the human tribe's holy master's voice fell, the void gate gradually stabilized. The desolation energy was also slowly disappearing. The lords of the 3 god tribes came before the human tribe's holy master and looked at the void gate with their dark eyes. Every time the ancestral land of inheritance opens, my soul will be shaken, the lord of the spiritual tribe said. I hope that this time there will be warriors who can obtain the supreme inheritance and continue the human tribe's bloodline, the lord of the Luo tribe said. The lord of the Yuan tribe was very confident in the geniuses of the Yuan tribe. He was secretly delighted. Everyone get ready. When the last trace of desolation energy dissipated, the human tribe's holy master spoke. "People of the Yuan tribe, let's go." Yuan Gu shouted loudly. Immediately, the 97 warriors of the Yuan tribe swarmed into the Void Gate. "People of the spiritual tribe, let's go." "People of the Luo tribe, let's go." Soon, all the warriors of the 4 sacred lands entered the Void Gate. In the end, the gazes of the 4 great authorities landed on Monarch Bloodfiend. The latter leaped and came to the Void Gate. He made sure that there was no danger before letting the 9 sea demons enter. Buzz! After all the warriors entered, the Void Gate closed. Dong! A loud sound was heard, indicating that the Void Gate had closed completely. "Ha ha ha, see you in 3 years." Blood Fiend Monarch watched as the sea demons entered the ancestral land of inheritance. He laughed and left the human tribe's sacred land. Every time the ancestral land of inheritance opened, it would last for 3 years. Once the 3 years were up, no matter where you were, as long as you were not dead, you would be transported out. "We're leaving too." The 3 great leaders took their leave. The bustling sacred land of the human clan quieted down immediately. On a scorching hot land, there was a lot of fluffy soil. Maple leaves floated above the soil. The scorching sun shone on the maple leaves, evaporating the water droplets on the maple leaves in an instant. There were endless mountain peaks all around, towering into the clouds. A figure stood quietly on the ground. He looked around and finally withdrew his gaze. Feeling the scorching heat of the sun, he looked around vigilantly. "Is this the ancestral land?" Fong Qin said to himself. It had been 2 hours since they arrived at the ancestral land of inheritance. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he was observing the situation around him. However, to his regret, this scorching land was no different from the outside world. The ancestral land is so ordinary. Fong Qin didn't understand. This place was no different from the mystic realms he had entered in the past. It was also an independent space. He didn't understand why it was called the ancestral land of inheritance. There was almost no information about the ancestral land in his mind. Fong Chen was now in the dark. He had to explore everything by himself. "Are the others scattered like me?" Fong Chen muttered to himself. "Let's go ahead and take a look." Then, Fong Chen walked forward step by step. Every step he took would leave a shallow footprint on the scorching ground. Earth pulse. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fong Chen stopped. There was a scorching aura under the ground, and at the same time there was a pulse. What's going on? Fong Chen was a little puzzled. He spread his divine sense and invaded the ground, wanting to check. However, he was disappointed. The scorching ground actually blocked his divine sense. Dong dong dong. A rhythmic pulse was constantly coming from the ground. Fong Chen's mind shook, and his golden heart beat rapidly. This is, after a long time, Fong Chen opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of excitement. As expected of the ancestral land of inheritance, there are inheritances everywhere. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. With the help of the golden heart, he found the rhythm of the earth pulse. It turned out that this earth pulse was also an inheritance. It's really amazing. I wonder which human ancestor left behind this inheritance. Feeling the rhythm of the earth pulse, Fong Chen closed his eyes. Buzz! Under the ground, a scorching aura quietly drilled into his body. When this aura converged with the starlight in his chi sea, a deafening sound was suddenly heard. Then, a lot of information appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Great Earthquake Kill. This was a supreme grade secret technique called the Great Earthquake Kill. After reading the detailed introduction of the Great Earthquake Kill, Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. This Great Earthquake Kill was too magical. The Great Earthquake Kill could silently kill the enemy through the ground. It was like hitting a cow through a mountain, injuring the internal organs of the cultivator through the body. When cultivated to the extreme, one can kill the enemy through the air. As the saying goes, Killing someone from 1,000 miles away is nothing more than this. Fong Qin was secretly delighted. He didn't expect to get such a secret technique as soon as he entered the ancestral land of inheritance. He immediately sat down cross-legged and felt the rhythm of the earth pulse to comprehend the great earthquake kill. Not far from the earth pulse, there were two figures. These two were from the Yuan clan. They weren't very strong and could only be considered below average in the 100-man team. Old Mo, the ancestral land of inheritance, is too strange. We have to meet up with the team as soon as possible. Let's meet up as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be in danger if we meet the cultivators of the other sacred grounds. Both of them felt that they were too weak. Just as they were walking, they felt the extraordinariness of the earth pulse. Did you feel it? The Yuan clan member called Old Mo stared at the soil on the ground and asked, "Something strange. Let's go ahead and take a look." The two moved forward quickly and soon saw Fong Qin. "There's someone. It's the master of Green Bamboo Island, Sanguinati." The Yuan clan disciple called Old Mo was a little afraid when he saw Sanguinati. "Sanguinati is too strong. We are no match for him." "Let's go," Old Mo said in a low voice. Old Mo looked carefully. "Sanguinati seems to be cultivating. If we sneak attack him, we can definitely kill him." Another Yuan clan disciple said, "If we can bring Sanguinati's head to Big Brother Yuanming, we will be greatly rewarded." This Yuan clan disciple seemed to have seen his meteoric rise because of Sanguinati's head. However, Old Mo didn't want to take the risk. "Old Mo, Sanguinati is cultivating and can't split himself. This is the best chance." Another Yuan clan disciple persuaded, "If we miss this chance, we will never have a chance to stand out. Don't you want to succeed and be famous and leave your name in history?" Old Mo was also tempted by this person's persuasion. "Besides, even if we can't defeat Sanguinati, he can't kill us. If we can't defeat him, we can just run away." Old Mo was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Fong Qin with sharp eyes, then said in a deep voice, "Let's do it." After that, the two quietly approached Fong Qin. Fong Qin was cultivating and didn't notice at all. "Let's do it." After finding the right opportunity, the two Yuan clan disciples growled and attacked at the same time. A powerful attack instantly blasted toward Fong Qin. Thump! Their attacks were about to land on Fong Qin's body. The latter suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his hands on the ground. Thump! On the scorching ground, the pulsating power quickly gathered and hit the two with lightning speed across the ground. Pucci! The two Yuan race disciples, whose faces were full of smiles, suddenly felt pain. They subconsciously looked down and found that their legs were being melted by the scorching aura. No. Fong Qin used the pulsating power of the earth to destroy the two's bodies. Kill! He gathered all his power and killed the two through the ground. Pucci! The two Yuan clan disciples died in an instant. So powerful! Fong Qin stood up and felt the power from the pulsating power of the earth. He was very happy. The great earth strike was really a very powerful attack, secret art. If he could cultivate it to the transcendent state, it would definitely be unexpected. Good harvest. He was very happy to have such a harvest as soon as he entered the ancestral land, Green Bamboo Island. After Fong Qin left, Yin Fong was in charge of everything. On this day, Green Bamboo Island suffered a lot of destruction. The Sea Demon clan suddenly stirred up trouble and rushed to Green Bamboo Island, wantonly destroying it. Although Yin Fong and the others arrived in time, they couldn't stop the Sea Demon clan. Vice Island Master, why did the Sea Demon clan attack our Green Bamboo Island? The elder asked. I don't know. Yin Fong's face was gloomy and a little angry. He thought that the Sea Demon clan was just attacking on a whim. Who would have thought that the Sea Demon clan would harass Green Bamboo Island in the next few days? They didn't confront Green Bamboo Island directly, but kept harassing them. One day, Tian Xan was cultivating outside a city near the edge of the void ocean. Suddenly, the sea demon clan attacked. Tian Xan fought with one of the sea demons. The sea demon was too strong and Tian Xan was too weak. Amidst the chaotic battle, Heavenheart fell into the void ocean and instantly disappeared. Tian Xan. Chapter 1516. After killing the 2 disciples of the Yuan clan, Fang Qin did not leave the Scorching Land. This Scorching Land was the best place to practice the earthquake kill. How could he miss it? A warrior only had one chance to enter the ancestral land of inheritance in his life. If he did not seize it, he would regret it. Moreover, Fang Qin knew that his strength was not very strong among the many warriors. Therefore, in order to protect himself, he had to improve his strength. After practicing the earthquake kill for the first time, Fang Qin felt the power of this secret method. Imagine being able to shake the opponent's body with a powerful force across the land. It could quietly destroy the opponent's defense and play a miraculous role. This secret method had to be practiced to the perfection stage. Only in this way could he make up for the gap in his realm. Continue to practice. The scorching land and the temperature in the air were very high. Fang Qin sat cross-legged and quietly practiced. Traces of scorching aura emerged from the ground and drilled into his body. This scorching land seemed to be relatively remote. 3 days had passed and no one came here. The little mouse was guarding Fang Qin. The latter's practice was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Dong, the power of the earthquake kill, was even stronger. Not far from the scorching land, a woman in a black veil was walking quickly. Her eyes were filled with seduction. So strange. The woman in the black veil sensed the scorching air in front of her. She felt a little strange and quickly moved forward. After a while, she came to the scorching land. Sure enough, it's strange. I wonder if there's an inheritance. The woman in the black veil showed a ghostly smile on her pretty face. Immediately, she took a step forward and stood on the scorching land. Dong, as soon as she stood on the scorching land, she felt a wild force drilling into her body from the ground. Puff! The woman in the black veil was shocked by this wild force. What's going on? The woman in the black veil looked around vigilantly, and finally her eyes fell on Fang Qin. Could it be that the force just now was released by him? The woman in the black veil narrowed her eyes and carefully observed Fang Qin. After a long time, she walked towards Fang Qin. While suddenly, Fang Qin opened his eyes and stared straight at the black-veiled woman. "Who are you?" Fang Qin asked coldly. This black-veiled woman quietly approached him. So she must have bad intentions. Seeing that Fang Qin had woken up, the black-veiled woman's pretty face was full of smiles. Her every move could touch people's hearts. "Oh, it's Lord Blood Island." The black-veiled woman recognized Fang Qin. She walked in front of him, stretched out her small white hand, and put it on Fang Qin's shoulder. Her body was filled with an enchanting aura. If an ordinary cultivator was here, they would not be able to resist her charm. However, Fang Qin was not an ordinary person. Seduction technique. Fang Qin thought to himself, but he didn't point it out. He wanted to see what this black-veiled woman wanted to do. "Lord Blood Island, I'm a disciple of the Luo clan. My name is Luo Fenger." Luo Fenger's voice contained a bewitching aura. She wanted to bewitch Fang Qin and then capture him. While Luo Fenger was speaking to Fang Qin, she waved her small white hands in front of the latter's eyes. In a moment, Fang Qin showed a confused look. He looked at Luo Fenger with a dull face, as if he had been bewitched by Luo Fenger. Even if you are the lord of Green Bamboo Island, you can't resist my charm." Luo Fenger saw the dull Fang Qin and sneered. The smile on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Immediately her aura rippled, and she stretched out her hand to grab Fang Qin's head. Whoosh! Just as she was about to grab Fang Qin's head, a sudden change occurred. The confusion in Fong Chen's eyes disappeared in an instant. Then he grabbed Luo Fenger's small hand and pulled her into his arms. You. The sudden change shocked Luo Fenger a little. When Luo Fenger felt that she had fallen into Fong Chen's arms, her face was filled with coldness. I didn't expect the Lord of Green Bamboo Island to be so lecherous. As Luo Fenger spoke, she spat out a purple aura from her mouth. Feeling the terror of the purple aura, Fong Chen jumped and dodged. Luo Fenger took this opportunity to quickly escape from Fong Chen's control. Are all the geniuses of the Luo clan as shameless as you? Fong Chen stared at Luo Fenger and asked, Sanguinati you? Luo Fenger was furious. Her eyes widened, and she wanted to attack Fong Chen. However, the latter attacked first. With the red glass sword in hand, he used the burial of heaven and earth sword art. At the same time, he also used the Great Earth Annihilation. On the scorching earth, the power of the Great Earth Annihilation was greatly increased. Pucci, although Luo Fenger was strong, she was basically using her charm power. Once her charm power was seen through, her attack power would be greatly reduced. Luo Fenger resisted the attack of the burial of heaven and earth sword art, but she couldn't resist the power of the Great Earth Annihilation. Her internal organs were injured by the shock. Sanguinati, I will remember you. Finished speaking, Luo Feng leaped up. Her black gauze rose into the air and disappeared into the void. Trying to escape? Fong Chen sneered and used the space-time true meaning. Huff, huff. The 7th grade space-time true meaning was fully activated, and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Luo Fenger. This made Luo Fenger's face turn gloomy. This guy is really abnormal, Luo Fenger said angrily. In the process of escaping, she sensed that another genius of the Luo clan was nearby, so she immediately transmitted a message. The Luo clan was one of the 3 god clans. Although they had declined, their foundation was very deep and couldn't be underestimated. Luo Fenger was a genius of the Luo clan, so she naturally had some trump cards. Brat, just wait for your death. After getting the other party's reply, Luo Fenger deliberately changed her direction, trying to lure Fong Chen to chase after her. You can't escape. Fong Chen shouted behind Luo Fenger. Luo Fenger's beautiful figure shuttled through the void. Although her speed was fast, she couldn't beat the space-time true meaning. It was known as the best of the true meaning. How could ordinary martial artists compare to it? In a few breaths' time, Fong Chen caught up with Luo Fenger. Crash! Fong Chen's figure appeared in front of Luo Fenger, blocking her way. You! Luo Fenger's face changed drastically, and she stopped talking. Still want to escape? Fong Chen looked at Luo Fenger mockingly and asked. Luo Fenger's face changed, and a moment later, a sly look appeared on her face. Sanguinati, you originally had a chance to escape, but now you don't have any chance at all. As soon as Luo Fenger's voice fell, there was a sound in the distance. Immediately after, a powerful aura whizzed over. Another genius of the Luo clan had rushed over and landed in front of Luo Fenger. Sister Fenger, are you okay? The newcomer was a man in black clothes. Judging by his age, he shouldn't be too old. From the aura on his body, his cultivation should be at the 5th level of the creation realm. However, Fong Chen could sense that this person's combat power was definitely stronger than Luo Fenger's. I'm fine. When Luo Fenger spoke, there was a gloating look in her eyes as she looked at Fong Chen. Sanguinati, why are you chasing after Sister Fenger? The black-clothed man turned to look at Fong Chen and asked. Who are you? Fong Chen asked. Luo clan, Luo Chen, the black-clothed man said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was slightly stunned. Luo Chen, why are you talking nonsense with him? He has the inheritance on him. Capture him, Luo Fenger said. Okay, Sister Fenger, let me capture him. Luo Chen made his move. As Fong Qin expected, his strength was much stronger than Luo Fenger's. However, he still couldn't capture Fong Qin in a one-on-one fight. As the two of them exchanged blows, Fong Qin hit Luo Chen's body with his palm. Luo Chen's body immediately retreated. A jade pendant fell from his chest and landed on the ground. Fong Qin, who was about to continue attacking, saw the words on the jade pendant from the corner of his eye. He immediately widened his eyes and stopped attacking. That is, Fong Chen's body trembled a little and his expression changed. He spread out his divine sense and stared at Luo Chen's jade pendant. There was the word Luo on the front of the jade pendant. This was nothing. What really shocked Fong Qin was that there were two words on the back of the jade pendant that haunted him. Azure Glaze. Isn't this my mother's name? Could this jade pendant be my mother's jade pendant? Voila! Almost at the same time that Luo Qin moved, Fong Chen's body shuttled through space and arrived on the ground at the fastest speed. He held the jade pendant in his hand. Suddenly, a warm aura drilled into his body. Fong Chen's heart trembled. He could conclude that this jade pendant was definitely his mother's. "Give me back my jade pendant!" Luo Chen roared furiously. He bared his teeth. It seemed that this jade pendant was very important to him. Even Luo Fenger's face turned gloomy when she saw Fong Qin take away the jade pendant. "Sanguinati, give me the jade pendant, and this matter will end here," said Luo Fenger coldly. Fong Qin tried hard to calm his heart. He played with the jade pendant and asked, "Is this jade pendant very important to you?" "This jade pendant was given to me by Aunt Azure Glaze. It's very important to me. Please give it back to me," said Luo Qin sincerely. Hearing that, Fong Chen's body twitched slightly. "Sanguinati, I advise you to obediently return the jade pendant. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Luo Fenger's face was cold as she glared at Fong Qin. A voice appeared in Fong Chen's mind. It sounded like a mother's voice. It was gentle and kind. Seeing that Fong Qin didn't say anything and was playing with the jade pendant, Luo Chen and Luo Qin were both anxious. Luo Chen and Luo Fenger were very anxious. The jade pendant was very important. Once Sanguinati used the jade pendant to threaten them, they would be in trouble. However, the development of the gaff did not go as they had imagined. After playing with the jade pendant for a while, Fong Chen raised his head and looked at Luo Chen with his dark eyes. "Since this jade pendant is so important to you, you should keep it well.